don't need to work on it. I get to that milestone just fine, my friend.
That's week 1 of the new year.
Right?
CC comes in January 10th. He's like, I hit it. Hit what? The number. The number.
Exactly,
I got the spending
I'm
number.
good.
There we go. We're
I'm
good. I'm in the bonus the rest of the year.
That is too Satellite Studios, it's John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Dell along with Sam this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have to first welcome Sam into the show, Dell. So, all right. Sam, how are you? Welcome to the show.
She wasn't ready to speak.
Well, get ready to speak,
I'm doing.
Sam.
Wait, am I on?
Yes.
Yeah, you're on.
You don't
Okay,
shouldn't have
okay.
headphones on, so she doesn't know if she's on or not.
Oh, you don't have headphones on. Oh, you can't. Don't ruin your hair, Sam. It looks great. All right. So, we, the three of us,
See, look at her. Fade that down, Sam.
Yep.
Pull it down
Fade.
all the way. All AV1 all the way down. There you go. All the way down. There you go.
It was down.
Yeah, there's
I'm
an
so
issue. There's an
confused.
issue with the board when you hit it, when you touch it a certain way. Pause. When you touch it a certain way, it'll just jump.
Stop saying when
and
you touch
You
it
wanna
a
get
certain
canceled?
way, Del.
I
Stop
said
saying
that's
that.
why I said pause. The volume will increase
Stop
for no
saying
reason.
when you touch it a certain
I
way.
said pause to
creepy.
let you know I wasn't talking about that. But the board's temperamental, John. That's all.
It is. Okay. Well, welcome to the show, Sam. And here we go, off and running on a holiday show, because it's definitely a holiday show.
I'm done. I was thinking last night, I'm done with this.
What are you done with?
When I went to go get the fixins, I went to go get what I'm going to cook.
Oh, yeah, for Thanksgiving.
I was like, you know what? I'm done with work. Can we just not do today?
You know what? We're like the only people in the world that are working today.
Power's not here.
I know.
They're not
even there?
No, they're not in the building.
Oh, my gosh.
It's me,
Look at
you,
that.
Sam, and whoever else decides to show up today.
Do you think business is getting done today?
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean, well, maybe because we got tariffs against everybody now.
Yeah,
we got to have a lot of production.
Get your eggs in now. Get all the eggs you want to eat now because it's coming. It's gonna change apparently.
No, it ain't changing. Ain't nothing changing. Just making eggs great again. That's all we're gonna do.
All right.
Okay.
What, by boiling them, or what do we talk about?
Doing.
Scrambling. How do we make eggs great again?
Just don't you worry about it.
Throw some cheese in them. Put them with some grits.
So what? She got to hit the stream. Did you turn the stream on, Sam?
I turned the stream should be on as far as the traditional one. I'm not sure about the YouTube. I have to go in there. I think she can look at it right now and see that we're on.
Everything's on, Sam. Make sure everything's a go. Make sure everything is a go. The streamers are happy. Sam is here today. So here we go. We are here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a win and a loss. U of H now has lost to Auburn and Alabama. Okay, so they've lost the state of Alabama championship already this season. Last night in Las Vegas, they went overtime against Alabama. I was in the Fertitta Center the last time Alabama came here. Alabama was pretty good. They had a top 5 pick on their team at the time, and they were pretty good. But Alabama's got a nice basketball program now, which is even better than their football program. Since I've already heard, Cal, did you see this yesterday that Dabo is going to be the next head coach at Alabama?
How long? How long before they run?
Maybe next
town?
year.
Okay,
maybe next year before they run DeBoer out. Okay, he's a good coach.
Yeah, you just don't want to be the guy after the guy, right? And this is the product of it. And when you lose to people, we played that clip earlier, and the guy made another appearance on Paul Feinbaum's show. I think his name is Legend. Losing to Vanderbilt, it'll be the thing they point to when they fire him. If they fire him, you lost to Vanderbilt, so you were never the right guy, no matter what happens, unless he breaks off like 3 titles.
Well, in his first year, Nick lost to Louisiana Tech. So,
Nick
Louisiana
had
Monroe,
and they forgave him, I guess, the next year when he won a national title, or maybe he won it 2 years after that. But Caleb DeBoer has to win one now.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, though. After last night's college football poll, Alabama's outside looking in. When it's all said and done, Alabama will be in it. There will be 4 SEC teams in it. There will be 4 SEC teams in it.
Well, we have to assume Tennessee beats Vanderbilt for that to happen. But
and you're going to have SMU or Miami losing. One of them is going to be kicked out, even though they're in a championship game. They're getting kicked out. One of them is going to be a 2-loss team, and that 2-loss team is not going to be as highly considered as Alabama will be.
It'll be interesting.
Even though Alabama lost to Oklahoma, and I know, but they play an SEC schedule, so you're going to hear.
Are we giving Alabama a win over Auburn?
We're giving Alabama a win over Auburn. Yeah,
Well,
we're giving
considering
it
the last time those two teams stepped on the field.
Well, if Alabama loses to Auburn, then
yeah,
that's over.
I mean,
you know who could step up with a win over Clemson is South Carolina.
yeah, that game's in
That's
Clemson
huge, that game.
at 11 a.m. It's Dabo complained about it, said they put him there because he wouldn't give them the Friday option, because apparently they asked Clemson before the year, could we put this game on Friday and we'll put it in prime time? And Dabo said, no, I want it on Saturday. And now he's saying they're punishing him by putting it at 11 as opposed to making it a night game, considering it's two ranked teams with playoff aspirations.
Well, tough. You okay, Dabo? You want everything? You want your cake and eat it too? No, we're not eating our cake. You can't have your cake and eat it. You don't want to play on Friday? Beat it.
No, I
You're
get
at 11 o'clock.
No, I get it. I wouldn't if you had your way. You want a full week. They played the week before. They played on Saturday. I get why he wouldn't want to play on Friday, but they tried to do it, and he said no. So he thinks they're putting him on the noon kickoff, at least for him. I get the thought that Alabama will get in, and I'm not sure Alabama will remain at that spot just by beating Auburn. Like I could see a team leapfrogging them who comes from below. I know SEC, get it, but it's going to be a real conversation, and they're going to have to explain themselves. And maybe they already have the explanation ready when you're punishing a 2-loss finalist from a Power 4 conference, even if you disrespect the ACC. Yeah. They're gonna have to explain that. And considering what they did to Florida State last year, I guess we're ready for that anyway.
Well, then if that's the case, then you're going to have to let if Texas A&M beats Texas and gets to the championship game and loses to Georgia, you're going to have to let Texas A&M in.
No, not 4 losses is a step too far. 2 losses is different from 4.
A&M will move up if they beat Texas.
Sure. But if they get a 4th loss,
but again, you shouldn't punish them for losing the championship.
But
game,
3 losses
to a Georgia.
Well, 3 losses separates them from a 2-loss ACC team. They're sometimes the laws don't equate because you just have more losses, and two more losses than an ACC finalist. I think A&M going 9-4, they won't make it. Even if they get to the title game and have 4 losses, they're not getting it.
No,
I don't think so.
Well, I'm telling you, here's the thing about the whole thing. SEC is going to have 4 teams in. If the Big Ten has 4 teams in, the SEC is going to have 4 teams in, and they're going to find a way to do it because they don't want to piss the SEC off. SEC will take their ball and go home, and I know everybody. SEC is going to rule the roost, and has always ruled the roost as far as the college football championship goes. So they're going to have their way, so they just don't have all kinds of problems.
But this is the year to piss them off because they've done enough themselves to cannibalize themselves where they don't have any solid footing other than you need to give a spot. There may be years in the future, I guess, before they expand to like 14.
We're cannibalizing ourselves because
but
we're
not
so
with
good.
Vanderbilt, not with the likes of Auburn and Florida. That you can't use that. Like if it was a top 15 matchup, people would take that and be pissed off about it, but accept it. But if you're losing to the bottom third of your league, that's not cannibalization. You're just like everybody else. That's what happened. Like Kansas, Colorado just lost to Kansas.
Well,
that's what Big 12 teams do. SEC.
Well, here's what they did. Okay, go play Oklahoma. Go play Oklahoma and see how good you're going to be if you got to play Oklahoma as a bottom feeder in your league.
Stop it, Oklahoma. Just because they beat up on Alabama doesn't make Oklahoma good. They can't throw the football. They're playing their 9th and 10th wide receivers in Oklahoma, and Alabama couldn't stop them. Thanks to Jalen Milroe because he threw picks. Stop. Right. Oklahoma doesn't count. You can't use this Oklahoma as your excuse for why you're losing football games.
Still OU.
Stop it.
I
would take Kansas on the field right now against Oklahoma. The way Kansas is playing football, Kansas would kick Oklahoma's ass.
Yeah, probably. All right, back to Oklahoma and U of H. I mean Alabama, U of H. Alabama, man. U of H is the same team. If it's not for LJ Cryer, who's going to put a ball in the basket? My goodness.
Focusing on all the bad news, John. They got a 5-star center yesterday.
Yeah, they got a 5-star center. They got the top point guard, the top shooting guard, and the top center.
Shooting is a question for everyone.
Whatever. Off guard.
Yes.
They've got the 3 best out of 5 positions in the country.
If not for LJ Cryer, he went 9 for 26.
Well, but he's taken 26 shots.
I know, but he only made 9 of them. He got to 30 because he got to the free throw line.
Trust to shoot, and he was 9 of 26.
Can't trust anyone to shoot on that team from game to game.
No, it's the truth. It's the same team. It's the same team year in and year out. It's so funny. It's what they do. I mean, goodness gracious, get a shooter, Kelvin. Get a shooter.
Well, if they don't play defense, they don't get to
play.
Well,
LJ Cryer is supposed to be that guy. But he was 10 for 10 from the line. He had 30 points. He was 9 of 26. Yes, that's what they do. 2 of 8 from 3. And Emmanuel Sharp, 2 of 6 and 3 of 11 overall. I mean, it's just what they do. They're still one of the best teams in the country. They had 10 steals. They had 10 blocks. They still play the same damn way. They're still so frenetic and such a tough out for everybody. That's a really good team, Alabama. Auburn's a really good team too. These are top ranked teams in the country. So and Kelvin Sampson said last week, he said, I don't care if we lose now. I don't care. We're going to make the tournament, and guess what? We're going to be better for it. I don't care about a loss to Auburn or Alabama early in the season. Now, that said, wait till practice tomorrow. Well, they actually have another game because they're in a tournament in Las Vegas. But this is actually better than them going unbeaten the way that they did and have that pressure building and building and building and building. They don't have that pressure right now. And they're going to run through the Big 12, and they're going to be a top team in the country. But they got to find a way to win these games. They got to find a way to shoot better, which they never do. The Rockets, on the other hand, how about them Rockets with the overtime? How about winning the group of death in the NBA Cup? I mean, it doesn't get any tougher than the Clippers, the Blazers, the T-Wolves, and the Kings.
It doesn't?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the group of death. I called it.
Well, sure. You called it. The Rockets, credit to them, man. They went about 7 minutes without scoring, or at least maybe scoring a field goal, but maybe it was just scoring. I don't remember exactly what the little tagline was on the game, but that allowed Minnesota to get back in it. But credit Amen Thompson late for stealing that ball from Rob Dillingham. That's the.
What about the 3 from the corner?
I'm just talking about on that final possession. It's 102-100, Minnesota with the ball and the lead. And Dillingham was a big part of Minnesota's comeback. And that's why playing rookies can drive a coach crazy. Dillingham got a little loose with the basketball, didn't really know where he was going, and got it ripped by one of the Terror Twins. They went down and scored in transition. And instead of Minnesota taking a shot that could have given them a chance to go up 4, the Rockets tie it. Eventually it goes in overtime, and they jump to a lead and never give it away. So big win for them. For a Minnesota team that was desperate to find some momentum, and the Rockets almost gave it to them, but they took it back.
Well, they were up 18, and they come up with a fourth quarter once again where they can't shoot straight, and they give up an 18-point lead. And here and it comes down to the final minutes, and that shot by Anthony Edwards as the buzzer sounded was in, and if they had a 3 that was in and out, and they had that last shot, a floater in the lane by Anthony Edwards that was in and then out. Unbelievable that ball didn't go. I don't see how it didn't go down. It didn't, and the Rockets dominated in overtime. I think they scored 11 straight, and they got the win in overtime. But it's a good basketball. I'm telling. I don't know about you. Well, a couple of things. First of all, Jalen only playing 23 minutes last night. That was a little eye-opening that he just took him out, and then he had him back there at the end of the game.
You sure? This is what Ime does. He will take guys out in the flow of a game. He doesn't think they're playing well, unless your name is Fred VanVleet, who actually did play well yesterday. Got a lot of shots up, 27 points on 25 shots, but that's better than what he has been. Ime is fine taking out one of the guys you perceive to be a star if they're not playing well, if he thinks he has a better option. And you're going to take Amen Thompson out the way he was playing? Give 38 minutes for Amen. Tari Eason only got to 18. That's 2 straight games for Tari where he didn't shoot the ball well. But
he's 0 for 12 in his last 2 games.
I know. I was just looking at what he did. I was looking at the numbers for over the last 2 games. So you want Amen Thompson out there. He made a game-changing play, and that's what he's capable of on the defensive end. So sometimes Jalen Green's going to have to sit. He has not done anything this year that gives him any grace. Why would you leave Jalen Green in games if you think there's a better option?
No, and there is a better option, and it's Amen Thompson. That's for sure. And Fred VanVleet ain't going out. You're right. I mean, Fred, he comes up with some. He had a huge three when they were down 5
He was
with a
big,
couple minutes left.
6 out of 12 from 3. The
Yep.
shooting from beyond the arc was great. The inside wasn't
It's
great,
what he
but
does.
it's what he is.
That's what he does. He almost had a triple double. He was
Yeah.
27, 11, and 8. And Alpy had another triple double.
Did have one, yeah.
Alpy, some of the shots that I'm
That
starting
one-footed I'm gonna be the dirt guy thing.
Well,
maybe cut that out. Maybe we don't do that so much.
Craig called one of his shots a hook shot. That wasn't a hook shot, really. He just threw. He threw it. Went up with one foot and threw the ball off the rim. It wasn't really a hook shot. He does look less coordinated than he has been. He does.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. Is he still growing into his body, and this is an awkward phase for him that he's not sure what to do with himself? I got a little concerned when the year began, when I heard he was working on his foul baiting moves. I didn't want to hear that. I love an ethical hooper. I don't want to hear that. So I was going to be concerned about his game no matter what. But yeah, some of the shots he takes, like there was a couple shots in the mid range where he got some space from Rudy Gobert, and he just, I'm going to rise up off of one leg, and rise up is not what he does. He just kind of inches up off of one leg and shoots, and it's like, no, there's a reason only Dirk gets away with that. There's a reason why only Dirk did that, because it's very hard to do, and I'm not sure Alpy should be leaning into that right now.
No. All right. 713-780-3776. Let's break it here. Whatever you want to talk about, you're more than welcome on a holiday show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Chill is going to join us. Do we have talking college football today?
We'll try to confirm.
Yeah, we got to confirm. Did you have his number, right? All right, we'll get that done. Well, that'll be in the 9 o'clock hour as well, so stay with us. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. I'm talking about my bookie. Listen, it's crazy tomorrow. You put in a bet at my bookie that Devin Achane is going to score the first touchdown in the Miami game, and you win, and you're going to get odds, and you're going to win. If he doesn't score the first touchdown, then you don't lose. You get your money back. Yes, that's right. Absolutely free pick at mybookie.ag. That's the Friday. We got NFL games tomorrow, Friday, Sunday. We got college football Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We got college basketball. We got NBA. So much to bet on. And that Thursday boost this week on Thanksgiving Day, Miami and the Packers. What? This is going to be fun. If Achane scores the first TD in the game, you win. If he doesn't, you get your money back. That's awesome. If you're new to my bookie, they're going to double your first deposit with promo code BET975. Get started at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Great place to play, win, and get paid. A lot of fun. Get in now. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with my bookie.
It's the jam of the day. It's the
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. Who wants in? 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Shortest wait times in the business. All right. JT is on the line. He said he wants to talk on the radio. So let's get him in here. What do you say? What do you say, JT?
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing this fine Thanksgiving Eve morning?
Doing great, man. Doing great. You playing golf today, JT?
No chance, Mom. I'm heading into the office to get the last things out at the end of the month. But I want to talk some college football.
Okay.
Granted, thank goodness we're out of the BCS. I couldn't imagine, the amount of excitement and entertainment we'd be missing, especially this year, with the amount of teams that are just muddled up in the center. But let's everyone wants to talk about the SEC, and I know I grew up a Texas fan. My daughter's now at A&M, so SEC somewhat new for our region anyway, and new for me. But when you look at the SEC schedule up and down, like anybody could bite anybody, and this year just shows it. Now you look at the Big Ten. There's a couple of frauds sitting in there. Penn State's a fraud. Indiana's a fraud. What is the SEC going to do moving forward? What's the benefit of forget about the fans, because fan wise, we've had one of the best college football seasons that I can remember in the past 20 something years, with the amount of top 5 matchups playing in. And I believe, other than Oregon and Ohio State, correct me if I'm wrong, the majority of those matchups, even top 15 matchups, were in the SEC. So what gives the benefit? And that's great for the fans, but it's great for these programs that are willing to go into an environment on a Saturday night and walk themselves into the lion's den. I just don't see the benefit to some of these programs to say, hey, I do want to play, what is the SEC going to do? Keep matching Texas and Georgia and Texas, Alabama, and let's see what this young man does in College Station. But he looks to be a player at the quarterback, and I think Elko was the right hire. And I think there's a couple of programs. And would you want to play South Carolina right now?
No,
does Penn State
no. To your point, though,
or anybody want to play South Carolina?
But that's to your point. Okay, so and we appreciate it, JT. To your point, listen, that's always been the case. The SEC has always had a place at the BCS. Okay, always had a place. The last time they didn't have a place, I believe, was that Auburn team back in 2004 that was undefeated, but they took USC and I forget who the other, Oklahoma maybe, as the other undefeated teams into the national championship game. And since that time, the SEC has always had a space at the table. And that's what you get when you're in the best league.
What do we do? What is this? This is this threat that they're holding over people's head, that they're going to walk away and decide, hey, we're not going to be a part of the national championship picture. We're going to have an SEC invitational, and then you guys can decide national champion. Go ahead. No, what are we doing? Because
I think they'll take Ohio State along. They'll take Michigan along. They'll take Penn State along. They'll take the best of the Big Ten along. But they're going to take their ball and go
So
home.
They're deciding that national champions don't matter anymore. They don't care about that aspect of it, because part of their strength is touting how many national champions they have. How many times we've won in the BCS there in the playoff era. So now they don't care about a national championship anymore. Is that what they're saying?
Well, hold on. Just like the Major League Baseball calls it a world championship when you win the MLB, they're going to call it a national championship.
No one's going to
when you win the SEC.
No one's going to acknowledge that.
Well, if they take the best from the Big Ten. If they take the best from the Big Ten, you take Oregon.
I don't care.
Take Ohio State.
There won't be the national champions. They'll have their own segment, and they will call it whatever they call it. We will no longer have a national championship anymore. But they're not going to get called. I get it that they dominate and the money and the players, but the rest of the country cares about college football too. So when they do that, we just won't have a national champion anymore. And if they're fine with it, I guess that's okay for them.
What if they invite Miami? What if they invited Miami?
It's still not a national champion.
Okay.
If we're talking about the rest of the country being excluded, if we're talking about a select 35 to 40 teams who get to play, and you're excluding a team,
Yes.
they're not the national champion anymore. It's not. They can call it something else, but they can't call themselves
They
the
will
national
call it
champion.
whatever they want to call it.
I said that, but they will have decided that winning a national championship no longer matters, and maybe they believe that, and maybe that's their belief. But run away, take your ball and go home. If you want to change the sport to that degree, okay. I'm not naive that change could happen like that. But they will be separate from the rest of the football world, and I guess that's okay for them.
Yeah. No. We have all the best teams. That's all there is to it. And we're
you
want
to be live? So the SEC will be live, as Todd, who texted us,
Todd says,
said.
yeah, it'll be live.
They want to be live? Okay.
No, it won't be live.
Why not? Why won't it be live?
It'll be the PGA Tour and the rest is live.
It's an invitational.
Because the rest of the country will be inconsequential.
No, they won't, because the rest of the country will still care about their teams. That's the problem with all the focus on the national champion. Everyone believes that because the SEC has been involved so much in it, that the rest of the country will stop caring about college football. That will not happen. The media may lean into it because of the contracts. They may put the SEC in featured spots on their television networks, but the rest of the country will not. Like, you think Texas Tech people will stop caring about college football? Houston people will stop caring? No.
No. They'll care about Texas Tech football, and they'll care about who wins the best league, too.
It'll become more regional than it's ever been.
Texas Tech has nothing to say about the national championship now, and they won't have anything to say about the national championship then.
So they will still care about their local rivalries.
That's all. That's right.
Playing the
just
teams
like
in
they
Texas.
do now.
Exactly.
Just like they do now.
So the rest of the country won't consider themselves inconsequential. It'll be people like us who have decided that all that matters is winning a national title, and all that matters is the SEC. I think that particular line of thinking won't play because people love their programs. People grew up. We've been talking about A&M and Texas all week long. That's not the only rivalry that matters this weekend, and other people will treat it the same way. So sure, I understand the money, the players, the alleged best football in the country will be played in a certain spot. But the sport will thrive. Well, maybe not thrive, but it will go on in other places.
Nobody said that it's.
You just said it would be inconsequential, but that's because
no, they'll be inconsequential as far as the national championship goes. But they'll still love their teams. They won't be a champion. They won't be a champion. That's all.
Then the SEC will be
Texas Tech winning against Kansas State in a national championship game.
It won't be
versus Alabama and Georgia
John,
playing in one.
I didn't say that will be a national championship. None of them will be national champions. That is what they're threatening. That they will take the national championship off the table by going away.
They won't take it off the table. They'll create their own. That's what they'll do.
That won't be.
That's exactly what they'll do, and that's what that. If I'm telling you, if they're not happy, they're going to take their ball and they're going to walk away.
I've heard the threats before. I understand. If they do it, they do it. But they can create whatever they want. That is their space in college football because of what they've done in the last 20 to 25 years. It'll be over there. The rest of the college football will be over there. It'll be two separate things going on, and then we'll have to come to grips with what they've done to kind of ruin the sport.
Yeah, they've ruined. Oh, no question about that. All right, we got a break. And 713-780-3776. You got thoughts about that or anything else, you're more than welcome to get in. We've got some Astros news and notes that we got to get to on the other side. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Cardinals are thinking about downsizing, and that might mean Nolan Arenado out there. And the Astros are a team that is thought to be in the hunt for one Nolan Arenado. But there's a little kicker on this one. He's willing to play first base. That is not a good thing for the Astros because a lot of teams have third base tied up, but they could use a first baseman. If you can use him in either one, that's going to drive up the market for Nolan Arenado and what the Cardinals are going to demand. So that could be problematic right there if, in fact, he will play first base. The Astros could use him at third if they don't. If they sign Arenado, they're not going to sign Bregman. Now, another story that came out was that Alex Bregman's wife is going to play a big role in this. She's pregnant. She's going to have a baby in June. She has lived in Houston off and on for much of her life. The Astros offer was allegedly $26 million a year for 6 years. That was what, who was it that said, was it Heyman?
It was Nightingale.
No. Nightingale, Bob Nightingale put it out there that it was $26 million a year which is a little bit more. Actually, what did they offer Carlos? $5,160? I think it was $5,160. And which is more than they're offering Bregman, which is a little odd. But the Astros they were over the CBT last year, which is the competitive balance tax, which you lose draft picks or you don't get top draft picks. You lose you drop to fourth in the draft instead of second in the draft. Fourth rounders instead of second rounders. So they're in a place where they're trying to get under so that they don't hurt their future even more. And the solution might be Kyle Tucker trade. Let Alex Bregman walk, possibly bring in Arenado. But if you don't get Arenado, you're in a bad place. Now you're almost in a rebuild. You've got 1 year left on Framber. I don't know that they're going to come to terms on a guy that's going to be 32. I'm not sure that they come to terms on it because he's going to want a longer deal. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball. You are down to Framber, Hunter, Eric Getty, and Blanco as your starting rotation right now. That's what your starting rotation is because you're not sure that any of the other guys are coming back. You can't be. You can't count. I saw a video. Did you see the video of Lance McCullers throwing?
I refuse to acknowledge anything he does until he's pitching in a Major League Baseball game.
Well, he was in some gym, and he had a big, giant, some kind of a ball that he was pressing the ball against, and then he threw.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Neat stuff, John.
Maybe he's making up a new game for his coffee shops. I don't know.
Is he going to trademark that and throw it in the Haven Coffee?
I don't know.
Space to see if people want to do it.
Room. Maybe they'll have a game room, okay, or something. As opposed to a pickleball court, they can put that in there, and you can throw balls off a wall or something. Because that's all we've seen him do over the last 3 years is throw balls off a wall. But yeah, you can't count on that. He wasn't throwing coffee beans.
A grinder?
He wasn't throwing grinders. No. Bregman is 26 a year over 6 years enough?
Not for him, and that's the point.
No.
It doesn't matter what I think, what you think, what the Astros think. If he doesn't think what they're offering is enough, then they're in a lot of trouble. Here's
the thing, though. If your wife wants to be there and you're saying that $156 million isn't enough for you, I know that it's a status thing. I get it. But $156 million is still $156 million. And you want to break the bank. And there's also quality of life, where you want to raise your kids. Do you want to die in the H? or buried in the H or something.
Yeah,
do you
has
want
he said that? I know Lance McCullers has said that.
No, Lance McCullers said that. All right, and we've already buried his arm in the
And
H.
do we know that you said she's lived here off and on? Do you know that, or do we know that she wants to be here for the rest of the time, or is she open to moving?
That's part of the story, is that she is saying, hey, I love it. I love Houston. I want to be in Houston. That kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
But for $50 million less?
What are you going to do with that $50 million?
It doesn't matter.
Honestly,
he's
already made over $100 million. He's got another 150 coming. I mean, honestly,
stop it. Stop playing this game. We all know that never matters. We all do this. Oh, what is he going to do? How come everyone asks for the max? If we know they're never going to spend it, they always ask for it. So of course, if he finds $50 million someplace else, he's probably going to take it.
Probably
50 more. So why do we do this? Well, what are you going to do with it? It has never mattered to an athlete in any contract negotiation.
He has.
How
guys
many?
Are taking less money.
How many?
Guys are taking less money.
How many, John?
Well, that's the point.
Exactly. So why
is he going to be?
Don't just
one
toss
of the
Bregman.
Astros greats.
Don't just toss Bregman into the category. Well, he should take less. He shouldn't take less. We might get lucky. If he
takes less, he gets his jersey retired. Okay.
Big deal.
Number
anyway.
2, hanging from the rafters for the rest of his life.
Big
along
deal.
with 27, along with 7 and 5, and the Astros greats.
Oh, okay. Is that a guarantee? If he takes less, he's going to get his jersey retired?
No, but he's going to be an all-time Astro great.
Big deal anyway. Give me my bag.
Big deal anyway.
Yeah.
You can't live off another. Okay. You can't live off of $250 million already.
Stop it. Don't do this. You can probably get to you're only the eighth finger on your second hand before we start talking about guys who are just, I'll just take less. Guys take as much as they can get. They do
Not
it.
This guy.
You don't know that yet.
Not my guy.
Well, he may not be your guy for much longer.
He's my guy. That's my guy, right? That's my guy.
Hey, Bregman.
156.
Hey,
like we're poo-pooing on 156 now.
Baseball, it's all now. The Astros do like to pay guys early, but baseball, it's always been in favor of the clubs. We're going to get your best years on the cheap, and then depending on who we are, we may not want to pay you what you deserve for what you've earned and what you've done for us. Bregman's under no obligation to be like, you know what? Yeah,
I think
I'm going to take
under my obligation.
If I can go get $200 million over 6 someplace, I'm going to take less because how great it was here.
No.
Maybe he's already got his 2 titles and he wants to cash in.
Wait a minute. He ain't getting 6 years, 200 anywhere.
That was what he's asking for. I don't know if he's going to get it. That's about 33 something, 33 plus per year. That's what he's asking for. Maybe negotiations have to begin, and it appears the first offer ain't good enough, because if it was good enough,
33.
whatever.
No.
What we know is 26 wasn't good enough, because if it was good enough, he would have already taken it. We wouldn't be hearing about what they offered. We'd have heard about what they agreed to.
Reagan's saying, you know what? Let's think about it.
Well,
and you don't think every offer is in, do you? So they're
exactly. But if Houston was the priority, if 26 was good enough, this deal would be done by now.
No,
but it ain't good enough.
You got to
yet.
hear you got to hear everything. That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
you got to hear all the offers.
How long has he been a free agent? For about a month now. Why would the? Yeah, I know.
Hey, okay. How many guys have signed? Blake Snell signed.
Yeah.
Who else? Who else has signed?
But the deals
Nobody.
But the offers are probably in, and he's weighing offers, right? Do you think he's only seen an Astros offer?
No, probably not.
So at this point, right now, the Astros offer ain't good enough.
At this point, we're thinking it over.
Okay. You don't know how long he's had the offer, right? Or was that reported? How long he's been thinking it over?
It was just reported a couple of days ago.
No, I know what was reported, but how long has he known what the Astros are offering? Not how long it became public. We don't know how long since the Astros actually made that offer.
No, we don't. We have no idea.
So it could be he could have been mulling over for 3 weeks and has decided it's not good. It's not good enough.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It's in right now. Mulling it over and let's go.
Yeah,
pick it up.
Keep hope alive,
pick it up.
John.
And you know that Scott Boras, he loves hometown discounts. So
yeah,
that's
been his motto.
That's it.
In fact,
I'm going to take a hometown discount.
On the letterhead under Scott Boras, whatever the official name of his agency is called, is in parentheses hometown discount.
That's it. That's what he said. That's what it says. It says Scott Boras, HTD, hometown discount.
It's the logo. It's the hat that Garrett Cole wore after the 2019 World Series. It had the Boris logo on the front, and on the back it just had a small HTD. People are like, "What's that?" He's like, "Don't worry about it. You'll figure it out."
Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. So that's all there is to that. All right.
Ooh, Nolan Arenado as an Astro gets me all warm and fuzzy inside. Nolan, a 33-year-old potential first baseman.
Player. He's a good player.
Keep signing older guy, or now in this case, trading for an older player.
That's all right.
Yep.
I'll take Nolan Arenado on my team any day.
Yeah, and the trade for that declining player and see how it works out for you.
I'll take that on my team any day.
And at one point, you took
week.
the Abreu thing on your team any day of the week too.
When we come back, did the Titans figure out something that other teams now are going to use against Joe Mixon? We will talk about it on the other side. Right now, though, I'm talking about cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Sam, hey, Sam, where's my video? The people want to see it. Sam shot me. Was I drinking Coors Lights the other day?
Turn on your mic, Sam.
Turn on your mic.
Leave me alone. Yes, you were drinking Coors Light.
Was I drinking Coors Lights or not? Okay. When you came out, Sam came out and shot some video. I had already had those cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights, didn't I? And I was throwing them down, right?
Yep.
Do I lie about my Coors Light consumption?
No, Sam, we're going to have to get you some headphones.
Sam, need headphones.
Why?
Because if he talks to you, you need to be able to hear him. If your mic's on, you can't hear him.
I can hear him.
Well, you're not
it doesn't seem like it.
Y'all
You're
are
supposed
bullies.
to be.
Not
Sam
bullies.
has put together a video. Sam and Abigail put together a video that you're going to see that's coming out of cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Lights on the golf course. Playing golf, drinking Coors Lights, proof positive that I don't lie about my consumption, okay? That's a fact, Jack, and you're going to see it. And I'm telling you here and now. I got to see it first, Sam. I want to see the swings that you use. That's all I'm saying. But here's the deal, is you, my friends, and this holiday season need to have Coors Lights in your fridge because your people are coming over. Maybe your relatives. I don't know who's coming to your house, but they're going to come to your house, and you better have cold, clean, and crisp and refreshing Coors Light. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I need everybody to have a great holiday season. I need everybody to have cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights in the fridge. Climb out, brother.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, now this is something that Jared Patterson had talked about right after the game, and we were like, that's not good. Jared Patterson after the game said, well, their linebackers were doing something we didn't expect, and we didn't adjust. That's quite the indictment. But it might not have been all on Bobby Slowick for the lack of adjustment. Here's what was happening was the Titans made a concerted effort to not give any cutback lanes. Joe Mixon has been living all year off of cutback lanes, and he had nowhere to go on Sunday against the Titans because they were making sure, whether it was Murray or whatever other linebacker, that they were going to fill that backside and make sure that he was not cutting back. And there was nothing. Here's the deal. They've been living off of that. You can miss your block going one way, and it'll be fine as long as Joe Mixon cuts back and has that cutback lane. If other teams are going to look at that film and they're going to say, well, we just take the running game away from the Texans, because it ain't like Shaq Mason is blowing his guy off the ball. It ain't like Titus Howard is going to be blowing his guy off the ball, or Jared Patterson or anybody. Joe Mixon has been finding those holes on his own, and a lot of where he wasn't doing this last year, there wasn't a lot of yak. There's been a lot of yak this year for yards after contact. A lot of yak for him this year. He's getting a one cut, boom, up the field, and that cutback lane now, if it's going to be gone, it's going to be even tougher on these Houston Texans. If they don't have that, you see what happened with no running game? You see what happened with no running game on Sunday? It was, you're dependent now. And I will say this, watching that game again, CJ made a lot of nice throws. He made a lot of nice throws. We're only focusing on the ones where, he missed a couple of open guys. He absolutely did. The interception was bad. He had an out to Mixon that was open on the right side that he missed that. But he still threw a lot of nice passes. We only focus on the real negative. But I don't want CJ, once again, with this offensive line, to be having to carry the entire load. They have got to figure out a way now, because teams aren't going to take away that cutback lane. They're going to have to find a way now to get Joe Mixon back into the flow and get him into this offense.
Welcome to being the lead dog franchise quarterback. Joe Mixon being taken away, that happens to great quarterbacks, and they find answers. Now, the Texans as a team may not be capable of helping C.J. Stroud get there, but that's the cross you bear for being the guy. So, yes, he made a lot of good throws. Who cares? He made multiple awful throws that put his team in a position to lose. That's the deal. If you're the starting quarterback for a team who's a contender, you live with your mistakes. We expect you to be great. We expect the good throws. What we don't expect is what he did in that second half. So I get it, John. You look at the film and you say, CJ put some balls in places other quarterbacks can't. And then he put the ball in places he can't. So at this point, if he is what he's supposed to be, part of the deal is being taken to task for the awful throws and the misses. And he had too many of those.
He did. And there's no question. He's got to play better. He knows that. He's got to play better. He can't be making those throws. He can't be making the 2 interception throws were terrible. Those were just terrible, and he can't do that. By the way, he's got to lead a second half touchdown. He's just got to. And by the way, they have to stop with stupid penalties. Okay, they've had 2 touchdowns taken back this year because of just stupid penalties. Going 3 yards down the line from the line of scrimmage for absolutely no reason, Laramie Tunsil, and then 2 guys in motion for absolutely no reason. I mean, the stupidity's got to stop. By the way, the offensive line, you got to make it simpler. You got to do something. You got to do something. watching Juice Scruggs just let a guy that was over him right past him and double teaming a guy with Patterson that Patterson already had contained. It's just the dumbest crap ever. You're making it way too tough. Having Titus Howard back up and block nobody, and you're depending on Dari and Dalton Schultz to block the end. I mean, it's not. What are we doing? What are we doing? We got to be smarter about all of this stuff. We got to get better. What the hell happened to the team last year that CJ, I mean, I guess he was under pressure, but he still made the plays. What happened to the team last year that protected him? That he didn't. This is just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. We're making this too complex. Offensive line coach, if the guy is over you, block him. Block the guy that's over you. Okay? He's standing right there. What are you doing? What are we doing?
As far as how the Titans played them, they were uniquely positioned because they have Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons. Those are two guys that the Texans weren't going to move. They're guys that no one really in the league is going to move. So I would like to see if that is something the rest of the league can duplicate. Now, the Jags have invested in their defensive front, but they don't have two guys in the middle like we just saw. Yeah, if Joe Mixon isn't allowed to do what he's done throughout most of the year, then the task for CJ becomes even more difficult. You can go back to the Lions games. Not like I don't remember now because there's so much football I've watched. Did they light up the Lions on the ground? I know they were better. It felt like in pass protection, but I don't remember them. I don't remember Joe Mixon running all over the Lions. So maybe this is just
first half.
In the second half, they didn't do anything. So,
nothing.
I think we are at a point where they missed on this interior. I talked about it yesterday. I think Sam put up the video. She puts up my video, not your Coors Light video for whatever reason. But they missed on the interior. They misevaluated how good this line was going to be. And Shaq Mason, the veteran, Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson, we know Kenyon Green got his time. They are subpar. And they've had to try to work around it. And when you have maybe an O-line coach who isn't really isn't adept at making adjustments in this system, this is the problems you're going to get where you're getting infuriated because guys just aren't blocking people who are right in front of them.
14 carries, 22 yards against Tennessee, 25 carries for 46 yards against Detroit.
I don't think the line, while they made adjustments because they're forced to and has been a bit better in pass protection, their run game has been hurt by the changes. We at least could lean on Joe Mixon can go get his, and he did against the Cowboys, but against two better fronts, the line has not been good getting him yards, and even his ability to break tackles and the yards after contact aren't there right now.
Will he run for 100 this Sunday?
I'm going to say no, because the last 2 weeks say I should say no.
He did not play last time they played them. Cam Akers ran 13 times for 53 yards. J.J. Taylor, 6 for 18. They had 101 yards against the Jaguars. But he wasn't. But Joe Mixon wasn't there, so we'll see. I just have a feeling the teams are going to start to take that. If those linebackers, they continue to do this, those linebackers are going to flow. Here's the deal: you got offensive line problems. You got a running back problem. You lost Stephon Diggs already. You have lost Jalen Petrie now, and you got no slot corner. We got some problems. We got some problems now. Well, we got some issues that we'll find out. We love D'Amico. D'Amico, you got to earn your money now. This is the time to earn your money. You got to figure this crap out. And if it means, I don't know what it means. They're not benching Bobby Slowick. They're not taking the play calling duty away from him. They're just not doing it. No, they're going to go with this year. But if CJ continues to regress, then you know what? Bobby Slowick won't be there next year.
Think about the losses that D'Amico has on his resume, the unexplainable ones. You got the Panthers last year,
the Falcons,
and you've got the Titans this year. The Jets, we can kind of explain that away considering the circumstance of what we thought the Jets would be. He's got if he was a college football coach, these would we were talking about earlier. These would be the things people would point to and go, well, that's a game he got fired. Now we know that's not happening. But
losing to the Panthers was losing to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, and then losing to the Titans was like, I don't know, losing to Rice. I don't know what the apt comparison is, but that's rough. Oh, Oklahoma. Losing the Titans was like losing to Oklahoma.
By the way, congrats, Rice. Picked up a new head coach. Scott Abel is going to be the new head coach at Rice. He's the Davidson head coach. Had some success there. Had some success at Washington and Lee before that. So congratulations to the Owls picking up Scott Abel. Good luck. Tough job, sir. That's a very tough job. Breaking it here. Anybody wants in? 713-780-3776. John Chill still ahead to give us some winners. I wonder if 5-star will come in today. I don't know. It's too early maybe for him to be giving out winners. We got Josh Pate going to join us as well, hopefully, on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Who is the caller, Sam, that we have? We have
Derek.
a call. Derek is on the line, and he wants to talk Houston Texans. Let's get him in here then. What do you say, Derek?
Hey guys, thanks for the opportunity. Glad to see load management Lance over there. So he has got a well-earned day off. Hey, I appreciate you guys being here. I just had a quick question about the Texans. I was wondering how much of it was like scheme versus halftime adjustments, because I remember similar with the Shanahan style offense with Schaub. We would have quarters where Schaub would look, elite, and then wouldn't score in the second half or first half. It was very half oriented. And I was just wondering how much of it is scheme oriented versus adjustments, because I think the 49ers are kind of going through a similar thing as well. And so that was really just my question is, like, I don't think this is really unique to this offense. I think I'm just wondering if maybe the adjustments aren't being made at the half, or not being able to adjust to the defense's adjustments at that.
Well, to your point, San Francisco, it's been all year with San Francisco, and now it's been all year with. It's not just the second half stuff. It's not the same. It's just not as explosive as we all thought it was going to be. I wonder if defenses have caught up to this offense. And Kansas City is not the same offensively as they've been. Andy Reid runs, a lot of versions of this stuff. San Francisco's not the same. Texans aren't the same. Who else is running? Cliff is running his own stuff over there.
Yeah,
the league's caught up to that already.
Yeah, the Dolphins are a Shanahan treat thing, and they've been pretty good since Tua's been back, but they're doing it a different way than Shanahan.
Well, they also got the fastest team in the world.
But it's different. Not a lot of people seen them play recently because they haven't been in featured games. We'll see them tomorrow night. We'll see if the cold affects it. But they are not throwing the ball in the mid-range anymore. They're not throwing the ball in that 15 to 20-yard space anymore because teams have taken it away. They've adjusted to what McDaniels tried to do. So they become a team who will do the quick game, the short stuff. They're finding their tight end. And that speaks to the Texans, one of the Texans' issues. What happened to Dalton Schultz? Why is the pass-catching tight end no longer part of this offense? That was a guy who was, when we started to lay out all the weapons the Texans had, and it was like, oh, yeah, Dalton Schultz is there too. How's he going to eat in his offense? He has not been someone to lean on. And you would think without Stephon Diggs working in that area that maybe Dalton Schultz would become a guy. He has not been that guy. And the Texans offense kind of looked the same as it's looked like last year. It's just not as effective. They have not found answers for what teams are doing to them. And with Nico back, you thought that might change. And Nico has been in the space to make plays. Some of them have been called back. In fact, 2 touchdowns have been called back for Nico over the last couple of weeks because of dumb penalties. But so he is still productive when not being hurt by the rest of his teammates. But they need to find answers, and maybe they need to go to more quick game stuff and use Dalton Schultz. He's just not been a guy that they could count on this year.
No. I mean, that's non-existent right now. Really, it really is. That is a. Hadn't thought about Dalton Schultz not being a part of anything. He really hasn't been a part of anything. 713-780-3776. If you got some thoughts you want to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. The number. I was looking over. I'm telling you, I don't know the playoff, Del, as is. If it was to end today, and this was our playoff, it would be very meh right now for me. You got Georgia and Tennessee fighting to play Oregon, the number 1 team in the country. Boy, you want to talk about the group of death. I mean, talk about that little bracket right there. That you're Tennessee or Georgia, you got to get through one or the other one. Then you got to get through Oregon. Or Oregon gets through. Then they've got in the semifinals. They got to play Ohio State. Talk about, and the other side is Indiana, Penn State, and Miami in one bracket. SMU, Notre Dame, and Texas. Texas has a pretty clean route. Other than Notre Dame could create some problems, I guess.
Yeah, Notre Dame is really good defensively. Riley Leonard's played better. I mean, the Northern Illinois loss still sticks for them, but they were never going to play at least they were never going to get a bye because that's how it was set up. But if I'm Texas and what Notre Dame does defensively, I don't want to see that. Obviously, you'd love for an upset to happen if you're one of those quarterfinal teams with the bye. I don't really agree with the mess statement. I just look at it and go, this is what college football is right now. Whether you want to call it parity, the transfer portal, the NIL stuff, whatever it is, there are no great teams. Oregon is shown to be the best, but you're telling me if Oregon saw Georgia, would Oregon be favored against Georgia? They'd be a small favorite.
Maybe. And then to get to the championship game, you got to go through Ohio State. Wow.
Yeah, we
talk
seen
about
them.
one side. You want to talk about top heavy. This bracket is really it's not what we're going to have. And I you know what? It's another thing that's going to piss the SEC off is the first round game is going to be Tennessee and Georgia. Texas is on the other side.
Well,
so they got
if Georgia wins the SEC title, they'll move out of 8.
Yeah,
they won't be at 8 if they. I don't know if they will get a bye. Oh, Texas. Well, Texas would have to drop. So if
they win the SEC, yeah, Georgia would get a bye.
And Texas would be the team who would drop down. So I think if Georgia makes the SEC title game, which they're already there. So maybe I'll retract what I said. If they lose the SEC title game, they may stay at 8. Tennessee they don't have a lot on their schedule. They have Vanderbilt, so they would move up. The question is, will the committee massage these things to get out of this? To stop that from happening?
I think that they would maneuver and make sure that 2 SEC teams aren't playing in the first round. Yes, I do believe that.
Yeah. You could see maybe you might see Georgia jump Notre Dame, even if they get to the SEC title game and lose. I don't know how they would make it work.
I do believe that the ACC is a one-bid league.
Tell it to Heather Dennett. She thinks she was the one pushing for 3 SEC teams or maybe a 4th. She now thinks, because of where things are situated, if the ACC gets to a conference title game with each team having 1 loss, the loser may be at the bottom of the bracket, but makes it. Then now you've leaned into they'll do it. They'll screw, I guess, quote unquote, screw the ACC because they don't want the SEC to run away. I mean, if they operate that way, then I guess we don't take anything they do seriously because they're operating in fear because the SEC holds the hammer over the head. But I don't think there's anything merit-based that says a team who loses the ACC title game to another top 10 team should drop below Alabama.
I think there will be
merit-based.
a 3-loss. There will be a 3-loss SEC team, and I think it could be South Carolina.
Well, they have a big challenge to get there.
Yeah,
they got to go on the road and win a game against a Clemson team who's motivated by the thought that they could make the playoff if they win. So we'll see.
Motivate in one hand, poop in the other. See which one.
Well, I don't know. South Carolina is hot, sure.
Yeah,
but they still got to go there, and they haven't had a great history against Clemson in that place. So prove it again, and that's what's great about for all the issues we're talking about the playoff and the SEC running away. That's what's great about it. You got a potential elimination game for those 2 in-state rivals, and it's a Clemson team who's had the better of that rivalry for the last 10 to 15 years, and South Carolina has a chance to change that.
This is the most important rivalry week that we've had in forever. The number of games this week that have huge impact on what's going to happen with the national championship picture, we've never seen it before. Never seen it before. So this is as good as it gets with all of the games that have meanings. I mean, even it's the crazy game. Arizona State has a Colorado U of H has implications.
Well, U of H plays
when
BYU.
In other years, Colorado, this game would mean absolutely nothing.
The Cougs play the other Cougars. They play BYU.
Oh, I'm sorry. That game means something. That's right.
Yeah.
That game. They play BYU. That's right. Who's playing Colorado this week?
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State. That's right. Yeah, the Cougs play BYU. That has meaning. All of these games that would have no consequence. We've never seen a bigger week in the last week of the regular season than we're going to see right now.
Well,
never.
The Big 12, you've got I think 6 or 7 teams still alive in a world where like those teams all have 3 losses. There's a way that West Virginia gets a shot at the Big 12 title. That's how convoluted and complicated and influential all these games are this weekend.
That's how and chaos could reign. We've seen chaos reign before in the national championship picture. So it's huge. This is a huge week, and that's why I love the 12-team playoff. This is what I thought it is exactly. Well, I had no idea that there would be this many 3-loss SEC teams. Holy crap. It's incredible. It's incredible right now. HRP is also incredible. What are you looking for in a payroll company? You want somebody that's going to bring your payroll to you, do it perfectly. You want it done economically. If you could pay your own people to do it and be cheaper than HRP, then why have HRP, right? HRP is going to do it more economically than you having a payroll department that is taking care of all of this. And by the way, HRP has a technology that you don't have, okay? You're doing it with an adding machine, and you're trying to figure out, and then you're doing all your calculations, and then you're going to do your taxes. No. That's a bad way to go about it. HRP, it's what they do. Let them do what they do. You do what you do. You sell your widgets and let HRP take over your payroll. Let HRP take over your taxes. Let HRP take over your HR. Let them do all the things that they do best. And you do best. You do your thing best, okay? And then they'll give you benefits packages. They'll give you options for benefits packages and 401ks, all that stuff. Insurance, all of that stuff. They'll give you the options that are best for your business, and then you get to choose. This is what HRP does every day. You're heading into the new year. This is the perfect time to have HRP come and look at and so you can have an easy transition in the new year. This is the perfect time for you to take a look at what you're doing business-wise. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. 713-780-3776. What do you think? What do you want to talk about? You're more than welcome. Rockets with a win last night in overtime. They are headed to the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup. And you know what? It just means more. While it was kind of like an in-season tournament, it means more. Do you find it? I mean, I think the intensity is definitely ratcheted up in the NBA Cup games. Oh, he's not even there.
He's not in right now.
Where is he? Hey, Del Zerline, where did you go? Where did Del Zerline go? What is he doing? Dell took off. He's done. You know why? Because the ACC is only going to get one bid. That's why. That he's pouting now. He doesn't want to do the show anymore because the ACC is a crappy conference. And oh, by the way, SMU is going to win it, and Miami's going to be out.
You can't bother me. My team hasn't won 10 games since 2017. I'm good. You don't have a team to root for because you're a vagabond. You're a traitor. You just wear whoever. You just root for whoever gives you a t-shirt.
Station of the Aggies.
Yeah, whatever. You just root. You're not a real college football fan. You just float depending on who went to some school that you paid for. I mean, I know Knox is one of the great universities in all the world, but there's no passion for you. Whoever wins. You don't care. You can't come at me about college football stuff because you don't care. It doesn't hurt when a team loses.
I'm an LSU fan. I am too.
Stop it. You don't care as much as I do.
Yeah, I
do. Didn't grow up with LSU.
And I love you care so much because when SMU wins and Miami's out of the playoff, then I'm gonna laugh.
It doesn't matter to me. This season's been great. A surprise. Winning 10 games is very cool. If they lose, okay, I've expected it. I don't trust Mario Cristobal. But you don't have any passion, so it doesn't bother me. It's coming from a person who operates where you can just sling arrows because nothing's going to bother you.
I've been
LSU
at
loses.
3 LSU national
Doesn't matter. You didn't
games.
grow up with the school, so it's not the same. I've been rooting for Miami since I was like, I can remember football. It ain't the same for you.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't.
Yeah.
It's not how it works. The scars build up when you're a kid. You're crying when your team loses. You ain't never cried when LSU lost.
Yes, I did. I loved Burt Jones when I was a kid.
Stop
when I was a little kid,
it.
Burt Jones was
This is the line in the sand.
Loved LSU.
This is the line in the sand that tells the difference between a fan that's just a come-lately fan or tried and true, hurts when they lose. You never cry when LSU lost. You've never done it.
Oh, yeah, I've cried.
You know it's not true.
Well, because LSU doesn't lose like Miami.
They lost to Florida. You didn't.
Oh,
stop it.
Nobody cared about this year.
Exactly.
This year's lost already. Just like you give up on your team.
They lost Alabama in the game of the century twice. Did you cry then? No.
Yeah, I cried.
It ain't the same for you. So
no, I actually didn't go to that one in the championship
because you knew what was going to happen. So it ain't the same. So I don't take anything you say seriously because you're operating from a spot where nothing matters to you.
Matters.
Fake ass fan.
Yep. Matters. Yep. That's all I'm saying. Matters. Thank you. Good night.
Lance, why are you here again?
Is he here again?
Yes, he just walked in.
Oh my God. Lance Embiid is here?
Yeah, he's here. Now he's going to jump on the air.
Can you keep it? People are trying to get draft stuff done, and you're screaming and yelling, and the whole building can hear you, Dale.
There's no one here.
You're screaming at everybody.
The thing is, the only person in this building who isn't working is you. Everyone else is working.
What are you doing here?
He can't hear. He doesn't have any headphones.
I can hear him. He said, "What are you doing here? I'm working hard." And you guys are hardly working. That's a little phrase that's out there that people
work
say.
your 3-hour show and then do your stupid draft stuff. What are you doing?
I had to catch up on some sleep, and I had something I had to do for my daughter this morning.
Catch up on your sleep. What are you behind? You behind?
I'm dying in 3 years.
I'm about 7 hours behind. I got this year. What the is wrong with you?
That's 2 days in a row he showed up here.
2 days in a row he's here.
And it's 100 days in a row. You're yelling and screaming, Dale. The whole building can hear you yelling about stuff.
Except nobody's here. Power's gone. Nobody's here.
Okay, here's the deal. On the culture map side, we don't yell and scream like this.
There's no one over there but you.
There's nobody there.
Stop it.
Okay.
There's no one over there.
Well, me.
You don't count. You're supposed to be over here.
Yeah.
No, I don't need to be over here. This is where the screamers are. People who are getting work done are on that side. You guys just talk about stuff. You don't fix things. We fix things on. You know what? You either talk about problems or you fix problems.
What are you fixing over there?
I'm fixing some stuff.
You're not fixing anything.
I
exactly
took some tape from one hard drive to another.
Oh, congratulations!
Oh my
you're
God.
you're not fixing anything. You're not working. You're just hanging out over there.
I watched a Central Arkansas edge defender named David Walker. What did you do?
I'm filling it for you.
Well,
yeah, we're all busy here. We're all working.
Sam, no, I wasn't here at 6 a.m. Sam.
No.
Never.
He was 4 hours, 4.5 hours behind on his sleep this year.
Up on his sleep.
It wasn't just that. I had to do something for my daughter. I'm sorry, I'm a girl dad.
He ran out of here with that.
You're a girl, Dad.
It's not a checkmate. Just saying girl dad doesn't mean it's true. We don't even know what you did.
Through the headphones. I just feel like I was behind the scenes right now.
That's what happens all the time.
Him
not working. What you saw, what you're involved in is what happens every day. Him not working.
Lance Embiid.
Why did I come in if he was here?
That's the point.
That's
exactly.
Right. You had to get up, Sam.
Why did AJ have to come in the first 2 days if he was going to walk into the building?
Well, AJ didn't. Lance was here Monday.
It didn't feel like it. He barely did anything.
No, he's just taking off. He's like, holy crap. We're working our asses off over here. And he's like he's on vacation. He started his vacation like a week and a half ago.
Yeah. Well, he pulled a you. You've done that in the past, where your body's been here, but your mind's been in other places.
I'm grinding.
Not a chance. Are you dressed for golf today?
I'm going to play today.
You randomly asked the listener, "Hey, are you golfing today?" That guy didn't mention golf at all, and you were like, "You golfing today?"
Well,
that's how much
holiday.
That's how much is on your brain. That guy called about college football. You're like, "Hey, man, you golfing?" He goes, "No, actually, I have to work."
want to know. I want to see if you're golfing today. Raise your hand or call into the show. I want to talk about your game. Where you're playing. Give it a call 713-780-3776. Basically, this week is over for me. Okay,
it's been over.
Lance is
Monday.
in the building, not working. Okay, he's in the building, not doing anything, and I'm working. I'm busting my chops over here. I'm busting my ass. Trying to get a great show, a Hall of Fame show. When you keep talking about Miami football.
You brought them up. I don't bring up Miami. You did.
Nobody cares.
Just stop bringing them up. Let's talk to Pena.
God.
Let's talk some A&M Texas. What's up, Pena?
Hey, Pena.
Yeah, what up, guys? Hey, I just got a couple questions. Who out of those two teams, who do you think has the most pressure? And damn, I forgot my second question. But yeah,
what teams?
A&M and Texas.
Who has the most to prove in that game, and who has the most pressure in that game? Thank you. Have a great day.
Well,
the pressure's on Texas. A&M it's a cake year for them. What they've done so far exceeds expectations. We had Steve McKinney on. He said he didn't expect this. What this year has been great. Now they've got a chance to make it an awesome year by beating Texas. Now, Texas would still be in the playoff, but going to play for an SEC title in your first year with Mike Elko is a great come up from the end of Jimbo Fisher's time there.
That's true.
Yeah. But as far as A&M wasn't considered a title contender.
At home, though, in this rivalry game, more pressure on Texas. I don't think there's any question. But I think A&M has got a lot to play, more to play for. Texas is in if they lose. A&M has got to win. They got to win this week, and they got to win next week to get in. So there's a lot more on their plate than Texas's plate. But and plus this game. Although I'm not sure that the kids know about this game. Certainly not nearly as much as unless they're from Texas, they know the rivalry.
A lot of them will be.
Yeah, a lot of them will be. But they still haven't really lived this. It's been 11 years. These kids are only 18, 19, 20 years old.
I think this week is their introduction. I don't know the traditions for the week as far as the players. I know the fans do things. I don't know how they treat this game because in some places we know Michigan and Ohio State. Ohio State doesn't refer to Michigan by name. What do they call them? The team up north or something like that. So there are things that make the week of special in the preparation. I'm not sure what happens at A&M or Texas, but they'll learn. When the Texas kids walk into that building, it'll I know they played in big environments before, but it'll be a different vibe when they walk into Kyle Field at night.
You know what they probably know? They probably know the tickets are going for about $3,000.
They've been told that.
They've been told that.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, this means it's got a lot of tradition.
And the guys are all coming back. The old players are probably around.
Yeah.
And you're hearing all these interviews and they're walking and they're around the program talking about it. So they'll get a feel, but the moment they step out, both teams, the moment they step out and just feel the difference, that'll probably be their biggest introduction.
Well, the biggest, you know what? Everybody talking about it because of Rebecca Creek Distillery. That's what everybody's talking about. We'll be talking about it. We've got some in the afternoon. I think we got some interviews, and we're going to be talking about it. And all of our coverage here of Texas and Texas A&M is brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You got Rebecca Creek whiskey. You got Texas Ranger whiskey. What's the vodka? I forget the vodka's name, but it's awesome too. So we have our coverage of Texas and Texas A&M has been brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. It's Enchanted Rock Vodka as well. So look for those in your local liquor store and pick one up and enjoy. Breaking it here, 713-780-3776. John Chill, Josh Pate going to join us. We'll hear what he has to say about all this SEC stuff in a little bit. Right now, we're taking a break. Don't you go anywhere. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 told you to call in, and if you do, we're going to get you right in. Let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on the show. La Salsa is up first. What's up, La Salsa?
Hey, deportes, gentlemen. Deportes, gentlemen.
Deportes back at
hey,
you.
Johnny, Johnny G, look, dude, you're not a true man of the people anymore. Some of us, we have to lace up our Soto boots, and we're at work right now. We got to stay at work for another 12 hours. Some of us, we don't get to wear penny loafers all day and go play golf. You're not a real man of the people. I nominate the real Reezy as the man of the people.
Oh, he's a phony. He's a phony baloney. He's not. He's got a cat. He's got some kind of a cat podcast. I don't know what he's doing. City Cats. He's not a man. I'm a man of the people. People play. I don't know if you heard. People play golf too. Oh yeah, those people. Okay,
not likable people.
They're regular people.
Not good people.
Good people. Great people. No, the best people. They're great people. They're the best. They made golf great again.
Tariff people play golf.
Okay, great people. I'm a man of the people, by the people, for the people.
No, not for the people. You are not for the people.
I'm always for the people. All right, always. Right, Sam? Sam says yeah. So that was a stupid call. Next up is I'm not a man of the salsa people. F the salsas. All the salsas. I'm not a big salsa guy anyway. I'm just not.
Well, that proves you're a bad person.
No. Who's up next? Sam is up next. Hey, Sam.
I'm just calling in to say I am playing golf at Wildcat today because it's the holiday and real men play golf on holidays. Unlike
is this Chompers? Is this Chompers? Is this Chompers?
It is Sam.
Oh yeah, it's Chompers.
All right,
Captain Chompers. Now that's a man of the people, and he knows
golf
it's a holiday.
Wildcat, baby.
That's it. Captain Chompers. It knows he's a man of the people. He loves to play golf. He's going to the Wildcat, the course of the people. Okay, loving the course, and it's a public course. People love. I'm playing a public course today because I'm a man of the people.
Do you want a pat on the back for that?
Yeah, thank you.
You're playing a public course.
When
you play that course is so exclusive, they don't even want you mentioning.
Yeah,
what
and
course
I'm
you're
walking. And I'm walking. Just so you know. No, this course, Roosevelt, I can name it.
No, I'm talking about the other places you play where you can't name it. So just because you're playing at a public course today, there are times where you go to courses where, hey, don't talk about them.
Oh, I'm sorry. There aren't people at private courses too? Yes.
You're playing at courses that don't even want you mentioning that you're there.
Sometimes.
Several times.
Listen, this is about the people, and that's what I'm about the people. John lives on the course. Oh, with Coors Lights. If Coors Lights are there, I do. Yeah. All right. Whining. I'm not in his palatial estate whining about work. I'm not whining about work. I'm here. I'm a man of the people. I work on holidays. Today's a holiday.
It's not a holiday.
And I'm working. Yeah.
Wednesday before Thanksgiving is not a holiday. That's why we're yelling at Lance about not working. You can't have it both ways. The whole point of yelling at Lance is he's not here on a non-holiday.
If you're an Eve, you're a holiday.
There's no such thing as Thanksgiving Eve.
Yes, it is.
No,
there isn't.
No.
What is today?
No.
Thanksgiving Eve.
Okay, then Saturday is Friday Eve. Then why are we working on Fridays?
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, so every day is an Eve then because it's a day before something else.
Thank you.
You work on Friday?
I don't know why we work
at
all.
Yes, I do work on Fridays. Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, gross. He's gross.
You work on Fridays too. You're gross.
I have Friday off.
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to him. He's agreeing with you when he works on Friday, so he's gross too.
Not really. I take those days off.
Look,
they just hate you.
No one can tell the difference between what you do on Mondays and Fridays. The same lack of effort all during the week. So you can't use that as an excuse.
Thank you, man of the people. No effort.
You've been cashing it in your fame and your Hall of Fame stuff for like 3 years now. You have been you've a lack of attention to detail for the last 3 years. I've noticed. Other people haven't, but I've noticed. Mailing it in, John. Mailing it in.
Man, that's all right. How about the Cougs pick up Chris Senack yesterday? They've already got Kingston Flemings, right? And Isaiah Harwell. The number one shooting guard, point guard, and center. And shooting guard, I use the term loosely. Although I don't know, we got to see how he's shooting, if he's shooting any better this year than he had in the past. But the Cougs are lighting it up, okay, in recruiting.
See,
nobody's recruiting better than
maybe some of that money going to recruits, not the private jet.
Well,
make your choice, Kelvin Sampson.
I think he did.
Yeah, send it to the recruits.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Is Lance Zierlein Kawhi Leonard? No, Kawhi is great.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't even compare it to Embiid. Embiid actually won an MVP. He's not it.
Yeah.
He's more like, who is he? He's more like Zion.
You just said he was fat.
You said that. I just said he's more like
no,
Zion.
No, you did. You called him Zion.
No, I meant he's unavailable, and it's all about potential for him. That's all.
Well,
it's all
does
potential.
Lance have potential?
At a time. And like Zion had potential.
I'm not sure.
And now we're just wondering, is he ever going to play again? Like we're wondering, is Lance ever going to get back to a spot where he's actually good?
No. Actually, okay, we got to define what's good.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, the standards are low. I would say being in the studio on time, not taking a shower and shaving when you've already woken up late because you have a video to do after the show. Things, just a low standard that means, hey, you're here from 7 to 10. That's all I'm looking for.
That's all. And just show up.
Yeah.
That's all we're asking. Just show up.
For some reason, people like him enough that he can just get by with that. So just show up.
That's all we're looking for.
Yeah.
That's all we need out of you. Just show up, and we know you'll talk. We know that.
I mean, we don't know about what or if it'll make much sense.
No,
but we'll know
it'll
you'll talk.
be off in all directions. But okay, that's fine.
all I'm asking for. Show
that's
up.
All.
Like today, you show up and you don't want to work.
Do you know how much harder I have to work with Dell here?
Well,
because he doesn't talk nearly as much as you do.
Yeah, because I got 2 hours after this. I got to save something. Sam, you're going to speak.
What are you saving for your show?
I'm just going to interview Sam for at least a segment.
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, Sam.
We don't know anything about her other than the volleyball thing, and she likes a cowboy. So we're going to find out some stuff about.
You don't need to know anything.
Well, it'll be the small stuff.
I don't need the Twitch people coming and looking for me.
I'm not going to ask your social media stuff. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to dox you, but I'm going to ask some questions.
It doesn't even matter. They found Abigail.
Yeah, well, they already know your name, so they haven't found. I'm not going to lead them to find you, but I'm going to ask some questions because I don't want to do this for 5 hours all 3 days.
Are you bored?
Yes.
Yeah.
Talk about the same thing from 7 to 10, then do it again from 10 to 12 and pretend like I didn't do it from 7 to 10. It sucks.
Oh, you miss Sean.
No, I don't miss Sean. I miss Lance. I want him here, so I don't have to do as much work.
I'm literally being held here against my own will. If I knew Lance was coming in.
Yes. You're being held against your. Well, what would Lance say in that situation?
I don't know. What would he say, though?
He wouldn't say anything because it doesn't work.
Sam, we do know Sam went to the University of Jesus.
Swag U, it used to be called.
It's what?
It used to be called Swag U.
Swag U?
SAGU.
Like Southwest. What was it called again?
Southwestern Assemblies of God University.
So why would it be
Southwestern's one word.
It should be two
It's
words.
Okay. We're not all.
Swag U is better than
I call it the
SAG-U.
University of Jesus.
Praise God. Now it's called Nelson.
That's a much.
they changed the name?
It's a much worse name.
Yeah.
Is it
Nelson
because
now.
some donor gave you guys money, so they named it after him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Well, he's the founder, but they changed the name so they can attract more students, basically. Because think about it. Would
Assembly
you want
of God probably isn't attracting as many people as
No.
as Nelson would. A normal, I guess, name for a school.
Yeah.
Okay.
People are afraid of God, an Assembly of God.
They think they're not going to have any fun there.
Yeah.
Sam had fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, sounds like it.
She went to a movie once or something.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. One got food.
Had a
every once
hoot
in while.
nanny at some point.
Mhm.
I'm sure that was fun.
How was the food there, Sam?
I didn't have a meal plan.
You didn't? Never? Not your freshman year?
My freshman year we did, but that was like right after COVID. So all they had was chicken nuggets and fries.
That's it.
Her food plan was Chipotle and Cane's.
And McDonald's.
Oh, I'm sorry for not mentioning McDonald's.
And McAllister's.
Of course, there's no. Yeah, you just went to the places near the school.
The food,
Oh,
the food there
how much did that suck going to college and during COVID? You lose the whole college experience. I feel bad for you people.
Did you know we had a what is it?
Hey, save some of this from 10 to 12. Let's not give it all away.
Wait, because I want to see what he has to say. We had a curfew.
Well, he would have
Oh
never
my
survived.
We had to be in our dorms at 12 or we got fined.
Is that going to change with the change to Nelson? Because that's
No.
people still
All
are going
the
to know
time?
that and not have fun.
Yep.
Or
Except for
just during
seniors.
COVID? Or
No.
just-
till this day.
What?
Except for seniors, they don't have curfew.
Wow, that is not an attractive draw for a university.
Well, they have a certain type of person they want to attract to the school, and it's not the partiers.
It wasn't me.
No.
Wasn't me they were attracting.
Not a
I
chance.
can tell you that.
Nelson.
I got in at 12 a lot at noon the next day.
Nelson, Southwest Assembly of God. It doesn't matter. If the curfew thing is still going to be a thing there, you're not going to attract more people.
Yeah, no.
Your freshman year, you got
John was out at the bars, the gay bars.
No, he went to a gay sports bar.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me add sports in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it last night. We drove by it. My kids wanted to go in. They wanted to go there.
Don't lie. You wanted to go in.
I did.
He did make friends.
I made friends.
Well, that's cute.
Yep. I got friends. Oh, so what? Oh, what? You homophobic, Sam?
I am not.
Okay,
this is
apparently you are. It seems like you are.
Oh my gosh, no, I am not.
Apparently, it seems you're a bit homophobic.
That is not the case at all. I did not say that. Those words come out my mouth. No. You are an instigator. You're an instigator, and John's a yapper.
Well, hey, John goes to bars.
I didn't
gay
instigate
bars.
this. I didn't make him say that about you.
Not you, Del. Del, you just sit back and you just support all of it.
Just sit back and take it.
Well, no, Lance said that. Lance said that earlier this week, and that was a problem. Don't you double down.
All right, we got a break, and I got to talk about my bookie. I got to talk about tomorrow. It's Thursday, and they got to give you a free bet on Thursday. Well, tomorrow's free bet is whether or not if Devon Achane, if he scores the first touchdown of the Packers Dolphins game, you win, and you win with odds. Okay, but if he doesn't score the first touchdown, you don't lose. How crazy is that? You don't lose a dime because you get your money back. Okay, whatever you bet, they are going to give you the odds on Devon Achane scoring the first touchdown of the game. And if he does it, what? And if he doesn't, no big deal because I didn't lose anything. So here's the deal. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975 is a perfect place to play, win and get paid. You get stuff like this all the time. And there is a MyBookie Plus where you move up in tiers and they give you all kinds of different stuff. There's different incentives to bet and different you move up as far as different giveaways and all kinds of great stuff. So there's that. Plus, they are going to match your initial deposit. Not they're going to double it. They double your initial deposit. Whatever you put in. You put in a couple hundred in, you're going to have 400 to play with. At mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. And by the way, you got to put in the promo code Bet975 or you don't get it. You have got to play, win, and get paid. You will love it. It is a great site. Tomorrow, with all the NFL games, all the college games, all the NBA games, all the college basketball games, you got something to play, and you're going to love it. At mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you see Tershawn Wharton catch that fan out of the stands, the kid?
I didn't.
Okay, so this kid is leaning over, wants an autograph or somebody to throw, and he falls out of the stand, and this defensive lineman for the Chiefs, Tershawn Wharton, catches him out of the stands at the game. That's a nice story. You know, take care of your kid. Make sure he doesn't fall out of the stands, people. But Tershawn Wharton is there for you. Is there for the people.
A true hero, unlike you.
He is a true hero.
And the kid had a Nick Bolton jersey on. If he didn't have a Chiefs jersey on, would he have caught him?
Probably not.
If he had like an Adam Thielen Panther jersey on, he was like, oh, not one of us.
Yeah.
Good luck.
We'll let him fall.
Yeah, that kid was going to fall head first onto the turf. Yeah. He was going head first into the turf. Panthers turf if Wharton doesn't catch him.
Yep. Do you see where
and you look at it and there is someone telling him you can't lean. Stop. Don't lean. There's someone warning the kid, but he really wanted those gloves from Wharton, and he leaned and almost went head first.
And almost died.
Yeah.
Well, or something serious.
He would have got hurt. I don't know if he would have died. He was
Tershawn
Wharton,
in the
front row.
Hero. It's Tershawn Wharton, a hero in your mind. Yes.
How good is that kid? Is he a bad kid?
Is he a bad kid?
So is he a hero? Look, this is the thing. I watch a lot of these sliding doors type shows. What if that kid goes on to do something awful?
Well,
then is Wharton a hero or isn't he?
He's still a hero.
Like I was watching a show about a woman who on Prime about a woman who can relive her life. She doesn't know that she's doing it, but she thinks it's deja vu, but she can relive her life and do things. And you know, it was in the 1930s. So in one life, she went and killed Hitler. And that's always the scenario. If you could, would you go back in time and kill Hitler? What if this kid's one of the worst people to ever grace the earth and Wharton stopped that from ending? Then is he a hero, John?
Then he's, if he is now all of a sudden turns into a Russian spy and blows up America?
What if he just he becomes the Charlotte killer. I don't know, whatever his name would be. What if that kid goes on to start murdering people throughout Charlotte? He becomes a serial killer.
Kids?
No, I'm not saying that. But what if that kid falling head first stops that from happening? But instead, he's healthy and he goes on to live a life where he's an awful person. Now is Wharton a hero?
No. Now he's an aided and better.
Yeah, I would say
he should go to prison.
Sometimes you don't want to get it in the way of fate, John. You never know. You just never know what's going to happen.
I think you're thinking too hard.
Nope.
Yeah, it is way too hard.
You don't know. You don't know this, John.
You don't know.
Exactly.
You don't know.
Warden,
I don't know what that kid's going to do.
Exactly. We have no idea.
No.
This is one of the things where we keep track of this kid. We find out in like 5 years, man, this kid's awful.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bad kid. Saquon Barkley is now the favorite to win the rushing record and offensive player of the year. Derrick Henry, right? Derrick Henry was the toast of the town. Barkley now is on pace for 2,151 yards.
Well,
2,151. Of course, there are 17 games now.
Yeah, and when you rush for over 400 yards in your last two games, the odds will change. 4 touchdowns and 400 yards in your last 2 games.
Incredible.
Yeah, and he did it in prime time against the Rams, and then he did it against Commanders in a game a lot of people were paying attention to because it had 2 top NFC East teams. So he's done it when a lot of eyes have been on him.
On pace for 2,151, but his under-over is 1995.
Yeah.
That's probably, I mean, that's, he's, I don't know. It's hard to keep up the pace he's on, so.
Yeah, and if it gets down to it where maybe they have the NFC East wrapped up, but they can't catch the Lions, is he going to even play in a game 17? Those are things we just don't know. So that could affect the numbers too.
Yeah, they're only 1 game behind the Lions, but if they lose, you never know.
Yeah.
Right. Will he break the season rushing record in 16 games? The answer is yes, plus 700. So the odds are no. He's on pace for 20-24 rushing after 16 games. And, all these rushing, everything, now with 17 games passing record. Although, I mean, I've never seen it worse. I mean, other than Joe Burrow and Lamar is throwing the ball really well. I mean, it is bad. Passing the football is bad in the NFL this year. It is bad.
Should we be limiting, considering what you're talking about, limiting Saquon to just Offensive Player of the Year?
Well,
he's third in one book for MVP.
Yeah,
like Lamar Jackson is second, Josh Allen is first on this book. Now the Bills are having a great year, but if they falter, maybe still win the AFC East, but aren't the 1 seed, and Barkley keeps doing what he's doing, is this a year we're having in college football where Travis Hunter he isn't even a finalist for the Thorpe Award, which is for the best defensive back in the country, but he's the odds-on clear favorite to win the Heisman. Is this a year where we have the same thing in the NFL, or are they too set in their ways?
Although Josh Allen is having, and if they continue to play the way that they are, and the Bills are dominating, and especially if they end up with the number 1 seed, I can see where Josh Allen. I mean, it's such a quarterback award.
Yeah, but his numbers aren't. They're having a great year, but his numbers not spectacular as far as the counting stats. But I know how important he is to that team, so he may win. It might be just his time. The narrative of Stephon Diggs is gone. There's been attrition on the defensive side of the ball, and yet he still keeps stacking numbers and stacking wins. It might just be his time to win one.
Yeah. And again, it's a quarterback award. 713-780-3776. Speaking of odds, we've got my man, John Chill, joining us on the other side right here to talk about what's going on at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where everybody's betting on. Not sure if we got Josh Pate today. We'll find out in a little bit. But we've got Game Day Men's Health right now. I'm talking about feeling better, looking better. I'm talking about you getting your goals, hitting your goals, losing weight, maybe gaining muscle. It can be done, okay, and it can be done with different ways that these guys know. These guys are really, really good. I'm gone to the one off of 249. It's right there in 1960 and 249. But they've opened up now in Spring. They've opened up now in Pearland. They've got a Katy. I mean, there's all over, and more and more and more are going to be opening up over the next couple of years. But you don't have to wait at Game Day Men's Health for the one to open up in your neighborhood, because there will be one in your neighborhood that will be opening up. But you can go now and then get your testosterone sent to you. That's what I've done, and it's awesome. It is awesome. Look, there are a bunch of testosterone places around. Game Day is different. Game Day has labs right on site. Game Day doesn't charge you. It's absolutely free to go get your initial consultation to find out whether or not you should be using low testosterone, or if you have low T, and you'll find out right away. Okay, one of our friends here at the station, a listener, he went. I said, how did it go? He said, man, I went first time. They got the labs back right away. It took about 15 minutes, and I got my first shot. Okay, I was low. And if you're somebody that is low too, or you don't know if you're feeling sluggish, or if you have been taking testosterone at a different place, I'm just telling you, Game Day Men's Health is better. It's different. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk to John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. John Chill, CFO over there. He gives us insight into what is going on. And what a big weekend, huh, John? We got us a bunch of great games that are going to mean a whole lot come playoff time.
Yes, both the NFL and in college. So we're definitely going to have a big weekend there. It's what's going to happen here as far as playoff implications on both sides. So, you saw the brackets come out yesterday in college football. Interesting to see what will happen there and what happens this week. I mean, as far as a betting standpoint, starts today. We got a bunch of college basketball. We got, football tonight. And then tomorrow we got the Thanksgiving games. We've got a game Friday, and it's going to roll all weekend. So it'll be a fun weekend. I'm getting excited. So it'll be a good weekend if you're a sports bettor.
So you're open tomorrow, right?
Yes. Yep. We do not close at the Golden Nugget. So we'll be open. I think we open at 10 o'clock in DraftKings, and then we have the kiosks on the floor as well. So, if you want to come down tonight and put some bets in, you can do that. We have the kiosks, and the sportsbook will be open until 11, and then we'll be opening up again at 10 o'clock on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
It's a big weekend, right? Holiday weekends are always huge, right?
Yeah. We got, we definitely just, as far as the gaming standpoint, we got an $80 giveaway, $80,000 giveaway Saturday. We got Neil McCoy playing Saturday. And then, we pick up right after Thanksgiving afternoon and nonstop through Sunday. So
yeah.
It'll be a strong weekend, for us. So, but, as far as betting, DraftKings, I think, was very happy with Alabama, Notre Dame, and Ohio State last week. As far as the college standpoint, the NFL, the Texans, Cowboys, and Chiefs, the DraftKings was happy with them. So we're, as a bettor, hopefully we rebound here. The Texans are, I know you guys probably talk about it over there a lot. They're up and down this year, and it'll be interesting to see what they do this week as well, as far as the betting standpoint.
Yeah, you guys. Well, the books will be getting hit by favorites, and then up come the Panthers and the Titans and the Cowboys, which I would imagine were heavily bet by the favorites, and up come those sneaky underdogs taking care of business for you. I'm sure. Anything trending? Not a great. I mean, the Bears and Lions, Packers and Dolphins game tomorrow. I would imagine that's getting a little action.
Yeah. We're seeing, the Lions are seeing almost 80% of the money right now. It'll be interesting. I mean, they've covered, I believe, 8 of the last 9 games. We talked about it last week, and, the streak they're on the last couple years. So definitely seeing Lions at -10 money there. Seeing a lot of the over 48.5 in that game. That's over 80% as well. I think the last 3 Detroit games on Thanksgiving have gone over. So definitely seeing trends there. Interesting seeing over 90% on the Cowboys. I don't know if that's local, the Giants. I don't know if they packed it in. You can tell by the comments this week, and Bench and Jones, have they packed it in. So, but we're seeing a lot of handle there on the Cowboys. And then interesting Dolphins, Green Bay, seeing more on the Dolphins than Green Bay, which I was shocked to see that as far as handle wise at minus,
at Green Bay. At night in the cold, and the Dolphins, we saw them last year in the playoffs. Of course, that was ridiculously cold. That was a stupid cold that we never ever see. So that's interesting. Dolphins money. Now, I didn't figure that. But the Cowboys suck, but the Giants are in another stratosphere as far as suck goes. And Tommy DeVito doesn't look like he's playing. He might not play against the Cowboys. So. And, well, if you lose to Tommy DeVito, I don't know how you're going to win a football game. I just don't know how.
That's it. Yeah. I mean,
want to talk about a rivalry week as far as games go. This is where you can find some underdogs, no? Because, the games just mean more. Auburn, Michigan, maybe. There's all kinds of mean so much. And these teams that are out of it, they can still come up and bite you.
Yeah, I mean, this is like their Super Bowl. You know, you got Georgia Tech getting 20 against Georgia. You see a little bit more money on Georgia Tech. You're also seeing money on Michigan, you know, with the lines they have. I think it's at 20.5 right now. So, you know, those rivalry games they're tricky at the end of the year, and you know, definitely you could see some of them are playing the underdogs more than than the favorites here. And one thing we're starting to notice is we're starting to see some trends in betting the Heisman Trophy. Gentis went from 8-1 to 6-1 today, which is interesting. Seeing that's a big line movement. Definitely seeing it all over the board, you know, to make the college playoffs. There's so many different scenarios in that, but, you know, lines are changing by the hour on that. But the Heisman race, you know, Travis Hunter, I think, you know, at minus 800, I don't know if that's value there, but, you know, definitely 6-1 if you can get it higher. You know, Gentry, I'm still a believer. We've talked about it. You know, I think you got to make the playoffs to be in there. So maybe that'll change. But as far as value, I kind of like that at 6-1 right now. So.
Travis Hunter. I don't know. I don't know if he almost has it locked up, but 1 to 8 is just. I ain't putting nothing on that.
Nah. So, but yeah, to go back, college football. You got your college hoops. I think we got a full slate of NBA tonight. Houston looked good last night. So, you know, definitely NBA starting to kick in. Saw Snell signed. You know, I was thinking about playing the Dodgers. They're 4-1 right now to win the World Series. And, you know, looking at their pitching staff, and Ohtani starts pitching again and all that. So I was just looking at those odds as well as far as futures. So, yeah, full slate. Like I said, college rolling. Got college basketball this afternoon. I'm getting excited about that. Alma mater's on the board. I went to Youngstown State, so they're going to be playing here at 1, and then got Gonzaga, I think, in the afternoon as well. So, like we said, definitely a big sports weekend. So,
you know, you had Kansas and Duke. You had U of H and Alabama. I mean, you got all kinds of great games. All kinds of games that are well, I don't know if they're meaningful in the beginning of the year of college basketball. You know, Kelvin Sampson talked about that last week. He said, I don't mind losing games in the beginning of the year, especially to good teams. It doesn't mean anything. So, but they're playing their asses off. They're playing hard, that's for sure, in front of these crowds. So, anything, you don't have no boxing, no UFC this weekend?
No, they took a break. I think the next one is next week. So that'll be a big event. I think there's a pay-per-view event next week. So, yeah, we'll be back into that. Yeah, we're always recovering from the Tyson fight. So if they need to break after that.
So no other than the Lions being, you know, 80% of the money on the Lions. Is there any other trend that you see?
You know, I was looking at let's see, the big ones we're seeing a lot of Seahawks. That was a big play the other day. And also we're seeing the Colts at -2.5 against the Patriots. So it's kind of interesting. Bengals are seeing a lot against the Steelers, you know, at -3. It's at Cincy. That's an interesting. They're over 70% of the handle right now. And, you know, again, Tomlin's record after a loss and, you know, almost having a mini bye week. That's interesting to see that as well. The other one is Bills. They're up to over 80% right now at -7 against the Niners. And that's interesting. I mean, the Niners are going through their injuries and all that.
Yeah, pretty done
-7. Yeah. So,
right.
but they're over 80% of the handle right now. And the Buccaneers over the Panthers at -6. So those are the kind of the big handle games. But, yeah, it'll be interesting. See what plays out. The Dogs are starting to make a little run here the last couple of weeks as far as covering and going forward. Kind of like as a teaser for me, I like Pittsburgh getting 9 and then take Tampa Bay down to a pick. I think Tampa Bay's, you know, improving each week. And there's a weird one for you, John. I'm going to take Chicago tomorrow.
You're taking the Bears tomorrow.
I'm taking the Bears. Detroit's finally, they got to go. They at least got to lose one more. It can't be perfect against the spread. So I'm going to wake up taking the Bears. So that's how goofy I am. So we'll see what happens.
You ain't made a lot of money betting against the Lions. Okay. So, yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I don't care if it's 10 or 20. The Lions seem to cover. It doesn't matter what
they
it
might
is.
need 20, but I'm going to wake up and bet the Bears. We'll see what happens.
Attaboy. You know what? Good. Apparently you don't care about money. Yeah, that's nice when you don't care about money. That's John Chill every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We appreciate it. Thank you, John.
Right. Happy Thanksgiving to you and everybody, all your listeners and Lance and all that. So have a good holiday.
Pal.
All right,
too.
Sounds good. All right,
time to talk. I got to talk. We got Josh Pate, and we're gonna talk some college football. Boy, is that important! Real quick, I got to tell you about the Golden Nugget. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. By the time you get to the airplane, you get to Vegas, you get your hotel, and all of that stuff. You wasted 5 hours, Houston. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You got a casino that is a Vegas-style casino. You got a hotel that's beautiful. You got the swimming pool. You got the golf course. You've got the nightclubs. You've got 12 different restaurants. There's nothing. I mean, it's like it really is. Golden Nugget Lake Charles is as good as any Las Vegas casino. So you're looking for a great place to go and play and have some fun. Golden Nugget. Get there this weekend. They got the DraftKings Sportsbook as well where you can put all your bets down. Nothing. There's nothing bad about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Love it, love it, love it. Let's bring in Josh Pate here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, talking some college football, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue and Bobcat of Houston every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Josh, welcome in. How are you?
I like to think, in my mind, that there was a solid 4-minute commercial break you were supposed to take, but you care so much, you just blew right through it and said, we'll swallow it. We got to get him on right now. Is that true?
That's the truth. That's absolutely the truth.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to say I ain't making Josh Pate sit there. He's got too much to do. He's got important things to do right now. And one of the important things to do is to talk about what's going on right now. Josh, there are 8 SEC teams in the top 25, and right now there are 3 in the playoffs. Is the SEC, if they only get 3 teams in, what's their reaction going to be?
Well, I'm sure they'll be mad, but I would look at them and say, well, whose fault is that? If you had a bunch of 2-loss teams and some of them were being left out, I'd be with you. As you guys know, because I've been banging this drum for a while, I was ready. I was prepared to stake my entire reputation. We all know how sizable that is. I was prepared to stake my entire reputation that they should get as many as 5 in if they were deserving. But when you go in, here's the problem. It's not Alabama losing to like Oklahoma, as bad as that was. It's not even that kind of game that to me derails you. It's not Ole Miss losing to Florida. I actually think Florida's a pretty good team. It's the fact that Bama's also got the Vandy loss. It's the fact that Ole Miss has also got the Kentucky loss. And then you bake it into a 3-loss resume. That's the kind of stuff that removes benefit of the doubt, even the SEC benefit of the doubt. So if they get 3 in, they get 3 in. There was a world up until last Saturday where I thought they may deserve as many as 5. Right now, 3 could possibly track. But the point you're making is taken because I think the same thing about the Big 12. I'm looking at the top 25 in totality, and the SEC's got 8 in there. So you wonder, well, wow, how could they only get 3 in? Doesn't that alone speak to the strength of the SEC? Well, look at the Big 12, guys. Big 12's got 5 teams in the top 25, and there are people out there who would convince you there is a scenario where the Big 12 champion gets left out of this thing entirely. And at first I scoffed at it. Then I actually looked on paper. It's unlikely, but it is possible that Big 12 champ is left out. And why? Oh, well, because 2 G5 champions could end up ranked higher. That's really how we determine who the best teams are in the country.
Josh, we started this show with a bit of a debate about the committee operating in fear of not giving the SEC an extra bid because of what they could do going forward. Is there any possibility that that's a part of the discussion, that, hey, if we don't slide them a spot in a couple of years, they're going to hold us over a barrel again, or just absolutely walk out?
Yes. Yeah, I've thought that since the inception of this thing. I've thought that since we started to see headlines about the Big Ten and the SEC publicly having, joint meetings in Nashville, and they started to work together. The 2 commissioners did. There's a reason those headlines get oxygen. That's because they want them to get oxygen. And it's kind of a subtle flex of, you better handle this as a committee like we want you to, because we did not expand this thing so you could have more G5 inclusion. We expanded this thing to give you guys a seat at the table, but to give ourselves several more seats at the table. Now, people can like that or not like that. That's the way it is. And so if we get to Selection Sunday and you've got an Alabama very much on the bubble, even a South Carolina, it could be very much on the bubble. That Ole Miss team could be very much on the bubble, depending on what happens this weekend. You'd never get Ward Manuel on TV saying that, but I do believe that somehow, some way, that's baked into the psyche in the room. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of merit to that.
So they would take, let's say SMU wins the conference. So you can't use, SMU's a small brand, but say one of the larger brands, been down, but a larger brand like Miami is a 2-loss as ACC runner-up. They would, I guess, do what they did to Florida State and go, hey, Bama, you're in, or Ole Miss or South Carolina, if they beat Clemson, you're in, over a big brand 2-loss ACC a runner-up.
I think so. Yeah,
okay.
I could see that. I'll give you one that I kind of came up with on the fly when I was on air last night. Clemson's sitting there at number 12, I think, right now. Clemson could beat South Carolina this weekend, which would be a top 15 win. So let's just say that vaults them up to 9 or 10. If Miami goes and messes around and loses, Clemson could be in the ACC title game. So let's say Clemson goes into the ACC title game as the 9 seed. In other words, they'd be in the playoffs if they didn't play the conference title game. But they go, they play the conference title game, and they lose 31-24. That's the kind of scenario where I could see the committee treating a conference title runner-up differently because they're not in one of those two big conferences. Even if it's Clemson, that's the kind of thing. You talked about Miami there, but I could also see them doing it to Clemson, which kind of goes to show you, I don't even necessarily think it's about how big your brand name is, although that may matter a little bit. I think it's about the conference sticker on the back of your helmet. And I'm going to say this again. People can like that or not like that. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just kind of telling you how I think that may work.
Josh Pate with us here, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue and Bobcat of Houston every week, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, as is, Tennessee's going to play Georgia in the first round, and the winner gets Oregon. I do not see that as a scenario. If there are only 3 SEC teams, the committee is going to finagle where 2 of them aren't playing each other in the first round, right?
This is something else that I kind of had dawn on me last night. There's so much stuff. If you're reacting to this when it comes out, like if you're on air as it comes out, most of the time you react and then you get off air and you have 37 things you wish you would have said. So I'm trying not to do that when I'm on air last night and this stuff comes out. And one of the things I was kind of glad that just popped into my mind was this. You look at the bracket, not only do you have Tennessee, Georgia, but you got Penn State, Indiana in that first round. So you've got both of the power conferences having to play against each other, which mathematically guarantees one of each gets knocked out in the first round. And I know that the committee said we're not going to take into account conference versus conference matchups. We're not going to take into account rematches. If it falls that way, it falls that way. Well, that sounds great in a vacuum. That's the way it should be. I agree with you yet again. That is not the way it probably will be, because what probably will happen is a quiet understanding. It doesn't even have to be spoken, just an unspoken understanding that they're not going to like this. So we better fix it before we release it. And they'll never know the difference. The public will never know if Tennessee was really ranked 8th, but we put them at 9. They'll never know the difference. So let's just take care of it beforehand.
Better that Texas loses this weekend or goes and plays. This is going to be a problem with these conference championship games and possible injuries, especially in the SEC. It's better that Texas loses and gets in or goes and plays Georgia in the championship game.
I mean, I believe in competition. There's a big part of me that believes in competition. So I'm the one who's going to answer this the right way. But I'm also going to be the one who, once I cede back the balance of my time after I've said it's good to win all the time, I'm going to, press the red button on my microphone so it mutes me. And I'm going to say, but yeah, I think Texas would be okay if they didn't have to play next weekend. I think that there is a big argument happening right now on that front. And I got two schools of thought out there. And I think it's conditional. I think it's case by case, to be clear. But there is a lot of talk about whether it would be more advantageous, to keep winning, play in your conference title game, risk losing and then having to play in the first round anyway, or do you want to go try and win the conference title game? How important is that bye? How prestigious is the conference championship? I think it will be case by case. Okay, there will be some years where I think the answer is different than others, but I cannot help but look at that thing. Even in the Big Ten, I cannot help but look at the way this thing stacks up. And just to give you an example, to give the folks driving around there an idea of what we're talking about, it's highly likely we're going to have a number 1 versus number 2 in the Big Ten title game. We're going to have Oregon versus Ohio State. The rematch of a classic game earlier in the year. It'll probably be a good one again. I was looking at that projected bracket last night, and for the sake of argument, if Oregon beats Ohio State drops to the 5 seed. And I got FanDuel as soon as those brackets are released. They send me the hypothetical point spreads for all the games. Oregon would have a first-round bye and the Big Ten title game. That's wonderful. Congratulations, guys. They would await the winner of the 8-9 game, which is Tennessee, Georgia. All right, Ohio State's quote-unquote punishment is they play in round 1. They play at home against Arizona State. They are favored by 3 touchdowns. If they win that game, they advance to play Boise State, where they are again favored by more than 3 touchdowns. And so your punishment is to play a couple of games against vastly inferior rosters as a 3-touchdown favorite. Meanwhile, Oregon, they get their bye, but what could be waiting on them after the bye in the second round is Georgia. And so you're going to start to ask yourself, wait a second. Now, we got the bye. That's wonderful. But, Ohio State's got statistically a better shot of winning 2 games as a 3+ touchdown favorite than we do winning 1 game on a neutral field in a toss-up game at best against Georgia. And we got to see this thing play out. I think it's going to be glaring that those 5 and 6 seeds maybe even can be more advantageous than having that bye. There are people who will vehemently disagree with that because they will argue the wear and tear that extra game puts on you matters more than the mathematical chances that you have of winning 2 games versus 1 game. I understand that argument. That's why I'm saying it's case by case. That logic is baked into my opinion. And my opinion is still it could be more beneficial to be in Ohio State's shoes there.
Josh, you mentioned
one thing on that. Ohio State loses, they might drop to further than 5. But if Oregon lost to Ohio State, they probably would be 5. Don't you think Penn State might move ahead of Ohio State or Notre Dame might move ahead of Ohio State if they have 2 losses?
Right. Yeah, so my thinking on this is I do not think they'll move either of those ahead. So my thinking is the Big Ten title game and the SEC title game, but especially the Big Ten title game this year, is very, very prestigious. It's featuring 2 of the top-ranked teams. I think the loser of that is not dropping any further than a team they beat earlier in the year. So Ohio State's not dropping behind a Penn State team they beat, a Penn State team that sat at home in conference title weekend. That would set a horrible precedent. And I don't think that they're going to reward Notre Dame for sitting at home and not playing a conference title game by jumping them over a conference title runner-up in that scenario. So I think the floor for the loser of that game either way is the 5 seed.
Okay.
Josh, you look at the field as it stands, and maybe you don't subscribe to bus driver or bus rider, but you look at the quarterbacks currently projected to play in the playoff. How many of those guys do you think can elevate a team to a title, or how many are guys who are on the ride to a title?
Dylan Gabriel can do that if he's absolutely on. Will Howard would not have to do that because the complementary nature of that team should carry them. Quinn Ewers is the biggest question mark to me out of all those teams you're talking about. Drew Aller is not far behind him as being one of the biggest question marks. Cam Ward is the biggest wild card in terms of a guy that has immense, dynamic game-changing ability. My question with a Miami team, if they're in the playoffs, is there could be a scenario where Cam Ward legitimately has to hang half 100. I mean, if Miami were to play against Georgia, if Miami were to play against a high-functioning offense, they are, unless the other team turns the ball over a lot, there is 50 points to be had
against Miami's defense, and that means you got to score 51, and maybe you can do it. The other thing that I keep waiting to see is, does a player like Nico Iamaleava, just randomly with Tennessee, does he just all of a sudden catch fire? I mean, does all the dynamic component of that offense click into place at the right time, and they play good defense? Like, that's the kind of guy I'm looking at. Quinn Ewers is the one that fascinates me the most. And Quinn Ewers, I would apply that to this weekend. I mean, A&M is susceptible in the secondary. This is going to be a raucous environment they play in College Station. Quinn Ewers, I can never shake that image in my mind of him going into Tuscaloosa and doing what he did. It's the best I think he's played. I think it's burned in a lot of people's minds. You know it's in there somewhere. And if that player shows up in these bigger moments down the stretch, Texas can win it all.
Riley Leonard?
Man, I don't think it's there. I don't think at his best. He is a guy who elevates Notre Dame. I'm worried about them this weekend, by the way. I think USC's got a legitimate shot to upset them this weekend, and I cannot believe more people aren't paying attention to that game. I'll go a step further. I am picking USC to beat them this weekend.
Whoa.
And I keep looking at these projections, and I had a buddy last night who I just flat out expect more from, and he gives me his quote-unquote chaos scenario. Even in his chaos scenario, he just scoots Notre Dame right on by USC. I got a stat for you guys, by the way. This one is one of the wilder ones I've seen all year, because I'm not a big stat guy, but even I was impressed by this one. There are 6 teams in all of FBS that have led every game in the fourth quarter this year. USC is one of those 6 teams. They've led in every fourth quarter they played in at some point. They've lost 5 games. So they've led in every fourth quarter. They've lost 5 games. The other 5 teams have lost 5 games combined. So USC's done worse than the rest of the field combined of the teams that have led in the fourth quarter. I say all that to say you can look at USC and see a 6-5 team. That's okay. I look at them and see an ultra-dangerous team starting a new quarterback, which could ramp up at the end of the year at the right time. Notre Dame's strength of resume is very suspect to me. And they played in New York City last week, and they're playing in L.A. this week. And USC hadn't left the West Coast in a month. And I know we've gotten down a little upset alert rabbit hole here, but I've got that one circled.
What did you get? Were you pulling down that goalpost on the other side? Which side of the field were you on when Arizona State, when they had to run one more play last week?
Oh yeah. There's a great picture circulating. So I'm standing right under that thing. Because I've seen him bring the goalpost down before mechanically. I've never seen him have to raise it again. And there's a picture of me when everyone else is, celebrating. Someone zoomed in from the blimp shot, and I'm standing there like with the posture of a Secret Service agent, total head on a swivel, stiff spine, ready for anything. I was so proud of myself because that kind of picture can give you a reputation far beyond what your actual personality is. So I encourage people to circulate that photo.
So what's your standard for field rushing? Some people are like never, unless you're beating a top 5 opponent. It depends upon the stature of your program. We know Oklahoma did it. Do you have a certain level of, okay, this is allowable and other times it's not?
Yeah, but I don't know that I can put it on paper. I mean, like the Oklahoma one, you led the whole game and you're Oklahoma. Yeah. Like, to me, there should be nothing stunning. Yes, your record's bad this year, but you can't tell me if Oklahoma fans hadn't seen other field stormings start happening on TV, they would have done that. There's no way they would have. The Arizona State one sort of made sense to me because they hadn't tasted that in a long time. But just here's a blanket rule of thumb. If you're favored in a game, you probably ought to expect to win the game. Or, like, if you're Oklahoma as a program, you ought to expect to be a winner. And I don't know. I just think there's such a self-fulfilling prophecy of folks see it on TV, and so they start to do it. I mean, I'm part of them all the time because I'm at some of those games every week. I mean, I've been in like 3 or 4 of them already this year. Luckily, I've gotten out unscathed, but I am still mildly stunned that like a major incident hasn't happened. It will happen. It's inevitable that it will happen. And at that point, I mean, they'll bring in the National Guard. They'll put up netting. They'll do whatever it takes to never let it happen again. And people are going to complain. But, like, you have it in your ability to be proactive and not let that happen. And just don't stop field storming, but just do it at the right time.
What was he thinking? What was Kenny Dillingham thinking at the end of the game? I know you waste time running around backwards. He could have gotten he was still in the pocket and he just threw it up and out of bounds. He could have gotten an intentional grounding there, giving them 15 more yards. I mean, that was the poorest way to end a game I think I've ever seen.
What I think happened, and I'd confirm it because I confronted him about it afterwards in a playful way. I think he probably had an analytics person in his ear that told him, hey, numbers say this, like here's how many seconds, here's how many you should be able to burn off play by play. If you want to completely eliminate them mathematically, here's what you can do. And he just did it. And then it played out the way it played out, and it was almost disastrous. You ought to feel as bad about that, period, as you do regardless of what the opponent does. Because whether Brigham Young hits a Hail Mary to win it or not, that's like Miami last year. They don't take the knees. Even if Georgia Tech wouldn't have hit that bomb, you should feel just as bad because you put that in position to happen. And so, I hit him up because I went with him a little while after the game, and I'm like, what are you doing? And so he starts to rattle off the reasoning, and I'm like, no, that's wrong. No, you know good and well that's wrong. And then he said, yeah, you're right. It was stupid. And then later, I think the following Monday, he kind of said as much. Yeah, I can't do that. That was dumb. Learning lesson. Just go score. Just put it out of reach.
Yeah. Either that or just, I don't know, whatevs. Penn State did it right, and they did it. They just botched that. It was awful. That was awful. That's Josh Pate. Where are you going this week?
I'm headed to College Station, man. I'll be, if you hear a knock on the door late at night, that's me looking for leftovers, so be aware.
All right. We got you. How about that? College Station, that's going to be one hell of a, well, you got your $3,000 for a ticket or you don't, yeah, that's right. You're Josh Pate.
You'll never believe it, but the credentials somehow are still free, even if the tickets cost an arm and a leg.
That's it. That's right. And that's Josh Pate every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue and by Bobcat of Houston. Hey, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us. As always, great stuff.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right. I'm talking about right now, I got to talk about my man, Matt Hogue. He's a big college guy. He loves University of Houston, but he's also a big community guy. They do more community work over at Hogue Landscape Services. It's awesome. I mean, the amount of money that they put into the community, the amount of money, the amount of time, the hours that they put into the community, it's fantastic. Go to the website, HOGUELS.com, and see for yourself. But what you're going to see are unbelievable backyards. Unbelievable backyards. And if you want yours to be an unbelievable backyard, especially this holiday season, how about give Dad? That's the gift that you give to your family. What do you want? You want a basketball court, kids? All right. How about we put in a basketball court? Go to HOGUELS.com, HOGUELS.com. You guys want a swimming pool? Let's go. That'll be the Christmas present this year. You want outdoor kitchen? Yeah, I want outdoor. Yep, I want a outdoor lounge where we got all the TVs set up. Awesome. You want a fire pit? Yep. You want a bocce ball court? You want a pickleball court? What? Yep. Okay, whatever it is that you want. This is a great gift. Then you don't have to go to the store and Target and buy all that stuff. I bought you that pickleball court. That's enough, okay? So, and especially the way that they do it, how they do it, I'm telling you, you're going to love dealing with Hogue, HOGUELS.com. This holiday season, make the gift that backyard that everybody wants. HOGUELS.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sorry about that long break, but we had to condense because we had Josh Pate, and we had to get all that college football information. I love that segment with Josh Pate. It is something. Really
I love Josh Pate. I love me some Josh Pate.
I love
you
Josh
love
Pate.
Josh Pate.
I love that.
All of a sudden, you light up and want to do some work. Ask some actual real questions.
No, I'm a working fool. I'm grinding over here. Grinding.
When is your tea time? Local time.
For your
local
time.
Are you
12:50? I got time. I got time.
You're out of here. Oh, you got a couple hours. Don't you ain't got to worry. You ain't got to rush.
Yeah. I ain't got to rush. But I do. But I just care about the show. That's all I care about.
Clearly,
okay? That's all I care about.
You're the cook in that home. Have you started preparations already? Are you good? What are you doing for the family?
We're going out
to a fancy restaurant.
It's a restaurant. Yeah.
Wendy ain't got time. She ain't looking for the home cooked meal this time. She's too busy.
Yeah, I cooked for everybody on Sunday. It was such a mess and so much to do for 6 people. Let's just go out.
Okay. Yeah. You already did the big meal.
Yeah, we already did. I made nice steaks. It was nice, but we're driving down to Laguna to do it down there. So
Laguna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laguna. Yeah. We're a bunch. No, that's where the people are. Okay.
Yeah, there are people there.
Not fancy. It's not fancy.
Laguna.
Yeah.
Even without my knowledge of Southern California, the word Laguna sounds like you're dealing with fancy people. John, you can't fool me.
Normal.
John, you cannot fool me. I grew up in Southern California. I know what Laguna is. You can't fool me. Cut it out.
It means meh. Okay.
It's a show from
in Portuguese. It's meh.
It's a show from like the 2000s. A lot of people may not remember it. Laguna Beach, the real OC, that area of the country. Stop it.
No.
Stop it, John. You're going to the fancy people.
It ain't fancy. No, I don't do anything fancy. That's not me. That's not my life.
John's going to be in a nice house, cliffside, looking at the Pacific Ocean.
I think you're just trying to avoid SMU Sunny.
I don't mind it.
Well, no, because SMU Sunny's going to come and kick your ass and knock you out of the playoff.
SMU Sunny's going to be watching the game like me. He's not kicking anyone's ass.
No, SMU.
He's watching the game. In fact, he's guaranteed to be there. Do I think Miami could go lose to Syracuse this Saturday? Yes, I do. So I'm not guaranteeing it'll be my team there.
If it's not you, it's Clemson wins. Well,
yes.
Clemson will
Clemson's
be there
already
anyway.
done with their ACC schedule.
Yeah, Clemson's already done. All right, so if you lose to Syracuse, you could lose to Syracuse.
I'm not thinking that's a formality.
Sam, let's bring in SMU Sunny and hear what SMU Sunny has for Dell this week. What's up, SMU Sunny?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I was going to see Dell. If Miami wins, are you going to go to the game in Charlotte?
No, I'm not going to Charlotte for that game. No. Are you?
My bags are packed, ticket purchased. We will be there. And Dell, dude, I'll just fly you out. How about that?
Nah, don't say fly me out. Don't say fly me out. I'm not.
No.
You're not an NBA player, and I'm not some thought on Instagram. Don't say you're gonna fly me out.
Fly you out?
No,
Sonny will fly you out.
No grown man is flying me out anyway.
And he'll buy you some jeans.
No, that's your group of friends.
Yeah.
Sonny, don't ever say that to me again.
Okay, he'll pay for your plane ticket.
I'll fly you guys out. Let's do the show in Charlotte.
Nice.
Show in Charlotte.
How about SMU Sunny was at the Hall of Fame induction? SMU Sunny came to the Hall of Fame induction. How about that? Now that
was awesome.
Dell, where were you? Were you there, Dell?
I was at home watching college football, like I told you I would be. I was never going.
And then SMU Sunny went up to Dallas and watched his team.
Yeah, I tried to get you guys to that Pitt game. It was awesome. I was disappointed that Lance didn't leg dab on the stage. I was waiting for that, but yeah, I guess he decided not to at the end. But no, that was fun. That was awesome to see you guys. And the museum was cool. But yeah, really neat. And dude, what is Josh Pate talking about? Kevin Jennings, not even mentioning the guy Kevin Jennings undefeated as a starter this year. I mean, Nick Saban is calling him out on game day. I know that, like, I push hard for SMU and everything, but, man, I really hope you guys are watching him. He's a great player, and honestly, for Heisman votes and as an underrated quarterback that can take his team to win a natty, like, this is cool. And so, yeah, I hope you guys are watching him. The guy is just a player.
Okay, two things. You mentioned Heisman and Natty and Kevin Jennings, okay? Let's slow down. All right, I know you want to fly everybody out to watch the game, okay? But we got to slow down, Sonny, okay? Heisman, Natty, not happening for Kevin Jennings.
Kevin Jennings has been really good for
Dude,
SMU.
the guy just wins.
Yeah, but the
He won-
numbers.
he won-
Have
we
you seen
won
the
at
numbers?
Tulane. We beat Willie Fritz.
Understood.
He's undefeated.
But he's
Hey, and also,
17
I
and
wanted
7
to shout
TDs
out
interceptions.
De'Aaron King. De'Aaron King has done a great job as QB coach. It'd be awesome to get him on. Apparently, he's like doing a great job with Kevin, so I'm happy for him as well.
Yeah, Derek King played under Rhett Lashley when Lashley was the OC at Miami. He's now the quarterback coach there. SMU is a great story, but
I think they're going to win it. I think they're going to win the conference and they're going to be in the playoff. They ain't winning no natty, Sonny. They ain't winning no natty, Sonny.
Why not?
Because they're just because. I think we saw TCU when they had to play Georgia. We saw what that was like. Okay, remember? Yeah.
Yeah,
it was
smoked
60.
Michigan too.
Smoked is strong. They beat him by like 3. It wasn't smoke. I mean, it was a great football game where no one played any defense, but smoked is not what happened in that game.
A Michigan game, they didn't smoke them.
That was a tight ball game.
No, smoke was what Georgia did to TCU. That was smoke. That was smoke.
But that's like we said, it's been a great story for your ball club, and John has them as the ACC champion.
I do. I got them as the
and
ACC
John's always right.
Well,
Dell, come to that game.
I'm not.
Dell,
no,
let's go to that game, dude.
No, I'm not going.
Come on.
No, and your insistence on it—it's a little weird. No, I'm not going. Thank you. Thank you for the call, SMU.
He's
Sonny.
got a hotel room for both of you. He's going to fly you up.
Sam just hung up on
him. Okay, he's got a
He's
hotel
not
room.
flying me up.
And he's,
Who does he think he is? I mean, this is his version of sliding into my DMs and saying, "What you up to?" No, you're not flying me out anywhere. Cut it out.
You up yet?
Don't do that, SMU Sonny. Don't ever do that to a man again.
All right, we're done. Sonny, thanks, man. Good luck with your club. Good luck with your club this weekend. And he came to the Hall of Fame induction. That's a listener. That's a great listener. That's our guy, Sonny. All right, Sam, did we miss anything? We always got to say this. The producers always got to tell us if we missed anything in this show.
No.
Anything of importance to you that we didn't get to?
Yeah.
Important to me.
That you think we should have talked about?
Is there any new makeup out or something?
Well, that's a
That
little
is
insulting.
so sexist.
Yeah, what are you doing, John? Makeup? You think it's very important to her?
I don't know. She likes to look nice. I don't know.
Oh, now I look to look nice. You know what? Let's go back to when you called me a slob.
Well, you dressed sloppily that day. You did.
Guess who was at my church
Otherwise,
yesterday?
you'd be Jeremy Pena's girlfriend right now.
I don't know if that's the case. Jeremy Pena was at your church yesterday?
Mm-hmm. And CJ Stroud.
What? And did you dress nice?
Yes, but I'm not going for them.
Was Amber Rose there?
Why aren't you?
Amber Rose is wild.
I don't know.
Wait.
I don't know who CJ brought to church.
Sam, you didn't go for it? Make your move, girl.
At church?
Yeah.
Yeah, at church where we're supposed
It's
to
a
be
perfect
focusing on
place. I mean, yeah. You just go up. Hey, I went to the University of Jesus. Come on, we need to hang out.
God.
That's all.
No, we didn't miss anything.
Did CJ, did you happen to say, CJ, I need a ride home like Amber Rose did? Did you do that? No.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not that wild.
That's the move,
Jeremy.
apparently. He's willing to give young ladies rides. Well, she's not that young. He's willing to give ladies rides home just because he's a great guy. That's all that was about, right? Giving Amber Rose a ride home.
You could just go up to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, you missed a lot of balls this year, but you could catch this.
No.
Don't say this. Don't say catch this.
Yeah.
All right, time to go to break. We got news of the word coming up. Let's avoid
News
John
of the
getting
week
in any more trouble.
Coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Wow, we don't have much time here because we were fooling around doing stuff. And we had Josh Pate. Hey, do you know, I want you guys not to use Castlebell liquid soap. It has been recalled due to microbial contamination. Do you want microbial contamination in your soap?
I don't even really know what that is, but it sounds
either.
terrible.
I don't either.
So the answer is no. I don't want that. Go Irish Spring is fine. Dove, whatever you use. I don't know. I'm just naming brands, Sam. I know you have a fancy branded soap. I'm just naming brands you see at HEB. Pick a brand that isn't what John just said.
An actress has been sentenced to 7.5 years in federal prison. She and her boyfriend defrauded a wealthy, mentally ill ophthalmologist out of $2.7 million by pretending to be his friends, moving into his Malibu beachfront home, providing him with drugs, and stealing his money. Anna Moore, 41, an actress. What I want to know is, how can you be a doctor and be mentally ill?
Well, I mean, it happens. I mean, I'm sure there are doctors that are mentally ill. Maybe they shouldn't be practicing, but I'm not surprised by that. The question is, how can you prove that I was pretending to be his friend? Just because I stole his money afterwards?
Actually, they did have a lot of proof.
What is
they were morally corrupt financial predators, and she even admitted it.
Oh, well, don't admit to things.
There has to be a time. Well, the judge says, hey, you have to be held accountable, and you have to stop blaming your boyfriend. And she said, I'm absolutely ashamed of myself. Thinking back on that part of my life makes my skin crawl. She's a bad person. And she took advantage of someone who's mentally ill. Not a great look for that actress. I don't think she's getting any main
Yeah, I've
parts
never
in it.
heard of her. I got to find out what she's been in.
41-year-old Anna Moore. I looked her up, and I don't know her. Which is why she probably had to swindle all that money. She wasn't making that much acting.
Yeah, I'm going to her IMDb page. Not a lot on it. Not anything I've seen before.
Well, hey, there's a new study out that says fat but fit is a real thing. Do you feel like you're fat but fit?
You mean skinny? There's some people who are skinny fat.
Skinny fat.
But I don't know about fat but fit. Like, they're not toned, but if they can run a marathon or something?
Right. To you, okay, Sam, would you go out with a guy who's fat but fit?
We already been through this. I'm not falling for this trap again.
What trap? I'm asking you a question.
You know how many people came up to me? They're like, hey, do you want a salad?
What?
Do you remember when you asked me what would happen if my husband got fat?
She said she would make him work out and give him salads. And
people
responded.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, you want fat but fit.
No.
Is that something that you're all about?
I don't think she's looking for fat but fit.
What does that even mean?
It means you don't look in shape, but if, like I said, maybe you could probably finish a marathon or something like that. But you don't look like what typically is assumed in shape.
Like sleeper build? I don't
Maybe. You wouldn't say that person is a fitness person, but if you tried to, I don't know, beat them in some athletic endeavor, maybe they would win. I don't know. I don't know where John got the story from.
We're talking about like a dad bod? Would I date a dad bod? That's fit?
but still athletic, and it's called fatletic.
Fatletic. I'm not answering this question. Pass.
Sam, you got to answer. It's news of the weird.
You answer.
He's married. That's his default.
Married.
I'm married too.
To who? To the game?
Jeremy Pena.
Well, that's a fantasy or delusion.
There is. Yeah, now I see how you get mentally ill.
Mentally ill producer scams.
Right? Because you
gets
see him
gets scammed by someone
in church, and you think you're married to him. Okay.
You're supposed to know it yet.
Jeremy, run.
No.
Yep. All right. That's it. We're done. Del, and y'all have a great Thanksgiving. I want y'all to
have a great time. Load up on the yams and the mac and cheese or whatever your favorite dish is.
Whatever
Get
it is.
Done.
Yeah.
Now's
be
the time.
careful out there. Have yourself a big time, but be careful out there and have yourself a great weekend. We will talk to you on Monday after the Texans beat the Jags 42-7. Okay? There. There it is.
Okay.
42-7, and they're going to score 5 second-half touchdowns.
So they'll be terrible in the first half then.
They'll be tied at 7, and the Texans score 5 second-half touchdowns. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're trending that way, aren't they?
No evidence suggests that.
Yeah, no, there's nothing that suggests that. All right, we're done. Have a great holiday weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you again on Monday.
Workday shares slipped as much as 11% in extended trading.
Welcome into the show. Yes, I was here for the last 3 hours, so it's not much different for me. But if for whatever reason you're just tuning in at 10, welcome. Sam's here with me. Sam, you a little bit more relaxed than you were when we started today?
100%.
Good. And John's not here to bother you, so things should be better for you.
You know, I had nightmares. Like
nightmares.
I literally, I kid you not, I had a nightmare about me producing, and that everything just went wrong. And I woke up in the middle of the night because I was so anxious.
So stressed.
I was so stressed.
You hadn't done it in a while, so that makes some sense. But you've been great. You've been great handling what John has to say, running the board. We're good. And just less than 2 hours to go.
Yeah, Sean, you're fired. I'm taking
Well,
over.
we don't make those rules. Someone else does. Sean Mapes, who's been out all week. AJ filled in for him yesterday and Monday, and Sam's doing a great job today. She's feeling better. We're all good as we get closer and closer to Thanksgiving and a long weekend. The Rockets played last night. They got a game tonight as well against the Sixers, second night of a back-to-back. I talked about it yesterday that last night would be important, and they were great for, let's say, 30 minutes or so. For the first 2 quarters, and then halfway through the third, they look like they're going to have a pretty comfortable win. Dylan Brooks had a good night shooting the ball. Jabari Smith was great from the field, and then one of those patented Rockets really droughts happened. They went 6+ minutes without scoring a field goal. I think it might have gotten to 7 as the Timberwolves slowly chipped away. The Timberwolves didn't shoot the ball that well, so it took a while to get back in it. The Rockets had a giant lead in that game, and it felt like they were going to run away with it, and they didn't. It's just how they play. They'll drag you into the mud defensively because of how good they are and how competitive they are, and then there will be times where their offense just falls apart. But it didn't matter in overtime. They hit an 11-0 run, pulled away from the Timberwolves, and won that one 117-111. So credit to them. The Timberwolves needed that one. They're at home. It was an NBA Cup night. The Rockets have won their group, so they advanced there. Credit to them for doing that. And the way they play night to night, they got a shot to win it. I mean, I know it's the NBA Cup. How important is it? But it'd be nice to see them play in a real competitive environment in Vegas to see if they can go win something. This young team doesn't have a lot of accolades. The guys who have been here for 4 years now have a lot of losing on their resume. So going out there and playing well, being 13-6 and possibly getting to go to Vegas, or at least going to Vegas and possibly winning, that's pretty cool for them. So we'll see how that transpires. Like I said, a game against a rested Sixers team, who's going to be available for them tonight, that's going to play a big part in whether the Rockets can go sweep this back-to-back. A lot of minutes for those guys. Dylan Brooks played 40. Şengün played 40 plus. Brooks as well with 41. Fred VanVleet played 45. Jabari played 38. The one guy who is not like the others is Jalen Green. He didn't play a lot of minutes. He didn't shoot the ball well, which we're getting more and more accustomed to game by game. And this is Ime's thing. He's at a point. This team is at a point where I don't have to lean on you if you're not playing well. Şengün went through it earlier this season. Jalen Green last night wasn't a great matchup, so he was effectively benched for the better part of that fourth quarter and overtime, and the Rockets pulled through. Amen Thompson was great. That play when they were down by 2, he got a rookie in a situation where Rob Dillingham got a little ahead of himself. He had a good night filling in for Mike Conley. He didn't start, but he was a spark plug for the Wolves. DiVincenzo lost his minutes, and Dillingham played 24 plus 26 on the night. But Amen Thompson got him. 102-100 about 40 seconds ago, and Thompson just gets the young rook hurried and harried, and he took the ball away, led to a transition bucket that made the game 102-102, and they went into overtime after Anthony Edwards missed a runner that would have won the game for him. So one of the Terra twins had a great night. Tari didn't shoot the ball well, so his minutes were reduced. But the accolades from Amen Thompson continue to come. You just type in his name from last night, and there's so many videos about what he is and what he can be. I'm not sure what he is. I don't think he's a point guard, at least a traditional one, certainly. Can he be someone who is a ball handler in situations where you don't have a true point guard on the court? I think so. But what he provides stretches beyond just the ball handling and his potential to distribute. He's just a point of attack defender, if you want him to be that, who makes it really tough on anyone to initiate offense. And if you get loose with the basketball around him, he's going to take it. 4 steals last night, 3 blocks, 15 points, and 8 rebounds. Stat sheet stuffer is what they would call him back in the 90s, and that's a guy who is invaluable to what the Rockets do. No matter what is happening around him, whether you're getting good performances from your backcourt or not, that's a dude who you can lean on to contribute. You don't run plays for him, but he can get to the basket if you just put the ball in his hand. You got a smaller defender on him. He can bully that guy to the rim. We've talked about it before, but Rafael Stone and his picks, he hits on them, and it's funny that the highest potential guy, at least the one we thought had the highest potential, is the one that might be a miss. Yeah, Ty didn't work out, Garuba didn't work out. They were bottom of the first round type guys, but the mid-round pick, the mid-round guy like Şengün, Tari Eason, and Amon Thompson was a top 10 pick. Jabari Smith has his moments as a top 5 pick as well. Those guys you like. We can not talk about trade stuff right now as far as what they might bring back, but as far as just players that the Rockets lean on, great. The one guy we're still waiting for is Jalen Green. But 13-6, this Rocket team is a fun watch. They're not fun to play against. If you are an opponent or a fan of another team, you don't want to see the Rockets in your building. They muck up everything you want to do. They make your team and their half-court offense a disaster. Wolves fans wound up booing the Wolves at one point in that game. I think it was DiVincenzo threw a loose pass and Jalen Green stole it, dunked it, and the boos came out. I think that may have put the Rockets up by 10 at that point. That's what they do to teams. They are molded in the identity of their coach. They don't back down. We know last year they got into it's NBA fights. They're not real, but they got into shoving matches with. It felt like everyone in a stretch where night after night someone was getting a T or someone was being separated by refs. Just another part of why you don't want to play them. It is nice to see this team find ways to win when they can't shoot the basketball well, and it's been kind of the formula for them throughout the year. So they get a big one in Minnesota against what is assumed to be a contender. Minnesota's now 8-9 on the year, but the expectation is they'll get it together because they have Anthony Edwards. But didn't matter last night. The Rockets get that one. So 13-6, they got the Sixers tonight. Got a real chance to get 8 games over 500 and continue what has been a great start to the year. Is this a 50-win team? They're certainly on pace to do it, which would be a big-time accomplishment. Think about what this team was in February of last year and how they've turned it around since that point. I don't know if you want to call it the influence of Ime completely, but he's going to get a lot of credit, and we're talking about Coach of the Year stuff right now. If this non-playing team from a year ago is battling for a top 4 seed in the West, Ime Udoka is going to get big-time Coach of the Year consideration, and it adds to it that this team is likable. Forget about them being in this city and why we would like them. The rest of the NBA world likes this Rockets team. Şengün is a popular player. Amon Thompson is. Tari Eason. This is the team who a lot of people are fans of, which is a departure from what it was really during the Daryl Morey era and into Steven Silas's time when they were a bad basketball team. I don't think the Rockets have ever been more likable nationally, and it's going to lead to favorable opinions, favorable talk, and at some point being rewarded with postseason accomplishments. We'll see if it translates into postseason success on the court, but nothing but good things to say about them and what they did fighting back from a deficit where I thought this game was over, but not for them. Okay. From the Rockets, we will move to the Astros. We know about the Bregman offer. That isn't enough, at least for Bregman right now. We'll get into what Dana Brown said about a potential Verlander return. He spoke to Buster Olney. We'll have that when we come back. Is Verlander a real option for the Astros as they try to strengthen a team which seems to be leaking talent? And it's been a thing over the last 5 years or so. They've been able to overcome it, but this offseason is a big one. You've got stalwarts like Bregman potentially on the verge of leaving, and then and then Verlander, whatever you may think of what he was last year, that's a name we've been able to count on, at least expect to be part of this team for years now. That might be done or not. We'll hear from Dana Brown when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
If you needed more evidence that Sean's not here, what's this? What is this? I know what it is, but why?
Why do you don't like it?
It's just out of the blue. I didn't expect to hear Lil Jon today. Sam is running the board and producing for us today. So I just got texted by my mother. She likes to text me during the show, but it isn't about the show. She's asking me about Thanksgiving stuff. Sam, what's your role when it comes to Thanksgiving? Are you a cook? Are you an errand runner? What does the family ask you to do at this time of the year?
I'm a cook.
What's your specialty?
Well, I don't cook by myself. Like I help my mom.
Okay.
So we'll make green bean casserole.
I'm out.
No?
I know a lot of people like it. It's just not my thing.
That's like my favorite dish. What is wrong with you?
Surprisingly enough, we're different on things. That's one of the things. So you're a green bean casserole person.
You're
what
a
else?
Turkey person, aren't you?
No, I am not.
Oh, okay,
I am
I'm
making hot honey chicken instead of turkey for myself. Yeah, I'm in on that this Thanksgiving.
You like cranberry sauce?
I'm a yams and mac and cheese person. You want to give me a roll? I'm good.
Can we get to the yams?
Yeah, that's my thing. So green bean casserole. What else is?
We make ham as well. We make mac and cheese, mashed potatoes. I can't think of anything else. We're pretty basic. I'm not gonna lie.
What's the protein? You mentioned you tried to insult me by saying I'm a turkey person. So what are you eating?
We just eat ham.
Okay.
We'll bring in a turkey, but no one really eats it. It's too dry.
Yeah.
It's gross.
See, there are places where you can go get yourself a Cajun fried turkey like the Merritt's. I'm not sure you can still do that, but yeah, I'm not a turkey person either. Keep it off my plate.
Do you cook?
I'm doing the cooking with the chicken and the mac and cheese and the yams. Yeah.
Are you good?
I think I'm fine. I won't say I'm good. I'm fine. No one's getting food poisoning, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I'm at the point where I'd be like, hey, I'm bringing a dish. I don't know if I'm doing that to a public, like a friend's giving or something like that. But for me, I'm not pushing the plate away, so I'm good.
What all do y'all bring?
Well, it depends. If I go someplace, I'm probably bringing like a pie. Not that I made it. I'll just buy it from some spot.
What kind of pie?
I'm a sweet potato pie person. I don't like warm fruit, so I'm out on apple and all the other things and peach cobbler. Yeah, I know it's a controversial opinion, but I don't like warm fruit. I don't like the texture, so I'm out on that.
I don't like pecan pie.
I love pecan pie, but it's behind sweet potato. Just throw some ice cream on any pie, and I'm pretty good, except if it has fruit in it. I don't like it.
That makes sense.
And I'm from the South, which is crazy because peach cobbler is a big thing. At least my parents are, well, my mom is, and a lot of my family. So that's a big thing around the holidays. A peach cobbler, but I'm out. I don't like it.
I still can't believe you don't like green bean casserole.
I've had it.
You're actually wild.
I don't like the texture. Get it out of my face.
No.
That's all. Everyone's welcome to eat what they want, but don't put it on my plate. If I like to make my own plate, but if someone's like, hey, like, you know, your aunties will say, hey, can I make you a plate? Like, yes, but keep the green bean casserole off my plate. That's all. And we're good. If you do put it on my plate and if you made it, so you're trying to guilt me into it,
I'm going to bring you some and I'm not even going to I'm just going to tell you
how
to
you going to
eat it.
sneak green bean casserole by me?
I'm going to tell you, hey, but actually, no, I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do it because then you're going to expect it.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to put a plate in front of me and me not ask, hey, what is this? Why did you bring me food? And do you think I'm going to eat this?
Yeah. I won't tell you how I'm going to do it. Just watch.
That sounds a little odd. You're going to try to sneak green bean casserole into my system. Okay, we'll see how you work that out.
You know how people disguise cake?
Yes, yes. You're gonna cut it up. I'm gonna think, hey, it's yams. It's gonna look like yams, but it's green bean casserole. If you're that type of talented, I will eat the green bean casserole if you can fool me that way. Okay.
Fine.
So you're a cook, green bean casserole. That's one of your specialties. So, maybe Jeremy Pena likes green bean casserole.
Maybe he does.
He's at your church occasionally.
I'm not going to say what church.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Does your church have potlucks where you might bring something to the church?
Well, I just started going there, so I don't know.
Did you go there because you knew he was a member?
No.
Okay.
I did not.
Okay.
He was just like a very nice addition that I found out about later.
I hope the Astros make a nice addition. But but he was a nice addition to the roster at the church. So yeah, I'm sure that was a nice surprise to see Jeremy Pena walk in. You said CJ Stroud was there on Sunday as well. So is that the Young Houston Athlete Church now?
Well, it's the young adults. So every Tuesday night we have young adults.
Does your youth pastor wear Jordans?
I think he has. Yeah, he's
it's
pretty young.
It's part of the uniform.
He's actually really cool. He's
I'm not
funny.
saying he's not. Of course, that's part of it too. He's got to be a little funny, got to be a little cool, and you got to have the Jordans on.
Mhm.
Is he a swag beast? Does he love him? Is he a guy? If you look at him, he goes to a special shoe store for his kicks.
Yeah, he dresses really cool.
Yeah,
he dresses nice.
It's part of the uniform for the youth pastor.
Mm-hmm.
So Pena, Stroud, any Rockets show up yet?
Not that I'm aware of.
Be on the lookout.
No, I'm not going to be on the lookout.
Wait till Amin Thompson gets there.
No.
All right. I mentioned additions. This guy's been around. Justin Verlander. Is he going to be an Astro coming up here? I don't feel like it's likely, but Dana Brown's not ruling it out. He talked to Buster Olney on a podcast, and here is the latest on the possibility of Justin Verlander returning to the Houston Astros.
Guys on Sunday Night Baseball in September, it was pretty clear he wants to continue to pitch. Where do you guys stand with Justin?
Yeah, funny that you asked me that because I talked to Mark Pieper yesterday. JV has had an unbelievable career here. That guy, he takes the ball. Of course, he had an up and down year this year because he wasn't as healthy. But he's done so many good things here. And so, we've had conversations with his agent, and just to try to fill him out. And, so I could say that I don't know if there's been a lot of progress, but, we're having conversations.
And you saw in him in your time since you've been general manager, is this sort of the impact on a pitching staff he has?
Yeah, just his presence, and his competitive nature and what he does, when he takes the ball. As I said, it was unfortunate that he ran into a couple of injuries this year, but, you're looking at a guy that he's a warrior on the mound, and he's going to make the guys around him better. He's going to make the guys in the clubhouse better, in the dugout better, because he brings multiple things to the table. And so, if he continues to work and he's healthy, it's going to be interesting to see where he goes and, how much he gets.
Justin Verlander, well, at least a discussion about him, Dana Brown, with Buster Olney. I didn't really take into consideration the intangible thing. What is turning into a young pitching staff would need, and maybe a veteran being around along with Fromber would be helpful. Fromber's another guy we have to worry about. Not this year, but are the Astros going to give Fromber an extension, an older pitcher? It's not generally what they do. Giving money to older players, particularly ones that are on the roster, unless their name is Justin Verlander, they've been willing to give him more money. Will that be the case for Fromber? It's a time of transition. I don't believe the window is as open as they would like you to believe, particularly if Bregman is going to walk out that door. They've got real important decisions to make about what they want to be going forward. And I say this, and I asked, at least I talked to Sean about this either last week or the week before I think it was last week, about the Dodgers and how they are trying to extend their window, and they're doing it much differently. They've been a division winner, I think 11 out of 12 times since 2013. They got the 2 World Series titles. They've been the best team in the National League for years. I know we hate them, but they've been really good, and they want to be good, I guess, for the next decade too. Blake Snell, now a Dodger. They brought in Ohtani. Does Blake Snell preclude them from going after a big-time position player? Probably not, because the coffers for the Dodgers seem bottomless, and they're not worried about paying a tax. We know the Texans. We know the Astros don't operate this way. But you would like them to make a move to keep one of their own and then make an addition, because it has become an either-or scenario right now, where if Bregman stays, then they may be looking at first base on a discount. And if Bregman goes, then they may look to spend money at first and then use maybe Whitcomb at third. It doesn't seem like a lot of people are saying they're going to make the Bregman move and then go add a big-time player at first as well. The numbers will tell you Jim Crane spends a lot of money, but with Verlander coming off the books, if you want this window to stay as open as you are telling us, it shouldn't just end with Bregman. You've got questions on that pitching staff too. I hope the money backs up the mouth at this point. So we'll see about that going forward. We'll get to some Texans news regarding their opponent. Doug Peterson spoke about the potential availability of Trevor Lawrence. He has been out for a while now. The projection was, or at least they were thinking he'd be back after their bye. They had their bye. Will he play against the Texans? We'll talk about what Doug Peterson said, and does it matter with the Texans? Or maybe the Texans are beating themselves more than any other team is beating them. So we'll get to that when we come back. I just surprised Sam. Are we ready? All right. I'll talk to you guys on the other side.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I didn't mention it, but if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We'll get to the CFP rankings and what it means and the SEC threat that seems to be hanging over the committee's head. We had Josh Pate on with myself and John earlier, and he thinks that's real, that the thought of the SEC dipping if they don't get enough teams might be a reason why a 3-loss SEC team gets in, when maybe if there wasn't that type of pressure, their resume wouldn't be enough. So that's unfortunate that a potential championship could be determined by the SEC's threat. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I mentioned before we went to break, the Jags and the Texans. Trevor Lawrence was back at practice on Monday. Today and Thursday will be the big days. If he's available, whether it be limited or full, then expect to see Trevor Lawrence back for the Jags against the Texans. The Texans, despite losing in embarrassing fashion at home against the Titans, they're a dominant road team in the AFC South. They don't lose. They have not lost an AFC South road game since 2021 at Indy. That's 9 consecutive games. So you're talking about David Culley, Lovie Smith, and DeMeco Ryans all being winners on the road. Tyrod Taylor won games for them. Davis Mills won games for them. Case Keenum won games for them. And, of course, CJ Stroud did. So can that continue? It should. But then I thought they weren't going to lose at home to the Titans. I think they'll bounce back. I don't think we're talking about this an embarrassing run down the stretch. Because if they lose on Sunday, then it gets ugly. They go into a bye feeling pretty terrible about themselves at 7-6. And then they come out of a bye potentially against 3 teams in back-to-back weeks that are really in the playoff race. Some of what that game will be against the Dolphins will be determined by where the Dolphins are and how they play tomorrow and how they play against the Jets, because there is a possibility that the Dolphins drop a couple, then guys who need surgery are getting those surgeries and are out for the year. That was a potential report. Actually, it was a report by someone who covers the team that a lot of their veterans going into that Rams game on Monday night were considering getting surgeries that would have ended their year if not for the win. So they won that game. They won 3 in a row. So they still feel like they're in the race. So you could be at 7-6 going against one of the hotter teams of football, and then the Chiefs and the Ravens follow. That don't feel great. So let's get to 8-5, take a breath, and see if you can fix things during the bye. We know their second half offense is bad, and this is courtesy of Landry Locker. He tweeted this. In 12 games this season, the Texans offense has failed to score a second half TD 6 times. In Davis Mills and his 11 starts as a rookie in 2021 under Culley, the Tim Kelly offense failed to score a second half TD 6 times all year long. And the Texans have already matched it with CJ Stroud and a fully formed Nico Collins now that he's back, Tank, Joe Mixon. That's how bad it's been. It's worse than a Davis Mills-led offense accomplished. That's got to change. The Jags, as I talked about yesterday, made Sam Darnold's life miserable. And we'll get to some Vikings news here shortly as they have tried to strengthen their quarterback situation. But they're capable. They have a front that they've invested quite a bit in. We know about Walker and Hines, Allen. They've got dudes. They're not as strong at defensive tackle as the Titans are, but their pass rushers are better. And the Titans gave the Texans interior all they wanted and probably more than they wanted. So unfortunately, the Jags have something that will test a Texans' weakness. And they also have receivers, particularly if Trevor Lawrence can play, that will test the Texans' other big weakness. Brian Thomas and Christian Kirk are guys who will be a problem if the Texans are going to lean into putting safeties against slot receivers. I don't really expect that to change. I don't know that they have an answer at corner. Hell, Jeff Okudah wasn't even active on Sunday. One of their alleged upgrades in the offseason, after coming back from injury, wasn't active on Sunday against the the Titans. So expect a lot of Murray and Ward, which has proven to be a bad answer for the Texans so far. I don't know if I want to say they're stuck in their ways. I think they just may be stuck because of roster construction. I don't know if they have an option unless there's an unnamed corner that is actually going to get a chance to play corner in nickel situations. I'm thinking about just the NFL overall, thinking about going across the league. Who are all these safeties? Who are all these box safeties being lined up against good receivers in the slot? You don't see a lot of it because it's always a bad matchup. And yet we consistently see the Texans in that situation. I'd ask for that to change. We'll see if they've evaluated themselves enough over the course of the week to say we can't do that again, or maybe the bye, when you start to self-scout and you have time, leads to that conclusion. It feels like it's been pretty obvious all year long. So Texans-Jags this Sunday, a real possibility that the Jags have their starting quarterback back, and we'll see how the Texans' injury situation goes and kind of plays out throughout the rest of the week. They'll be back at practice today. When we come back, we'll talk some college football, and we'll get into the CFP. Who's where, what it might mean going forward. It's me, it's Sam. If you want in 713-780-3776, we'll be back. But first, I want to talk about Super Happy Incredible Toys. In fact, we got toys out there right now for Skeleton Crew, the new Disney Plus series. They sent those pop toys, those Funko toys. They're here. You can find stuff like that at Super Happy Incredible Toys. They're a great nostalgic toy shop and a memorabilia shop in the Heights. But what they're doing on Sunday is pretty cool. They're teaming up with St. Arnold Brewery for their annual toy and pop-up show. It is something they do there, and they want you to come out Sunday. And not only will you get to check out the great toys and the great art by locals, you'll also have a chance to take part in what St. Arnold provides. That means great beer. That means great food. It's going to be a good time. It's free admission, free parking. All you got to do is show up. If you show up there, you got a chance to have a great Sunday. You want to get out and about after the Thanksgiving holiday? Why not go there? It's going to be a good time. They've done it for a couple years now. And if you go there, you get your picture with Santa. Maybe you want a picture with Santa. Maybe you want, maybe you don't want it, but you want you want to take a picture with your kid there. That'll be there from 12 to 4. That's courtesy of Comic Palooza CP365. So you got the pictures with Santa. You can go check out the Christmas Toy Show and Art Market at St. Arnold. That is at 2000 Lyon Avenue. St. Arnold Brewery will provide the parking. Like I said, admission free. So check out the art, check out the toys, and check out the food and the great beer at St. Arnold Brewery, December 1st, 2024, Sunday, the annual Christmas Toy Show and Art Market. Super Happy Incredible Toys, teaming up with St. Arnold. It'll be a good time if you head on out there.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We're not going to do what you should watch, mostly because Michael Carroll's not here. We would normally do that to end the week at 11:30. He's not here. He's on vacation, much like Sean is. But as far as what to watch, I watched Dune Prophecy. The second episode, it airs on Sunday nights in the HBO Prestige time slot. It's pretty good. If you guys watched not Vikings, but not I gotta remember the show, but there's a lead and he's a chaos agent in this show. It's the only reason I'm still interested. If you watch Dune, it's about the women who kind of manipulate the empire to make sure the Timothy Chalamet character Paul Atreides winds up as the ruler and the leader. It's about those women and the foundation of what they started, and they're doing their thing. They're doing all the palace intrigue stuff. So it's a more hard sci-fi version of like Game of Thrones. You'll have some unexpected deaths, like people dying that you think are going to be main characters, not to the level of Ned Stark, but it's kind of in that vibe where you won't have a lot of big set pieces like Dune, just because it's a TV show. You're not going to have these giant wars or really see the sandworms, but you'll see all the conversations in small rooms, but people with kind of like mystical powers. So it's not bad. That's episode 2 aired on Sunday. It ain't The Penguin. The Penguin may be one of the best shows of the year. I'm not sure Dune Prophecy is going to get there, but I would say check it out. It has a lot of faces you're going to recognize, even if you don't know the names of them. Like Travis Fimmel's in it. He's the guy I was talking about. He was in Vikings. He was Ragnar Lothbrok. If you remember Vikings, that aired, I think it might have been Bravo, or maybe it was AMC. I don't remember. I think it's on Netflix right now. He was Ragnar. He's playing the role of the chaos agent that you can check out in that. Pretty good. I would say give it a shot. I think episode 1 is not as good as episode 2, but the conclusion of episode 1 certainly got me to say, okay, I'll give episode 2 a chance. So I watched it last night. It's pretty good. So check that out. And while Michael's not here, I do want to tell you, anytime we're talking TV, it is brought to you by Super Happy Incredible Toys. You can go to their Facebook page or go to their Instagram. Just check them out. It's simple. Type in Super Happy Incredible Toys and you'll find them on Instagram. And if you're a person who likes what I like when we talk about television, all the things we talk about on television, they have like toys and action figures to make you happy. It's in the title. So go check them out. As I said, they're in the Heights and they're at 221 East 11th Street in the Heights. And they have like a vintage feel. The guys will let you walk in, just kind of browse until you find something you want. And they get some of their donations from people around the city. It's a very friendly, family friendly, like city local vibe. And you can check, like I say, you can check out their Facebook page or go to their Instagram and see what they have to offer. Love that they're part of what we do here. Okay, I mentioned the CFP. We'll get to that here. We'll probably talk about it in the second hour too. The rankings came out yesterday. No real changes other than Indiana dropping. They dropped to 10th after their loss to Ohio State. And because of what happened in the SEC, particularly from morning to night. I think it started at 11. I think the Ole Miss Florida game was 11 o'clock, and then at least our time, and then went on till Auburn beat Texas A&M. We got a possibility that we only get 3 SEC teams in. Texas and Georgia feel like locks no matter what happens the rest of the way. Tennessee, if they don't lose to Vanderbilt, they're in. And the question will be, are the Aggies the 4th? If the Aggies can win the SEC their title, they're in. That would be a likely 4 spot for the SEC, which would calm them down and make them pretty happy. Of course, this is all their own fault. Ole Miss was in line. Alabama was in line until they lose to Florida. Ole Miss did, and Alabama loses to Oklahoma. And then you had the Aggies, as I mentioned, losing to Auburn. Now you got an opportunity where it's being talked about right now on ESPN that the ACC might get 2 teams, whether it be Clemson, who could make the ACC title game if Miami loses to Syracuse, or it could be Miami and SMU. SMU already in the title game, even with one more game in conference to play. Miami has to beat Syracuse to get there. The question will be, if there is a 3-loss SEC team waiting in the wings, would they punish an ACC team for being in their conference title game? Because right now, the ACC has 2 teams in the bracket with 2 very winnable games coming up. So if they play each other, that would be a top 10 matchup. Are you knocking someone out of the title game because of the bracket, because they lost to a top 10 team in a title game? They would never do that to the SEC. The question is, are the SEC and the Big Ten the 2 conferences that get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that? We had Josh Pate on, and he believes it's possible because of the hammer that the SEC is holding over college football's head. That if you don't give us what we want, we will be petulant children and go break away and decide national championships don't really matter anymore, and we'll just play for the conference. It'll be very similar to what the big clubs in European soccer tried to do when they wanted to keep all the money and go from qualifying and the Champions League stuff to making it more of an invitational, where if you have a big name like Arsenal or Bayern Munich, you are always going to be part of this club where you're going to make a lot of money to play these games. And if sure, we'll crown someone the winner, but it won't be merit based. It'll be about what you are as a brand. And that is what the SEC threatened back in 2022 before they expanded the playoff and got favorable conditions. They said they were going to break away because people walked away from a potential deal. Here's a quote from Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner. People called me, this was after the latest deal, and said, "Why did you take a hard line? Why did you put us in this position?" He said, "You guys walked away from the deal." That's the type of stroke they have. That's the type of power they have. Don't play with us. Give us what we want, or we will change the entire complexion of what college football is. I personally, I almost don't believe it that they would do this, but then I'm probably just naive. Are they willing to forgo something they always have leaned on? We're the best league in the country, and we prove it by winning national titles, to just become a a group unto themselves, or maybe they add a couple of teams that they think are relevant and can help the brand from the Big Ten and the ACC, and it becomes just this maybe 35 to 40 team invitational, if that many, and they break off and start their own thing. I don't know if it'd be the death of college football, but it would definitely change the way all of us have grown up watching it. Like, it has changed a lot since I was a kid, but to think that we would have a separate division within the top division of the sport, we don't have a national champion at that point. Whatever they would want to call their champion is one thing, and then the rest of the country would have to deal. And maybe there'd be some cross games where they each play each other for TV money and stuff, particularly if there's some big name teams left out of their new group. But man, it ain't the death of the sport, but it would hurt the sport that I love pretty greatly. So we'll see. We'll see if the committee gives one of those SEC teams a spot to avoid what they might think is a potential disaster. And can we please just act like adults? I know the SEC cares a lot about their position, but can we look at what's happened this year? And are you really going to stump for a team like Bama, who's lost to Vanderbilt and Oklahoma, or a team like Ole Miss? Now Florida's playing better, but they lost to a average Florida team, and they lost to Kentucky at home. Is this the year for that? You're going to be, at least in public opinion, on shaky ground, I think, but they probably don't care. As long as the money rolls in and they think they can get away with it, they will use it, I think, as leverage. I hope rational minds prevail and they go, you know what, not this year. Maybe in another year. Maybe when Ole Miss has 2 losses or Alabama has 2 losses, we'll try to use the power play, but not this year. We'll let it go. This ain't the year for it, because even we don't think our teams are deserving. I know. I'm deluding myself with that one. Someone wants to talk Alex Cross. I'm watching that show. I think I'm like 4 or 5 episodes in. We'll get to that when we come back in the second hour as I said, if you want to get in on anything, even TV shows on Prime that not a lot of people are watching, you can do that. We'll get to Alex Cross when we come back. If you ever work with Sam, realize she's very judgmental. Even if it's a lot of nonverbal judgment, but it's there. She's great with the socials. She gets those videos up. I think Abigail helps her as well. And she's a very nice person, unless we're doing this,
Or you stutter.
which apparently I'm not allowed to do.
You literally have a radio show.
So
That's literally a verbal job.
Understood, but I speak. At least I've done it this week for last couple days for 5 hours. Sometimes you're gonna have a misstep, Sam. It's okay. Just like sometimes you don't bring us back correctly, or you don't go to break on time. You have a job where you run the board and you mess up sometimes. You see how.
But you see how that's not my actual job.
it's
This
your
is your
job
actual
today.
job.
It's your job today. And if you mess up, should you be killed for it? Should you be questioned for it consistently like you do to me?
No.
No, right? You don't like it, right? Exactly. Now let's see if you can
I'm
handle
just
this.
a girl.
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, I don't. You and Abigail do that. I'm like, whatever. Cut it out. Let's see if you can do this. Julian wants to talk about Alex Cross. Welcome to the show, Julian.
What it is, Job Turkeys. First time listener, first time caller.
That's a lie.
So, I said two things. My Niners are on life support. I feel like between injuries and then Mooney lost his daughter, Super Bowl hangover, I just feel like this year we might not even make it to the playoffs. I have hope because, I'm a fan and I'm always going to believe they can do it. We've had a few runs in the second half, but dude, it's looking bleak. And I'm to the point to where I would rather us lose so we can get a quality draft pick than to hover around the 500 and get a 16, 17 where, those prospects, I'm not saying that they're not good, but, this draft class, there's no I don't think it's deep. But
let me ask you before you move
Alex
on.
Cross.
Hold on, before you move on, you mentioned a draft pick.
I'm listening.
What is your biggest hole, and what position do you think would help?
Interior line.
Okay, because right now at 17th, according to one site, you would be projected to take James Pierce, a defensive end from Tennessee.
Say that again?
Right now, one projection has you taking James Pierce, the defensive end from Tennessee. He's a little undersized. He's kind of undersized for college. He's angular, 6'5", 243. But they have you taking an edge rusher in the middle of the draft. Do you?
Well, yes, we do need an edge rusher because I think the Floyd, I didn't think it was going to be a huge advantage, but I thought he'd be able to do better. But once again, man, Hargrave, the injuries they just took away. Edge rusher, I wouldn't be mad at it because Bosa needs help. I just feel like that interior line, Aaron Banks, he's going to be a double digit as far as average per year. We can't do that. Pooney, thankfully, he looks like he's a baller. And our center, dude, he gets made look bad at least 4 times a game. Our right tackle, he's meh. Trent says he wants to play for a few more years, but I think it's because he just got that new money. We need a plan for his departure. I just feel like we need that offensive. Because if you look at it, our run game is not the same. We're used to pushing people at the point of attack. We have not done that all year.
Agreed. There's some big attrition
Alex
there.
Cross.
Go ahead. Go with the TV show.
Let's get off this sad subject.
Okay.
So Alex Cross, I was very pessimistic about it because of what Tyler Perry did.
I remember. Yeah.
And thus far, it's not too bad. And I'm like you. I'm only like me and my fiance. We're only on like episode 3 or 4, maybe 4. But can we just admit that as soon as we saw the guy with blonde hair, we knew he was the guy?
Yeah, there was
as soon as I saw
there was no mystery. It was always going to be him.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right. Well, because 2 reasons. He just looked like a creeper, and 2, the caliber of actor that he is. It had to be. He had to play some kind of integral part because of the actor that it is. But I liked when I liked the part where the girl is screaming in the dungeon and he started screaming with her like, nobody's coming.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, that's a crazy villain thing, which hits all the time when they yell and then that yell gets smashed and they tell them no one's going to hear you. Alex Cross is on Prime. If you don't know where you can watch it, I'm about 4 or 5 episodes in. I like the story probably more than the acting right now. I'm not sure. The acting is great, but the story is pretty good. I will definitely finish it. I wonder if it gets a season 2. And like you said, the villain, that guy, I think it's because I watched too much TV. I knew that guy was going to be a big part of the show because he's an actor who has had major roles in other things, and it didn't surprise me that he was the murderer. The dyed blonde hair, all that stuff. And it's kind of a conspiracy. There's this cult thing going on. I would say watch it. For people, thanks, Julian, for the call. I'm not saying good luck to your 49ers because why would I root for them? I'm not a fan. But yeah, they got problems, and they got the Bills on Sunday. Maybe Brock Purdy plays, but the Niners could be 2 games under 500 by the time we get back on Monday. But if you're looking for something to watch, if you like a murder mystery that the mystery kind of ends early as far as who did it, Alex Cross is pretty good. He mentioned the Tyler Perry version. There was a movie, and Morgan Freeman played the role before Tyler Perry. That's who I remember Alex Cross from. Books by James Patterson. Now they're turning it into a series. Prime is spending a lot of money to try to get good product out there, and it's hit or miss. Like Rings of Power is their most expensive show, the Lord of the Rings show. And that one's pretty good. I like that one. And they've done some others that have been a miss. But I would say if you're just looking for something before or in between football, you can try Alex Cross, see what you think. Lioness is on there. I'm watching that too with Zoe Saldana. I haven't seen the latest episode, but episode 5, I think, was nuts. That show is hitting its stride. Landman by another Taylor Sheridan show on Prime. Billy Bob's good, but that show's a bit of a mess. But if you like mess, that might be good for you. So no Michael Carroll, but we will talk TV anytime you want. Okay, we'll get away from that. If you want to get in and call like Julian just did, 713-780-3776. I mentioned something about the Vikings, and they have strengthened their quarterback position by signing Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones will be their backup. Maybe he saw what the Vikings have done with a former New York quarterback and decided that was a place for me. Kevin O'Connell does a good job with quarterbacks, so Daniel Jones will be their backup. Sean and I talked about where Daniel Jones ranks as far as backup quarterbacks. Would he be better than Davis Mills if the Texans needed a backup? Probably. He was in a bad situation in New York. At the top of his game, he can be a bus rider on a playoff team and then go help win a playoff game in Minnesota. Now he goes back there as their backup quarterback. Nick Mullins, goodbye. You're no longer the backup there. Nick Mullins actually played in the last game because Sam Darnold was banged up a little bit and converted like a 3rd and 12. Not enough to keep his job, though. I doubt that he'll be active this Sunday, but Daniel Jones wanted a place where he could learn and be on a team that had a chance to win. And with the way the NFL is, who's to say Daniel Jones isn't playing meaningful snaps for the Vikings at some point if Sam Darnold takes a knock? The way it's set up right now, if they don't catch the Lions for the division, and if Week 17 is one where they're locked into their playoff spot, Daniel Jones may start a game for the Vikings just so they don't have to play Sam Darnold in the game. So it's not a bad spot to land where you have a pretty good team with weapons, and there's no pressure. You can go there, be the backup, and not expected to play meaningful snaps. But if you do, you got a lot of support and a good offensive-minded head coach. So Daniel Jones makes his decision. He obviously surpassed Ryan Tannehill as guys who are waiting for spots. Tannehill's still out there waiting for an advantageous spot, which is him just hoping for a quarterback injury for a playoff contender. I don't know if anyone would welcome Ryan Tannehill. They may just want to stick with their backup. But that's out there. But Daniel Jones took the pole position for that, and now he's a Viking. So shout out to Daniel Jones for finding a good spot and getting away from the New York Giants. Okay. When we come back, we will talk more Alex Bregman because ESPN has him on their front page, and they have a landing spot for him, which will be familiar for him, at least because of the manager. And Astro fans know because this team played a big part in ending the Astro season. So we'll get to that when we come back. What the salary projection is and what the prediction is for where Alex Bregman will be when he finally makes a decision. We got a couple more segments to go here. Am I ready to go, Sam? Oh, they're doing stuff in there, so I can't go to break right now. So we will wait on that. While we wait, I did want to get to this. I mentioned the Dodgers sign. I think I mentioned the Dodgers got Blake Snell. That deal is one for 5 years, $182 million. The Dodgers aren't scared of spending. That's a team who banked on the Otani return being far more valuable than what they had to spend to get him, and it worked out. The 50-50, the MVP, the and the World Series title. Sometimes you got to spend money to make money, and the Dodgers did that, and they got everything they wanted. And the man hasn't even pitched yet. What is it going to be like when he's back out there pitching for the Dodgers? I wish we. I'm not going to call Jim Crane poor. I wish, in some ways, the Astros operated like the Dodgers, never having to worry about signing good players or keeping good players. If you make a mistake, whatever, you'll just spend more money to make up for it. We are not in that position, and I fear that last year was the end. Can Jim Crane extend that window? Is he willing to? I got my doubts. I do have my doubts. Okay. Before we get to break, I did want to mention this. We talked a lot of college football. We talked a lot of A&M and Texas, and that is brought to you this week by Rebecca Creek Distillery. Rebecca Creek Distillery, you can. There it is. Okay. We will go to break after I finish this. With the rivalry renewed, and we know it's coming up this Saturday, November 30th, as A&M faces off against Texas. All our talk with A&M Texas and the interviews you heard, like Selvin Young and Steve McKinney, those were brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You can get and enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey, all to celebrate the rivalry's return. Lone Star Showdown is back at Kyle Field, Texas versus the Aggies. Gig 'em and hook 'em, all brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. And I still don't think we can go to break. They want me to wait. They still want me to wait. So I will wait on whatever's. Oh, we're good. We're good. I'll talk to you about the potential landing place for Alex Bregman when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So right now, a picture of Alex Bregman is on the front page of ESPN. It's an insider article by David Schoenfeld, and it predicts where he's going to land and what it's going to cost. They have him joining the Detroit Tigers at 6 years, $187 million. There's a lot of talk in the blurb about his connection with A.J. Hinch, and there's a gap at third base, and the Tigers would fit Bregman, and Bregman would fit the Tigers. And it also has to do with the fact that the Astros should focus more on Kyle Tucker because he's younger, and in parentheses, they said better. I think it'd be easier to sign Alex Bregman than it would be to sign Kyle Tucker, but that's another prediction and another projection higher than what the alleged offer that the Astros have for Bregman. I think the Nightingale one was at $26 million per year. This one exceeds that. And will the Astros willing to go that high? That's over $30 million a year. 31.166, whatever. So that's a number the Astros don't appear willing to meet for that term. 6 years, probably a bigger deal than the money. And that leads to the fallout, which has a prediction of the Astros signing Anthony Santander, the outfielder from the Baltimore Orioles. He had 44 home runs last year, was an all-star. He's 30 years old himself, but you can see the difference, and maybe they're playing into what the Astros like to do. They don't have it as a 6-year deal. They do have it as a 3-year deal at $69 million a year. So a higher annual salary than Bregman, but at half the years. That seems like a move the Astros would make, not necessarily for the player, but the deal itself feels like, hey, we get you to your 33, 34, and then we say bye-bye. If I was making a prediction as far as not Santander, but the type of deals they're going to be doling out this offseason, that lines up. Short term, we'll use the annual average salary to entice you, and then it plays into Kyle Tucker's going likely at the end of the season if they're not trading him. So you have your right fielder. Shorter term deal, a lot of money, but you're not investing until some guy is 37 years old, or maybe in Kyle Tucker's case, maybe he's asking for 8 or 9 years, who knows, as an outfielder. So that's there. I did want to get to this. I love college football, but I don't know if I love it as much as Ryan Day. Ryan Day, the head coach at Ohio State, this was a year where they went all in because they were tired of losing to Michigan, and they watched Michigan win a national title. So they go get Caleb Downs from Alabama. They go get Quinshon Judkins from Ole Miss. They bring in Will Howard as they say goodbye to Kyle McCord. And they've done it to win, but they've also done it because Ryan Day takes losing really, really seriously. Here's Ryan Day on losing to Michigan.
We've felt what it's like to not win this game, and it's bad. It's one of the worst things that's happened to me in my life, quite honestly. Other than losing my father and a few other things, it's quite honestly for my family the worst thing that's happened. So we can never have that happen.
I'm not laughing at his comment. I'm laughing at Sam's reaction when he just compared losing to Michigan to losing his dad. That's how serious it is, Sam. The man compared the death of his father to losing a football game.
That was a wild comparison.
Yeah, you thought, he's the gravelly voice. It's tough losing to the rival. And then he dropped, losing my dad compares. What?
Mm-mm.
All right, man. I understand. A lot of pressure to win. Losing to Michigan is tough. You don't like watching them celebrate for the last 3 years. But to losing your dad?
Therapy is an option.
I don't know how many college football coaches are in therapy. I don't think it's part of the bag. I think it may be even looked at as a sign of weakness. We don't hear a lot of college coaches going to therapy. They would say that I don't have time to go to therapy. I got to coach. I got to manage a roster. I can't spend time in a therapist's office. I would say, if we're thinking about it, out of the 130 coaches or so in Division I football and the FCS, could I get to 5 that are actively participating in therapy, despite listening to Ryan Day, who probably needs it, I don't think I'd get the 5. At least I wouldn't get the 5 who admit it, at least. Yeah, man. Saturday's a big game for Ryan Day for multiple reasons. You win that game, you're playing the Big Ten title game, and you've already locked in a spot whether you win or lose to play in the CFP. But even bigger, this could be like a family member dying if he loses again for the 4th year in a row. Sam, it's serious business.
It's not that deep.
It's very deep.
It will never be that deep.
That's a Ryan Day, Sam.
Have you ever compared a game?
No.
Yeah.
No, the answer is no.
I think.
I mean, I don't coach, so it doesn't hit the same. But no, I've never compared my team losing anything to the death of a family member. It won't be something I ever do.
Never mind.
Go on.
No, because I'm not gonna get canceled for this. It was just it was an audio I was thinking of that Joe and Paul showed me the other day, but I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, save yourself. So when you're watching that game on Saturday, and maybe you're rooting for Michigan to win because you want chaos, remember what it's going to do to Ryan Day. Think about that when you're rooting for Michigan. I always root for Michigan. I can't stand Ohio State. I've never rooted for them in that game, even since I was a kid. Is Ryan Day's mental health going to change my mind? Probably not. I would just say, go get some help, buddy. Go get some help. That's a crazy thing to say.
A very crazy comparison.
Losing his, not even just a family member, losing his
dad.
His dad.
His dad.
One of the worst thing that happened in my life is
not
losing
even
to
a
Michigan.
dog.
He said it, but Ohio State people are like, yeah, that's what we want to hear. Dedication.
Oh gosh.
You just understand. And you're right. You're right too, because you're a healthy person. But the message boards on Ohio State are like, you damn right it's that big of a deal.
Oh no.
I bet you they will. I haven't gone on them, but I bet you they wouldn't be reacting like we're reacting. They'd be like, yeah, it hurts when we lose to that team. I'm sure some of them are saying the same thing in their Columbus homes or their Cincinnati homes, wherever they're watching the game from. I bet you they're all saying losing to Michigan is like death. And they've had to deal with death for the last 3 years. They want that to end this year. It should. Michigan's not very good. They barely are bowl eligible. That game's in the shoe at home. Don't lose that game. He wouldn't get fired for it. But the heat that's already hot would turn up immensely.
You think he's gaslighting? He's gonna he's trying to gaslight the other fans and the other team.
I don't think so. I think that's a very honest thing that he should have kept to himself.
I think so too.
I think that's one of those things you keep internally because people think you're nuts. And maybe don't have a healthy doesn't have a healthy context about what's important in life. A healthy perspective, maybe. But hey, if you win the game, you feel great. It's a lot of losing his misery type stuff. Where
some might even say you feel alive.
I think he will feel relieved if he wins this game. I don't think he'll be joyous because he's expected to win. I think it'll be relief. He can't lose this game. No. Mainly because I don't want that man to be in shambles on the field afterwards. Can we get Ryan Day into the Buckeyes locker room with some joy? I'm still not rooting for him, but I know the expected outcome. So if that's coming anyway, at least one man in Columbus won't be thinking about his dead dad, I guess. I don't know, man. It's crazy. So when you're watching the big game on Saturday morning, root for Ryan Day and his mental health. He needs it if you don't have any rooting interest one way or the other. But I'm a hater, so I'm rooting against Ohio State anyway. And hopefully he's healthy enough to survive what might be a devastating loss. Okay, we got a couple more segments here before we go. I hope you guys enjoy your Saturdays and your Sundays in a way that if you lose, you let it sit with you for about 30 minutes or an hour. Like the Titans game probably sat with you longer than normal because the Titans are terrible. You expected to win. I hope you guys were able to recover by Tuesday and not have it ruin you like another loss to Michigan might ruin Ryan Day. Okay, when we come back, I'll give you a not so favorable ranking of CJ Stroud, where he ranks as far as the top quarterbacks in the league. And it is the epitome of same old Texans. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Now, rankings for quarterbacks don't really matter. We watch the games, and that determines who's good and who isn't. But I think it just speaks to where we are with the conversations regarding the football team in this town. Would we ever have imagined that CJ Stroud would be ranked the 17th best quarterback in football at any point this year? When we're talking about an individual who put himself in the top 5 this offseason, I don't think anyone had him outside of the top 10. Now he's behind the likes of Bo Nix. Bo Nix has played well this year, surprisingly well, considering his rookie status and what people thought of him. Even removing the Auburn stuff from the equation, he was a guy who threw a lot of short passes, wasn't a full field read type of guy at Oregon. I mean, he wasn't really progression based, but he was very productive with his feet and his arm and efficient. And Sean Payton has done a good job of showcasing his strengths and limiting some of the issues you might see from a rookie quarterback. And now the Broncos are the 7th seed in the playoffs, ahead of CJ Stroud in these rankings. Kirk Cousins ahead of him, Sam Darnold ahead of him. And there's some names you might be less offended by, like Jalen Hurts. Baker Mayfield is one you probably wouldn't like, but he's pretty high. He's up at 6, so nowhere close to where CJ Stroud is. Of course, Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Goff, Burrow, all the names you might recognize as far as quarterbacks of good teams. I know the one that Sean and I had a question over was Jordan Love before they played each other this year, and really even in the offseason. We talked about how good were those two. Jordan Love's a couple years older, but as far as young quarterbacks who haven't accomplished a lot, CJ because he's a rookie, Jordan Love because he had to sit behind Rodgers for a time. Those were two we were starting to look at, guys 25 and younger who were next in line. And Jordan Love's year's been up and down. He puts balls in harm's way quite a bit. He's thrown 11 picks. He should have thrown 2 against the 49ers this past Sunday. Tom Brady got on him and got on the 49ers more so for not coming down with these plays. Jordan Love likes to do that. He's going to do that. He's going to put the ball in harm's way. He trusts himself and he trusts his receivers. And sometimes it winds up in poor decisions. We saw that against the Texans. He was willing to throw picks in a game the Texans could have won. Their quarterback didn't play well. I think even though CJ didn't turn the ball over with picks, he threw for under 90 yards in that game. It was one of his worst games of the year. But they're at 16-17. It's a surprise that they're there, at least if we go by preseason hype. But watching those two guys play, that's where they should be. And Jordan Love is a guy people like. He is someone that people believe can turn it on like he did in the back half of last year. It's why he got a new contract, a giant one, just because how he played. That Packers team was some poor situation handling away from beating the 49ers in a playoff game. That's how good he was down the stretch. And we'll see if he can do that again starting tomorrow night. So 17th ranked quarterback. I saw the 33rd teams had CJ in the 20s, and that offended some people until what happened against the Titans. Now it's less offensive. I talked about it yesterday. I don't even think it's his fault, all of it. There's certainly some part of it that's him. But the way this team has been constructed and the way they try to run their offense has played a big part too. The Shanahan offense is a lot about easy buttons, particularly for young quarterbacks. Brock Purdy had easy buttons. The play action off the run game helped him throw the ball in the middle of the field with backers vacating space because they were threatened by Christian McCaffrey running the football. In situations, the Texans contest the middle of the field because of the threat of Joe Mixon. We didn't see that a lot against the Titans because of Tavondre Sweat and Jonathan Simmons. Jeffrey Simmons. Jonathan Simmons was the swingman that ruined the Rockets playoff series when James Harden disappeared in Game 6. It's a different Simmons, but Jeffrey Simmons had a very similar impact on Sunday. The run game wasn't there. The pass game suffered for it. I just asked, where's the quick game stuff? Like, we know the screenplay against Dallas worked until Larry Tunsil decided he wasn't going to be ready for the first play they ran after a week of preparation. But it doesn't feel like there are a lot of easy buttons right now where you can throw the ball, CJ can throw the ball to someone in space, and you know what? That's just a play where you got to get it out there and let a guy make a play. Or some quick game stuff where you're not even worried about the offensive line. You just ask your quarterback to make a good decision quickly, and maybe you pick up 5 or 6 yards. That speaks to where's Dalton Schultz. I remember back early in the year, it might have been even game 1 where the Colts were giving free access yards to Dalton Schultz. He would just come off the line, and he was open for 7 yards because the Colts weren't guarding him. A lot of that has disappeared, whether it be because teams have taken it away or they're not trying to get to that anymore. CJ is making a lot of throws, whether it be under duress because of his offensive line or tight window stuff. He's talented enough for some of that to work out. And in some instances, we get what we saw on Sunday, where there's some miscommunication or he just misses a throw. Those were the 2 picks. He missed the layered throw, I think, to Nico that resulted in the second pick, and of course the Mechie situation where they're on different pages. So if we can find a way to get him some easy, quick stuff, I think they're talented enough at the receiver position for those to be yards after the catch things, where you're not asking him to do too much. You're not asking your offensive line to do too much. They go against a front that can challenge them. I don't want him holding the ball early in that game, particularly if you can't threaten with the run and you're dependent on him to drop back and throw. Find a way to make it easy on him early. He didn't look like he had a lot of confidence coming off the field or even during the middle of that game on Sunday. Try to find some of that. Get him going early. They're going to need it because we know they don't do well in the second half. So you might want to jump out to a lead where you can start nursing things in the second half, and hopefully your run game gets going. So 17th ranked quarterback in the game behind Baker Mayfield. Far cry from what we thought. Far cry from what he thought. I'm not blaming the offseason, the podcasting for it. I think there are bigger football reasons for why things aren't going the way they should. And you hope that changes on Sunday against a bad Jags team. That's a team who I think is open to quitting if you get on them early, or maybe the second half stuff doesn't matter as much because the Jags are out of it. They think they're going to get their starting quarterback back. There's not a lot to play for the Jags outside of professional pride. The coach seems like he's on his way out. The team isn't good. This is a team you should be able to jump on. And I talked about it earlier. Don't throw away your road streak on this team. The Texans have won 9 straight road division games. It should get to 10. There's no reason it doesn't get to 10 unless the team itself kind of falls apart. We will see on Monday. It'll be an interesting Monday. I talked about Ryan Day approaching things with relief if he beats Michigan. I think I'll be more relieved than anything if they beat the Jags on Sunday. I don't think it'll be a meaningful step because the opponent matters. The strength of the opponent matters. We saw on Sunday that the Titans were willing to give that game to the Texans, and the Texans were willing to give it right back. So the Jags, I think, are in that same ballpark where they'll do things to give you the games. But relief and being 8-5, I think, is where I will be on Monday going into a bye, as opposed to the awful alternative where they're 7-6 and the season feels like it's on the brink, despite what the Colts might be doing in their game, as the AFC South is pretty weak. And it was brought up on CBS Sports. They were talking about what you're supposed to be thankful for because of Thanksgiving. And for the Texans, it was the rest of the AFC South. Not anything that they're doing. The fact that the AFC South is so bad. All right. We got one more segment to go here. Sam and I will close it out. Then Gallant and George will follow us. But before I do that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. You can go to Monument Chevrolet right now, and particularly monumentchevrolet.com, and check out what they have to offer. It is a Black Friday week, which means they have deals on top of their monthly deals that you can take a look at. That monthly offer right now is a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. And at Monument Chevrolet, you get 1.9% financing on that. Or maybe you want an electric vehicle. If you're interested in that, they have 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. You can talk to Ash. He is their salesperson of the week. And if you go out there, he may have a championship belt on. That means he's getting deals done. And that's part of what they want to do. They want to sell your car, and they want to do it as quickly as possible. They don't want you waiting out there. They understand you might want a new car, but you don't want to spend all day at the dealership. So they will work with you to get a deal done. No hidden fees, no upcharges. The price will be the price. And if you see a price someplace else on maybe it's a new Colorado or Silverado, they'll work with you with your budget to make it something you can get from them. Family owned, been in business for 50 years. They keep customers coming back because of how great the process is. Remember, the price is a price. And if you are looking for something for your business, you want to add to your fleet, they have the 6th largest fleet in the country. They got cars for your business. They got cars for personal. And if maybe you're not looking for something new, but you want something pre-owned, they've got a great selection there. Go to monumentchevrolet.com to check everything they have to offer, and then go out there. 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After yesterday's record run for the Dow and the S&P, the markets are a little bit calm this morning and just flattish, waiting on a raft of economic numbers due out, including durable goods orders, second look at the latest GDP report, and also a key inflation number that is included in the personal income and spending data, all of that out today. So we'll keep an eye on all those numbers to see how they affect market sentiment and whether or not the inflation data affects the outlook for Federal Reserve interest rate policy. Yields are down on the 10-year note to about 4.26%. Dollar index also weakening a bit, while oil, despite the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, is up 21 cents to $68.98 a barrel. Gold's rebounding $31 to $26.52 the ounce on a weaker dollar and lower interest rates. Again, all eyes are on the data this morning before we take a break tomorrow for Thanksgiving and a half-day session on Friday. So a quiet start to the day. The numbers will probably tell the tale.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sam, this will be an experience for you. I don't think you've been here when Eric Wong is called in. We'll see how you react. People on Twitch will too. I think it'll be more of a non-verbal thing with Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey, dog. Great show once again. I have a question about C.J. Stroud. There hasn't been any good quarterbacks coming out of Ohio State. Do you think he would become one of those non-great Ohio State quarterbacks in the league? Also, who do you prefer, Tim Castro or Mario Moreno? I'll hang up a listen.
He normally asks about Abigail Dye. But once again, Eric, I don't know these newswomen, and I'm not going to objectify them like you want me to. Mostly because I barely even know what they look like. I have no idea. I don't have a preference. I'm glad they're great at what they do. That's most important. The jobs that they do.
What was his question?
Kim Castro or Myra Moreno, who do I prefer? If you roll 4 pictures in front of me and ask me to identify them, I wouldn't be able to. I don't watch a lot of local news, particularly not for that. What he's asking me about. That's your first experience. That one was actually kind of light. It's normally about workout videos that I'm not sure are real for newswomen, their Instagram and what they're posting. I don't follow a lot of people on Instagram either. But thanks, Eric, for the call. As far as the Stroud Ohio State thing, that was one of the non-logic based, information based things about him coming out. Ohio State quarterbacks have not fared well in the NFL. And partly that has a lot to do with, at least during the Urban Meyer, Jim Tressel era, they didn't really recruit or play guys who were NFL type quarterbacks. Like, think about it. Troy Smith was a small spread quarterback. He wasn't ever going to be a prospect. He got drafted, but there was no one thought Troy Smith was going to be great. So him washing out as a low round pick shouldn't have surprised anyone. Obviously, Cardale Jones had the giant arm, but he was more of a flash in the pan. He wasn't starting. He was a third string quarterback. They went on to win a national title with him. And even when he came back, he wasn't great. I know they had to move Braxton Miller to receiver, the great Braxton Miller, who played for the Texans for a little bit. So while I get some of the projections, and it goes back beyond them, and go back to Bobby Hoying as far as Ohio State quarterbacks not panning out, I don't know how many were actually top prospects that you would even throw that label on Ohio State unless you're just a hater. And I am a Ohio State hater, but I'm not going to blame them for guys who weren't really legit prospects. So Dwayne Haskins was the one in the first round that you can point to, died tragically. But as far as first round quarterbacks for Ohio State, how many are there that you would have thought, yeah, that guy's going to be great? We knew during the draft process that none of these guys were expected to be good. CJ is another first rounder, and obviously he played great in year one. I talked about in the last segment how things have kind of turned beyond what we see on the field, perception-wise too. I will say the film geeks still love CJ. They love what they saw last year, and they blame a lot of what's happening on Slowick and the offensive line. They think what they saw last year is still there. So if you want to take heart with that. That the people who say they know a lot about film still believe he's one of the top guys, and that he's more a victim of circumstance than anything else. Terrell Pryor's another one who was a good college quarterback and got some time splitting between receiver and quarterback in the NFL. But it's a lot of guys who were talented guys in college and had great rosters around them that won a lot of football games, but weren't really real prospects. CJ, Dwayne Haskins, in some ways, are the ones you can point to and go, hey, yeah, Ohio State doesn't produce great NFL quarterbacks. It happens. Florida doesn't produce great NFL wide receivers. Going all the way back to Spurrier and the fun and gun. Not a lot of guys come out of Florida and show that production in the NFL. We had Jabbar Gaffney here for a while. The Patriots have missed out on multiple Florida receivers. Well, they drafted them and missed on them. They've done it. I think we've all learned our lesson. Well, Ricky Pearsall is a transfer from Arizona State and now is someone the 49ers have to depend on. So we'll see how he plays there. I mean, he's just a marvel because he survived getting shot in the chest and is back playing football. So whatever Ricky Pearsall does going forward, you'll credit him with that at least. Survived getting shot and is back playing NFL football within a year. That's a great story. And all of a sudden he's needed more because of the injuries in San Francisco. All right, Sam, we're almost done. You're almost done. There was a bobble there because of some system issues. You mentioned you had nightmares with about 5 to 6 minutes to go before, and even less than that, before you're done with this show. How do you feel?
Thank God. Your show is so boring.
Exactly.
No,
So
I'm kidding.
you didn't have a lot to do on this show. All we do is talk sports, and I didn't want to involve you in John's nonsense like John would. So you just sit there, run the board, make sure everything's okay, and you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You're good.
Yeah. Yeah. My nightmare did not come true except for whenever I missed the break.
That did happen, and then the system crashed on you, which isn't your fault.
Yeah.
Do you remember what we have to play to end this show? Do you know what it is?
You're.
We have a couple.
Oh.
You can play. It's up to you.
Oh.
We have Dominate in the Paint, and then we have We Did It. So when we end this thing, it's your choice, and that's how we'll close it out.
Okay.
Which is me just stretching for time because I'm tired of talking. I really am. I just want to go home, prepare my yams and mac and cheese, and go take a nap.
Green bean casserole.
Nah.
I have a concert tonight.
Where are you going?
Usher.
Have you learned any more songs?
No.
Still, you're gonna. You know that guy's gonna be on stage for a couple hours, and you only know like one song.
I know like 2.
2.
Yeah.
Learn the. You got a lot. You had time. Learn the set list and start figuring out what you're gonna sing to.
I'm just happy to be here.
You're there. It'll be fun, even though you're just sitting there hanging out.
Even though people have told me that he was involved with Diddy, I'm just gonna ignore that until after the concert.
Him and how many others? At some point, you're gonna have to make decisions about who you want to go see in concert and who you don't. The whole music industry was involved with Diddy at some point. Just how it is.
And Paul Gallant.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Paul Gallant wasn't involved with Diddy. That's her slander, Paul, not mine. I'm done. Gallant and George are up next. They're waiting in the hall, waiting to get in here. And following them are the Killer Bees. We won't be doing any shows on Thursday, but Joe George will be up in College Station on Friday. So if you're driving around or at home, 3 to 7, Joe George in College Station. We're doing an Aggie Longhorn preview brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. They've been sponsoring all our Aggie Longhorn stuff all week long. They'll do it again on Friday. He'll talk to some Tex Ags personalities. You hear the interviews we did this week. Aggies Longhorns, November 30th. Joe George bringing you a long, and I mean long, preview show. Shout out to Joe George for going up there. All right.
Yes.
I'm done. Sam, what's your choice? How do we close out this show?
In honor of Sean.
We did it!
Can you hear it?
We did hear it.
Oh.
That's right. We did it. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Wednesday, November 27th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Happy Thanksgiving to one and all, whether you're on your way to go get some lunch the last day of work or perhaps en route to the absolute hellhole that we call George Bush Intercontinental Airport or hobby to get out of town, or maybe you're going over the river and through the woods to a relative's house who may or may not be overly political now that a certain result happened in this election. We hope that you are doing well. Joe, hello. What is up? And you didn't turn your microphone on. You did turn your microphone on. Okay. Okay, cool. I can't hear what's coming out of your microphone though, so we'll see. Okay. Maybe this is just the headphone jack that I have in right now.
I think we're okay. Look, this is one of those holidays where, especially around the elections, not one I'd be rooting for if you have super political family members.
No,
I'll put it that way.
Definitely not. Definitely not. So, lots of stuff that we're going to dive into over the course of today's show. And if you want to chime in, 713-780-3776. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. King of all Twitches says, always talk politics and religion at the Thanksgiving table. Football is too controversial. This is true.
It's a good take, actually.
It is. Now,
your family's sad if you're talking Texans at the Thanksgiving dinner table.
This is also true. You will make them sad. Now, I know that we got football to talk about and we've got baseball to talk about, but I feel like we got to talk about something else. And I'm going to read the poem of a wise philosopher. Now is the time. Don't ever stop. Push it along. Gotta be strong. Push it along right to the top. The feeling in your soul is going to take control. Nothing can hold you back if you really want it. I see it in your eyes. You want the cup of life. Now that the day is here, got to go and get it. Do you really want it? Do you really want it? Go, go, go. Ole, ole, ole. Go, go, go. Ole, ole, ole. Tonight's the night. We're going to celebrate the NBA Cup of Life. Ole, ole, ole. Thank you, Ricky Martin, for gracing us with that art whenever you released the song La Copa de la Vida back in the day. Rockets won the group phase of the Cup. We got Cup fever in Houston. Suck it, Minnesota, you bitches. Let's go.
That thing was ugly.
I like the court.
I couldn't stand it.
Well, that's because you don't understand the Cup of Life. Ole, ole, ole.
It's too lime green.
It's too lime green.
It was so Nickelodeon. It really was. It just felt like it did feel like a throwback to my childhood.
Yes.
Of just seeing the slime court basically.
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with like the idea of it. I just didn't love watching it. Like if there was a way to like have it there for like half the game,
yeah,
I think I might have been more okay.
Okay.
But, like as they get to overtime, I'm like, God, this is distracting me.
Well, they took down the Minnesota Timberwolves 117-111 in the third game of the group phase, so they advance. I don't know how it works. I just know I have Cup fever, okay? Because this is a bandwagon sports town, and Houston is no longer a baseball town. Houston is no longer a football town. Houston is a basketball town. Once again, let's go.
Look, this is one of those games where I think they've sold me on the NBA Cup, Paul.
Yeah.
I think I'm in.
Yeah.
I think I actually...
let's be honest.
I think I enjoy it, actually.
This is probably the best thing the Rockets can do this year. It would be great if they had this unbelievable out of nowhere year where they win the NBA title and no one sees it coming. But I don't really see the star player there unless Amen Thompson continues to do what he was doing at the end of last night's game. He had that steal, goes down the court. It was a beautiful end of this game for the Rockets. And I got to say, of all the things, look, they don't have that one star player. But this is, I think, a team that actually plays like a team. I didn't know that existed in the NBA anymore.
Yeah, they play team basketball now. I think that, but this is good. Like this, we saw it last year with Boston, right? Like Boston no longer, they got rid of the stigma that you need 3 superstars to win a championship.
You need two really good players, but they had great depth. It's why
They did have two superstars though.
You don't consider Jaylen Brown?
Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Yeah. What do you mean? They do not. You said that they need to have three.
Yeah, no, they don't need three anymore.
Oh,
like you don't
gotcha.
like the big three era is over. Like first of all, thank you. Glad it's over. LeBron ruined the NBA. Golden State made it worse. But they were so deep last year, and that's why they could do so many different things. Whether it's Derek White and all these guys coming off the bench, but that's what the Rockets have now. The Rockets just have a depth of players that they can go to on any given night, and where Jalen Green is not good, you have other guys that you can rely on. They are playing really just good team basketball, and it's fun to watch.
You got Alperen Sengun with the triple-double. He had 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists. You had Fred VanVleet shooting a lot, but he did get 27. You had Dylan Brooks doing critical things when it mattered. You had Amen Thompson doing critical things when it mattered. He even had a three. Really, everyone in last night's game. Jabari Smith Jr. even had a good game. The only guy who really struggled was Jalen Green, and he played just 23 minutes in this game. And it does make you wonder. I mean, this is a crunch time situation. He's not playing a whole lot. And I did get some flashbacks to the James Harden era because I feel like they're starting to wonder about his fit and all of this. And it does make me wonder, okay, well, at what point are they going to decide to move on? Because this is a game that they won without about.
Yeah, I mean, look, Amen Thompson has done a really good job where he's not even great on offense, but he's so electric on defense that you have, and your other guys were contributing on offense, so you don't need Jalen Green out there. I mean, the standard that Ime Udoka set last year has very clearly continued into this year. That if you're not playing good basketball, you're not going to be on the court at all times. We've seen Alperen Sengun be benched in fourth quarters. Yep. We've seen Jalen Green now in last night's game have of your main six players have by far the least amount of minutes. So I'm good with that strategy. And Jabari's had, a pretty he's had an up and down season, but the peaks have been fun. I mean, his last, 3 of his last 4, he's had really strong performances. He's still pretty inconsistent, but that's what a lot of this team is going to be. They're young. Jalen Green is the one where I'm the most frustrated with because, you would just think at some point you would get more consistent, or we just have to come to the reality that this is who he is. And that's why the contract was a good contract because you're not committed long-term. It's easy to trade, but good win last night. That's for sure.
More than good. It's great. It's the NBA Cup. I don't feel your excitement.
It's good.
What are you talking about? It's good. It's great. It's great. Unbelievable. Joe George, Mr. Chicago Bulls here.
They suck.
Yes, I know. And you're saying, oh, this is just good.
No,
this is great. This is one of the most iconic wins in Houston Rockets basketball history since 2020.
They got to get to
Did you hear what I said at the end? Since 2020.
Since 2020.
Which is a big deal because our memories are getting collectively shorter and shorter, and you are just looking down on this incredible NBA Cup victory. Ole, ole, ole. It's the NBA Cup.
No, I'm ready for some quarterfinal wins.
No.
I'm ready for the next win.
This is, I'm so disappointed.
You're the one that always tells me, Paul, it's not about this win, it's about the next win. Because that's what Bill Belichick would always say.
Yeah, but I don't know how the rest of the NBA Cup works, okay? So that's why I'm saying be excited now. We'll figure that bleep out later.
That's true. I do know it's in Vegas.
Hell yeah.
That's all.
So, and I just found out right there in that moment right now that we are going as a show to Vegas. Thanks, Joe. Ole, ole, ole. Brought to you by Rebecca Creek Whiskey. Just kidding. They are sponsoring all of our coverage of Texas and Texas A&M, which we will talk about at some point.
We can ask.
But this is all
about
the NBA Cup.
You guys want to fly us to Vegas so we can cover the Rockets?
I mean, it's the NBA Cup of life.
It's what matters the most.
This might be the only chance of a Houston championship in the next calendar year. Let's be honest. Astros, we got some questions.
Space Cowboys just won a championship, Paul.
Yeah, that's true. But we already have that locked down, okay? We know we can go. I mean, we're partners with the Sugar Land Space Cowboys. You are right. But as far as the big boys, Texans, shaky. They're not swarming right now. You've got the Astros, shaky. Not really doing anything in free agency. We'll talk about that next in the countdown. But you should be excited. This is one of the greatest wins in Houston sports history. They've never brought home the NBA Cup.
You're right. They never have.
They've never brought it home.
They never have. They can be the second team ever to do it.
I feel like I'm sort of talking you into NBA Cup fever, but I
No,
still
I
don't
do.
feel it.
I do like it because I like the competitiveness of the games. Like that's why it's actually good. Is because the idea of it I find dumb because I'm not a soccer fan, so I don't like.
You find winning a title for your city dumb, Joe?
In-season tournaments. Like I just didn't really buy into it.
Why
Now,
not?
I think they made it a little bit better when they changed it from the in-season tournament to the NBA Cup. The name change, the rebranding.
The rebranding was way better.
The rebranding definitely helps.
Rebranding,
like
then I
helps
can
a
sing
lot.
that stupid Ricky Martin song.
Yeah, it really
Get
helps out
everyone
a lot.
mad at me.
No, it's great. I want you to sing it again.
Ole, ole, ole.
But the players care. Like they're playing not playoff caliber basketball intensity, but it is more because each player can win $500,000 by winning this thing, I believe it is. So like they play much better basketball, but the Rockets are also just extremely fun to watch in general. Like outside of it being a cup game, I cannot get enough of Amen Thompson right now. He's electric on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, and I am really curious as to how the season progresses and how they use him. Because in this game, when he played, I mean, they were so much better. I think it was a tweet from Zach Lowe where when they put in Thompson for Green, they were plus 38 with a insane defensive rating. Lowe wrote it as a defensive rating of shrieking noise. I don't know what that means. Honestly, I feel like we should use that more than some of these dorky advanced analytics and stats that some people use.
Yeah, I think we don't need all that stuff. My eyeballs tell me Amen Thompson good at basketball.
Hell yeah.
Tari Eason good at basketball.
That's true too.
They have bought in. Like they have found the right coach with the right players that they have built it. And I guess it's a little bit accidental, obviously, because no one thought Ime Udoka, that kind of coach, would be available. But to have someone that's defensive minded, and then to have guys like Dylan Brooks and Tari Eason and Amen Thompson who can all at times play elite level defense, and then you're getting a triple double out of Alpi.
Mm-hmm.
They're
ole, ole, ole.
Maybe Bill Simmons is right.
Top 5 team in the NBA.
Oh, did he say NBA or West?
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear the last part.
NBA.
And just put it up there.
I'm fine with that.
Because look, they're competing for the NBA Cup. Who else has won their group in the NBA Cup? I don't know.
I think there's one other team.
Okay. It's one other team's won their group.
Yeah.
And the Houston Rockets. They took care of business. But did the other team have to beat the team that was getting glazed in the Western Conference playoffs as the next big thing? Because Anthony Edwards is apparently Michael Jordan. Was that team able to beat a team like that? I don't care if they're 8-9. Were they able to beat a team like that? I doubt it.
I mean, they were. That's who they were last year. Like they were the team in the Western Conference last year.
They were the team. You know, the Mavericks won the Western Conference, but the Timberwolves were actually the best team in the Western Conference. People forget.
So people say.
And they beat them without Karl Anthony Towns. So it was like a tougher Timberwolves team. So this was one of the greatest victories in the history of the world. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Move over World War II. This is an incredible day to be an American, specifically when you know that the city of Houston is in your country, and in the city of Houston, a team from Houston, a ragtag group of kids banded together to take down arguably Michael Jordan.
I mean, arguably, yeah. They took him down.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's got to take down whoever's next.
Ole, ole, ole. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Anthony in for Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I'm going to continue to push Talking Texans back as far as I can, because every single time I talk about them, I want to throw myself out the window. So we continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting, and Joe George has a message for noted billionaire Jim Crane. Wonder how that's going to go. Stay put. 77 days away. We're still waiting to hear an update on Alex Bregman. They did offer him 6 years and $156 million. But something went down in baseball last night, Joe, and you're hoping that Astros owner Jim Crane took notice.
Yeah, so the Dodgers, I hate them. So they signed Blake Snell. So after winning the World Series, they are now going to add Blake Snell on a 5-year, $182 million contract. I believe that's what it is. And Shohei Ohtani to their pitching rotation next year. I cannot believe that they are just going to continue spending money like this. The deferred payments are the absolute worst. I cannot believe that no one uses them in the way that they do. I saw this take out there that if other people use them the way the Dodgers are, it would have been stopped. Like if the A's tried to do something like this, like the MLB would say it's not allowed, or teams like the Dodgers would complain. So I have two messages. One, Jim, see how they structure contracts. Defer some money. You don't have to pay it all now. It brings the luxury tax down. It doesn't all count against the cap in 1 year. So just give Alex Bregman what he wants. Just defer the money. Just a little bit of it.
It is interesting that more teams haven't followed suit here. Don't you feel like at some point there's going to be a movement to copy? Because isn't every single sport filled with copycats?
I think we'll see the Mets start doing it, and maybe like the Yankees. But I think there has to be a level of I don't know if it's like confidence in how long you're going to own the team for, because I guess that could make it more complicated, right? Like if Jim Crane were to defer a massive contract for Alex Bregman, like does that make it harder to sell your team down the road? I don't know. I don't really know what the negative is. I don't really know. Instead of, I guess like you're factoring in inflation a little bit, or like the Bobby Bonilla contract. And you don't want to be embarrassed by it. Look at the Cincinnati Reds.
Did inflation affect that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just it felt like the right word to use.
I feel like inflation makes everything better.
That's true.
Right? I mean, not your wallet, of course,
Yeah.
but if you're making a payment on something
Yeah.
and then I don't know, I feel like the money you owe is a little bit less of a hurt on the wallet 5 years, 6 years down the road, assuming you're paying the same amount.
That's true. You're probably right. But like I think I believe it's finally over. You know, Ken Griffey Jr. was the 5th highest paid player on the Reds like last year because of his deferred contracts. So I guess they don't want to be embarrassed by it. But yeah, you would think at some point teams would catch on. They would see what the Dodgers are doing and they would utilize it. Now, my guess is that once other teams start to pick up on it, that's when some of the ownership groups will intervene. Okay. Because of the way that they're subverting the luxury tax a little bit, it does take away money from the cheap owners of teams like the Oakland A's, Tampa Bay Rays, who, when you go over the luxury tax, some of that money gets dispersed amongst the other teams that are not above it. So you're kind of taking away money from them in a way. But it's also strange to me that no one else is doing it. So there must be something with the financials that you have to be very confident about the future of your franchise to be wanting to do this. I would like the Astros to do it. But also, like, if you have the money, this is where you can go spend it. You can go over the luxury tax. And Jim Crane, he spends money. It's not that he doesn't spend money. He had the 5th highest payroll in baseball last year. And I know they made bad decisions, and they have to pay Abreu, and they have to pay Montero. But Alex Bregman is not asking for $300 million anymore. He's not asking for $400 million. He's asking for a pretty reasonable contract for what he's worth. And you can spend more than what you're spending now. And I hope Jim Crane does it.
And I feel like when you see these other owners spending money, there has to be an element of all these guys who love to big bleep it wherever they can. This is just how wealthy people are. I know some kind of wealthy people. They do this. I feel like if you're Jim Crane, you do have to have a little bit of spend V. And when you have that, you might think to yourself, F it.
Mm-hmm.
But does signing Blake Snell to that deal make sense for the Dodgers? I guess that's my pushback. I know that there were some struggles for Blake Snell early in the season. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think it was a great year for him.
It was a little up and down.
5 years and $182 million for a guy who walks a lot of people.
It can blow up in their face, but
I mean, they're basically giving Snell a better deal than Bregman will get.
Yeah. And it's the guy who's won a Cy Young.
I get that. I don't know though. There's something about Blake Snell that rubs me the wrong way. I think it really is the amount of balls that he throws and the fact that he's generally very walk heavy.
Yeah, no, because like you'd feel like there's going to be obviously games where he's going to walk too many guys. You give up one big hit and the game can get away with you very quickly. But I mean, the Dodgers, like it just doesn't matter for them because pitching was their biggest weakness going to the playoffs. You know, Walker Buehler was not the guy that they thought he was going to be coming back from all of his injuries. They've had a bunch of guys get hurt. They've had, one of their best pitchers get arrested, and he's now, Urias is still a free agent, I believe. No one's touched him since that's happened. But now you get Ohtani and Blake Snell back, and it's just bleep you money. Like this is way more than what the Yankees ever did. Way more. I mean, they're just like, would shock you if they went and signed Soto still?
The Dodgers?
Yeah.
Nothing would shock me if the Dodgers do it. In fact, it's really the only team where if they do something now, I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And I'll roll my eyes a little bit. But, you said you hate the Dodgers.
I do.
And I hate their fans. I actually respect the Dodgers because they spend money. I feel like we have this mindset, obviously as Astros fans that, hey, F them because there's so many players in that clubhouse that have called into question the championships and all that. But I am past this mindset that I know I had 20 years ago where you were sort of conditioned to believe that a select few teams should be hated because they always spent money. And obviously it's frustrating if you're not a fan of one of those teams, but isn't it so un-American to hate on the team that spends the most to make its customers happy? I hate the Yankees because I grew up in Boston. But when they were throwing money at everybody, that should have been respected and not hated. And I get it. It's a concept that you have to take a look at it from the big picture as opposed to through the lens of your favorite team. But any team that spends this kind of money should be praised. And I will give the Los Angeles Dodgers a round of golf claps for signing this guy and still theoretically being in on the Juan Soto sweepstakes. More teams should do this. And yet we're still conditioned to believe, like, oh, these guys they don't make it fair. No, your owner is not competing as much as he could or she could because she cares about profits. And understandable, this is a profit business. This is not a make your city happy business. But the Dodgers are going out of their way to make their fans happy. And they just won the World Series.
Yeah, you're right. It's also very American to hate something because of just pure envy, because that's what it is. It's jealousy. It's wishful that your favorite teams would spend money like this. And really, there's two teams right now. It's the Dodgers and the Mets. They're going to continue to spend crazy money. I mean, look what the Mets did. The Mets in one offseason brought in Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer, and it was such a disaster. They had to eat half those contracts.
But they still ate them.
And then they're going to go out. You know what they're going to do? They're going to spend more money. They're not going to let that stop them from spending money. They're not going to let two bad signings stop them from spending money in the future. They're going to just say, screw it. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. We'll spend this more money and we'll win again. But so that's what it is. It's jealousy. Like it's want to your favorite teams to spend money. And look, it's not even like it's a small market versus big market problem. You have multiple teams in major markets that don't spend money.
Yep.
That are huge problems. And really they're the biggest problem, I think, in the sport. I don't think we should hold the Oakland A's or the Tampa Bay Rays or the Kansas City Royals to the same money spending standard that we would hold the Dodgers, the Angels, the Mets, the Yankees, the Cubs, the White Sox, the Astros, and the Rangers. Like those are your biggest market teams. And then I guess Atlanta. And about half of them spend money. Half of them, even the Angels, it's blown up in their face time and time again. But how many disastrous contracts have they given out to guys like Josh Hamilton and Jason Worth, and they got nothing out of Shohei Ohtani?
if they had actually won, we'd be looking at them differently. I don't think Artie Moreno's a good owner, and I think a lot of Angels fans are disappointed that he almost sold the team and didn't sell the team. But again, he spends there's so many middle market teams that just don't. And I think some of them have the ability to spend more than they let on. And in baseball in particular, this is what drives me crazy about the sport and why I think it's the worst of the major American sports. Those owners hide. They hide behind Meat Shield Rob Manfred. And you never hear from the owners of the teams that don't have a lot of money. And guys like the owner of the A's and others, they get off scot-free from just getting destroyed verbally every single day. The bad owners in baseball are the worst owners in all of American sports. And that's saying something because we have the NHL and Major League Soccer. But with baseball, they have help in a way that those two leagues don't. And a lot of them just choose to sit back, keep quiet, and keep cashing those checks. I hate it.
I was gonna say that's why I'm pro. I don't want to cap the Dodgers. I want to make the A's spend. I want a salary floor.
Yeah, that would be
I
great.
don't need a salary cap.
But the problem
in
is
baseball,
the owners have to vote for that.
Yeah, but like you've got 5 teams last year whose payroll was less than $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets payroll was $305 million. Like that's such a crazy disparity, and I don't know. One of them is in Miami. Miami's a big market. They have $97 million on their payroll last year.
Mm-hmm.
Spend money.
Spend money. He's Joe and Paul. Anthony. Hey, Tony. He's in for Sean. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in if you want to join us on today's radio show. Coming up next, a little segment that we like to do called Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? You can text in your nominees or comment them on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. And don't forget the big game. It's coming up on Saturday. Texas A&M and Texas. Make sure you're staying tuned to us for extensive coverage of this historic game presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. Don't go anywhere. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka looked LeBron James dead in the eye and thought to himself, "You're a soft-ass boy," and then said it, soft. Soft, soft, soft. Because LeBron was upset that Ime was calling out his, quote, bitchin', end quote. So we do this every single Wednesday at 12:30. Joe, you have a nominee, and it involves something huge that's going on in the world of pop culture.
Yes. So Drake is suing UMG,
The university?
Universal Music Group.
Wait, no, Drake University?
Oh
is-
no, the rapper Drake, the child actor, the one who got shot and then he had a wheelchair for a while.
Whoa, so he's a disabled
Oh no, that was
singer?
just on TV.
Oh, okay.
So there was a song written about him called "Not Like Us" by Kendrick Lamar.
Who's that?
He's also a rapper.
Okay.
And the song made fun of Drake.
Oh, how did it make fun of him?
I think he called him a pedophile at one point.
Oh, damn. Well, honestly, gotta say, 2000s rap, early 90s rap,
Yeah.
mid 90s rap, a little bit better because, I mean, Tupac and Biggie, like they were talking about killing each other. But hey, okay, accusing people of being a pedophile.
Yeah, not great.
That's the 2024 move. Okay.
P. Diddy. Oh, I wonder why. So Drake is suing Universal Music Group and Spotify over allegations that the two companies have conspired to artificially inflate the popularity of Kendrick Lamar's song, Not Like Us. I think that makes Drake look worse in all of this. It was a rap beef that wasn't even really that good for Drake. Like, he wasn't dropping like heaters out there. This is soft.
What's a heater?
A good song.
Okay.
Songs that you usually sing.
Like
Ricky
La Vida
Martin.
Loca by
Yeah,
Ricky
yeah.
Martin because
I forgot-
the Houston Rockets are NBA Cup group champs.
Yeah. When you were just reading it, I didn't know the song until you started to sing. So I'm
Took a
glad you-
while. I purposely skipped over a couple of words.
That makes sense.
Okay, so Kendrick Lamar. And is Drake?
Yeah, Drake.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think Drake has a case because I use Spotify. I in fact I pay Spotify, and I have yet to hear what was this song called?
Not Like Us.
Okay. I haven't heard the song.
Yeah.
So I honestly, Paul Gallant speaking here, I don't think he has a case because I haven't heard it. So I'm just putting that out there.
I think you'll hear it soon.
On a serious note, now that I'm done being dumb because I love making people that love music really mad by pretending I don't know who their artists are. I'm gonna say this in Drake's favor. Like, I don't think the song was that good. I know everyone talks about how Not Like Us is like, oh yeah, he crushed him. And sure, he crushed him, but I don't know. I mean, I hear it at the beginning of the end of the last segment on Dell's show every single day. It's the right, and then and at some point in the song they go, "They not like us. They not like us. They not like us." Right? I don't know. I don't think it's that good. I think a lot of people are kind of hyping it up because the beef that we have in the music industry these days are non-existent. But the problem is if Drake is calling attention to it, this is essentially like Streisand affecting it. And at this point, the only win that Drake could get is that I have more money than anyone, and I'm just going to make life very difficult for Kendrick Lamar.
I still think his number one goal is to get him to stop performing at the Super Bowl this year. Like I
can't afford a private jet to the Super Bowl because of the legal fees he's going to have to pay.
Yeah, just like, hey man, we'll settle on this music group and Spotify if you just tell him to not let him play at the Super Bowl, and then we're good.
Yeah.
Amy Adams belong on Soft Boys for crying.
No, she beat
after
the Texans.
game. It's a regular season.
She beat the Texans. Hannah McNair, soft gal, for saying that Houston now belongs to the Texans. I don't know. Technically, since the Titans won, it now belongs to the Tennessee Titans. Houston is a province of the Tennessee Titan Empire. Hashtag Titan up. You have to admit it. You do. We have a text nominee. This is a good one. Anti-soft boy. The Cal equipment manager who body slammed a kid trying to take the helmet. Yeah, I agree with that. If you haven't seen the video, watch it. That was an incredible move. He got to relive that hit of that person who tried to take the helmet in front of the entire Cal football team in a film session, and they all were hyping him up. I'm happy he got to have that moment, that viral moment. That's a very cool viral moment to have for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
That guy took his job as seriously as everyone should take their job.
Honestly, he might have a job for life. Like, you don't think NFL teams are calling this guy?
Maybe.
Couldn't the Patriots use a guy like this? So the guy from Mexico doesn't steal Tom Brady's jersey?
Yeah, that could have helped. But again, it's a little more difficult in a locker room setting.
That's
is,
true.
though, in a setting where, I mean, there's tons of people on the field. The game is over. And that guy did his job. Look, we don't all love our jobs, but we should all approach our jobs just because we want to do our job well. DAGJ, as my father always used to tell me, you should always go 100%. This guy went 110%. I hope he ended up getting a raise of some sort for that. Or maybe...
paid it all.
Yeah, since he probably isn't getting paid. Like, can he spend the holidays with his family?
Yeah.
You know, especially with, I'm assuming Cal plays Stanford this week. It's the game, since they're both the ACC rivals. But anyway...
I like the team video was the best part of it.
Yeah, that was
the
cool.
actual video was cool, but to watch like the entire team watch the video at one time with him doing it and their big celebration, that was very cool.
More soft boys. The entire New York Giants. They called themselves this. First, you had Dexter Lawrence, who said that they played soft in a 30-7 blowout loss to the Bucs at MetLife Stadium. Rookie wide receiver Malik Neighbors said, soft AF, and he swore about it. Standoff edge rusher Brian Burns on trailing 30-0 at home off their bye week. That's ass.
It is.
The Giants called themselves out for being soft, so they must be the softest of the soft with that in mind.
Yeah, acknowledging your softness as an NFL team is not a great look. But hey, good luck on Thursday versus Cooper Rush and the Dallas Cowboys. We'll see how it goes.
That game might not be terrible.
They got a new quarterback, the New York Giants do.
They do. So do the Minnesota Vikings, because the Vikings signed Daniel Jones to their practice squad.
Yeah. The soft boys of the year, maybe, for having to acknowledge how soft you are.
Yeah, it's not good. They really have put on the quit this year, and I feel for Brian Daboll. I don't think that the struggles this year are his fault. I think that Joe Shane, their general manager, just did a horrible job of putting this together. There are rumors now about Belichick and Aaron Rodgers with the Giants. Oh my God, that would be kind of funny. More soft boys. 713-780-3776 if you have a nominee. Western Conference executives believe the NBA could eliminate conferences and have the top 16 teams make the playoffs when the league expands to 32 teams. Instead of dealing with that thorny competition, West executives told ESPN they believe both issues can be corrected by dropping conferences altogether and seeding teams 1 through 16 regardless of geography. The concept has been raised before, but expansion, the thinking goes, will create a reason to take a fresh look, since there are teams expected to be in Seattle and in Las Vegas within the next 5 years.
It's interesting because I remember when the Eastern Conference was proposing this idea in like the mid 2000s, I think it was. This has been talked about for a long time in the NBA. Kind of feels inevitable that they will make this change at some point and then just rework the way the schedule is.
I think it ruins playoff rivalries.
It does.
I don't like this at all. I think that, look, I get that rivalries in basketball are maybe a little bit different these days than they were in the past, but I like the idea of the Celtics and Sixers playing in the playoffs. They've been doing that for nearly 50 years. Yeah. Or take a look at some of the other long-term rivalries that we've had. In basketball, I suppose it would lead to more potential Lakers-Celtics series that take place before the NBA Finals.
But it's not the same.
But I think that the geographical rivalries of the Eastern Conference would be disrupted by it. I guess if you're in the West, it's a little bit different for you. So maybe it's easier to take a look at that and say, oh, you know what? Screw this. This is dumb. That's really the only counter argument I have against it. I think it's kind of soft that the Western Conference is just wants it to be easier for them.
I don't want to see this. I don't think it's necessary. It's all going to balance out at some point, right? Like
one would think.
Obviously, Wemby ends up in, San Antonio, but you look at the top picks this year, most of them were in the Eastern Conference. Cooper Flagg is projected to be the number 1 pick this year. the team with the worst record in the NBA is in the Eastern Conference. Like, these things balance out over time. They don't need to do this. And part of the reason why I don't want to see them do this, Paul, is because I don't want to see everyone else copy them. I don't want to see football do this. I don't want to see Major League Baseball do this.
It does feel like that could happen.
I guess, like, once one starts, it all goes. And honestly, don't we always just talk about in the regular season how weird football games are and basketball games are when teams are flying from the West Coast to the East Coast? So you want to see both teams play 2 games in Boston and then fly to LA to play 3 games.
Oh, yeah,
and
God
then
forbid
fly
the billionaires have to pay more for those
But, like,
private jets.
But those
to
games are
fly.
always worse. Like, it's always a conversation in the NBA Finals about, like, the traveling and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a conversation.
I don't need it in the first round of the playoffs.
It's a game. I think they can handle it, but I just think the Western Conference is being a bunch of bitches for being like, we're gonna change this. Let's talk to ESPN off the record because it's so hard to get through the Western Conference. The effing Mavericks made it to the NBA Finals last year. Like, stop crying.
Yep.
Mike Tirico was on Soft Boys earlier this year because he was mad that he couldn't read the numbers on Houston Texans players. He has been removed from Soft Boys because before Sunday Night Football, he tore his Achilles and still called the game in a boot.
Good for him. I mean, he's sitting.
Yeah, he is sitting. But sometimes you stand.
That's true. So he has to sit the whole time. Yeah, I mean, look, this is not a soft boy act. You got to go to work when you're hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just sit at home because you got injured.
No, you can't.
You don't walk for a living.
If you're sick, you should show up for work too.
Yeah.
Unless you're,
dying.
Unless you've got the Ebola. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But listen, sick days for suckers.
We don't
That's
have
what I
sick
always
days.
say. That's what I always say. But if we had sick days, I might take some occasionally. What? I didn't say that. Ian Rappaport for getting mad at Mike Mularkey for, as a joke, telling him that he was getting an extension when, in fact, Mike Mularkey was getting fired. Ian Rappaport went on a little rant about this on the NFL Network with Tom Pelissero and Mike Garofalo, who were both trying not to laugh at him. Ian Rappaport is a rather thin-skinned individual who gets very testy with certain folks in the media, and I don't think that what he does for a job is honestly as lauded, or excuse me, is not as difficult a job as it is lauded to be. And all these people, they love to smell their own farts. Schefter, Adrian Wojnarowski, before he left. Oh, God, I got to look at myself when I'm in the shower. You literally just relay agents' messages or players and coaches' messages. You're a middleman.
Yes.
Like, this is what your job is. Oh, you got pranked? That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was like a holier than thou response. I mean,
It wasn't funny then, and it's not funny now. Shut up.
Yeah, he's like talking
You're
about
a
the
clown.
sanctity of getting the news correct, and well,
it's sports, dude. It's not news.
Yeah.
It's sports coverage. You were first to say something that was going to happen anyway. Like, oh, I needed to break the story. The story will break eventually.
Exactly.
They're going to put a statement out. Oh, I was the first one. No, I knew it better. God, I don't get it. Anyway, he's Joe and Paul. Anthony's in for Sean. That is Soft Boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. Coming up next, a Washed Watch Wednesday. Joe George hates fun based off of what we're seeing next. And if you want to weigh in on a variety of different things, the Texans' struggles and the NBA Cup, your Houston Rockets advancing, you can stay put. All right. Washed Watch. Who is washed in the world of sports or in the world of the great beyond? On a day where the Houston Rockets advanced out of the NBA Cup group. Hell yes! With a 117-111 overtime win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Joe George, who is washed.
Okay, I do not think the actual act of this is washed. The people behind it, maybe. I think we have to ask the question if college students are just stupid or washed. But twice this weekend. Now, one of them, there was a lot of arguing. So I give the fans a little bit of slack here at Arizona State, who stormed the field with 1 second left. But there was another instance in which there was a field storming with 28 seconds left to go in the game. Fans had to be cleared out the field both times. How are we getting field storming wrong now?
What do you mean?
Like you got to wait till the clock hits 0. You can't storm the field with time left on the clock. So
seems reasonable.
Yeah. So the field storming itself is not washed. I mean, I think there's too often where that people storm the field in which it should be beneath your school. Like I don't think if you're playing, say, Michigan State were to play Michigan this year and Michigan State were to win, well, Michigan's not good. So even though that's your rivalry, I don't think you should storm the field. But like, you can't storm the field early, especially with 28 seconds left to go. That can't happen. So
how do you stop it? Because
you can't.
The big problem is that you've got college students who, let's be honest, best case scenario, they're hammered.
Yes.
Best case scenario.
Yes.
Worst case scenario, let's just say the education isn't taking them anywhere. Okay. How do you stop this? Are you going to put up videos in the middle of the game on the Jumbotron? Students, before you storm the field, you must, and I repeat, must, see 0-0 on the clock, because they don't want anyone to storm the field. And also, if they do that and say something absolutely catastrophic happens, everyone's going to clown them online, which is way worse than death.
Yeah, there's no way to stop it. Arizona State got fined $25,000. That's all the schools get.
That's
fined.
it.
That's it. You would think if you wanted to actually incentivize the schools to stop this, you would increase that fine by quite a bit. What are they supposed to do? Like hire 1,000 extra cops for every single college football game on the off chance that there's field storming? No, there's no way to stop it, and I don't want it to be stopped. I'm fine with field storming.
Okay, but
we have to question if college students are washed because they can't figure out when to do it correctly.
College students are just washed.
Yeah.
They're simply washed.
Yeah. But yeah, the act of
but not washed in a they bathe perspective.
I mean, they're probably not.
College kids do not shower, but do college kids are they washed as a whole? And it's entirely because they're storming the field too early. Many are asking the question, and by many I mean Joe George, host of Gallant George noon to 3.
I guess it's just the students who only those ones are washed.
Only those ones.
Well, the other ones are okay.
No.
I like my college students. I like our interns.
You do?
They do a good job. I hire good interns.
Why are you ending that with the question? What do you think the interns are thinking right now when you're saying that?
Well,
I think they're doing a good job.
I had to fire an intern this year.
See?
For the first time ever.
And do they even know that you fired the intern?
Yes, I told them they're not welcome back.
No, do the rest of them know that?
Oh, actually, probably not.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So where's the accountability?
Well, he was never here on time, so no one ever probably met him.
Damn.
So
he's taking shots beyond the grave. Okay.
Yeah, so I think college students are washed here.
What else is washed?
Oh, well, we did the Drake thing a little bit. So can we just continue with rap beefs?
Yeah.
Washed. They're dead. I got no interest.
Yeah.
Music beefs in general?
Yeah.
Beefs?
If there's no actual stakes, this is going to sound messed up, but if the beef doesn't lead to, bodily harm done by one to the other, I don't really care. It's just words to me, You could say, hey, this person's words were more creative than the other person's words, whether it's an argument or a rap song, a diss track. but I don't know. I don't really feel that these are as heavy when it comes to stakes as people who talk about them online seem to believe they have.
I think I should feel uncomfortable a little bit when I'm listening to a diss track. Like, I mean, look, it's obviously he's had to apologize for it now, which I hate because it was 1999 or 2000. But Eminem has apologized for like a lot of his songs from back then because of things he said. But even back then, like you kind of knew listening to it, like it's kind of uncomfortable. Like the things he's saying about like Michael Jackson and all these different people and just like ripping them to shreds.
Freedom of speech.
Yes, but that's a good beef. Like you're listening to it and you're like oh, like you're like that's a good it's like that's a good zing there. I don't hear anything now that's like good.
Damn.
I heard when Kendrick Lamar called Drake a pedophile, I was like, he's gonna get sued for that. Like that was my only reaction.
Like you're his lawyer.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer.
So I look at these beefs and I'm with you. I don't have the interest I used to in them. And it's again because I just don't think that the stakes are much outside of, as you said, a lawsuit might happen. So there you go, Washed Watch, which you can catch here on Wednesdays. Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. The Houston Rockets have advanced past the group stage of the NBA Cup of Life. And up next, wow, we haven't talked Houston Texans at all this hour. Doesn't it feel nice? Well, unfortunately, we have to talk about him. 5 offensive coordinator options to replace Bobby Slowick. Because DJ Bieneme said yesterday there's a chance Bobby Slowick actually doesn't get let go. Okay, well, what should the Texans do? And should they perhaps reconsider not letting Bobby Slowick go? We'll discuss. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. The Houston Rockets had a nice win in the NBA Cup to advance out of the group stage last night over the Minnesota Timberwolves. It was 117-111 in overtime, if you want to jump in on that. We're also waiting to see if there's anything new when it comes to Alex Bregman before we go off on vacation for a couple of days for Thanksgiving. We hope that you're all well. Joe's going to be back on Friday for coverage of Texas and Texas A&M live from College Station, thanks to our friends at Rebecca Creek Distillery. So that ought to be fun. Bobby Slowick is the Texans offensive coordinator. Yesterday when he was with us, DJ Bien Ame, Houston Texans beat reporter for ESPN, told us that he does not expect Bobby Slowick to be fired this year or after this season, Joe.
Yeah, I was surprised that he was so confident in the way that he said that they should bring him back and that he thinks that they won't. His reasoning was, I think his reasoning is sound about the coaching tree for D'Amico Ryans. That like he's only been a coach for 7 years. My biggest pushback is that, you don't have to know everybody, right? Like not everyone has to come through your system to be good at acknowledging and hiring talent.
I'm with you there, but do you mean from a perspective of who you would trust to be the next coordinator?
Yeah. Like if you see someone that gets fired, let's say, as an offensive coordinator because the head coach got fired and they're just not retained, you should be able to identify if you like their offense or not.
Yeah, but you also got to know if you can work with the guy.
That's true.
And that's why these guys almost always will hire somebody they know as opposed to hiring somebody they've never met before.
Mm-hmm.
Life, when it comes to your career, truly is all about who you know. And networking helps on that front. But, I mean, networking only goes so far. You can be very, very amazing in small doses to somebody. And then when you're actually working with that person for a lot of time, they might come to find out you're a dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like lying in a job interview. We see that happen all the time. We've seen it happen this year.
I do it all the time. Yeah.
We've seen people, I don't think you do that. But we've seen people get fired this year in the NFL that have just been hired. We've seen all these coaches in the last couple of years get fired, after a year. What Frank Reich last year for the Panthers, what did he make it? Like 6 games, 8 games?
Mm-hmm.
So you can sell somebody on someone you don't know, and typically that's when you see a coach get fired. But you would hope that Nick Caserio being involved in this process, being involved in the interview processes for D'Amico Ryans and other coaches in the past, would also be able to help identify some of that stuff. Like you would think as a team they can make it work. You would hope.
What do you mean by that?
That they can identify that if they don't know someone, that they can, like, personally, like what you're saying, like if they don't know someone, they've never worked with someone, they can look past the BS because they've done enough of these interviews in the past.
Well, what do you mean by the BS, I guess is what I'm trying to ask here.
Well, like like you said, like coaches that like it seems like they're all great, but then once they actually get in the building.
No, listen, that you're entering with a fog of war no matter what. Even if you think you know the person, unless you've actually worked with that person in that role for a long period of time, which is very rare, unless it's like, hey, Josh McDaniels coming back to be offensive coordinator for Bill Belichick. You're not going to have that luxury. You do have to just roll the dice and hope that it all goes for the best.
And they rolled the dice with Bobby Slowick. He had never called plays before.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be part of the reason why there are struggles right now.
Yeah, he was the passing game coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. He was not a run game coordinator, and sort of shows. I know that he also, I think, originally has a defensive background as an assistant coach. So
yeah, I believe that was his first job was on the defense.
And his dad was a coach too. So look, it's not like he's completely unfamiliar with the territory that he's in, but it does feel like he is going to be taking a step back before he could potentially take a step forward as a coach. And that's how it works for a lot of these younger guys who rise through the ranks. They get to a certain point, they get knocked down, and then they have to work their way back up. So 5 options.
Yes, I came up with a list of 5.
Joe George has 5 options to potentially replace Bobby Slowick with, which does seem like it's unlikely to happen.
All right, number 5, Gerard Johnson. Easy choice, right?
He's only 5th though.
No, I didn't do this in any.
Oh, this isn't ranked in order.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I have these in 3 groups. On the Texans, people D'Amico knows, outside chance. So the only one that D'Amico really, really knows that's on the staff is Gerard Johnson. That would be an option. I would not consider Bill Lazor. There's a reason why he really has never rebounded after getting his chance to be an offensive coordinator.
He's had 4 chances too.
Yeah, so it's not like we've been there, done that, right? You
Right.
can be a good assistant coach, but you're clearly not an offensive coordinator. So number 5, Gerard Johnson. The next 2 guys, options 3 or 4, or I guess 2 or 3, who he's worked with in San Francisco that could be options here. First one, Brian Griese. Brian Griese has been the quarterback coach and then was elevated into the passing game coordinator role to replace Bobby Slowick in San Francisco. So he's just kind of hanging out there right now. Feels like, he's a little bit older, not not to be ageist here.
I mean, Griese spent a lot of time outside the league as a broadcaster.
Mm-hmm.
He was a player in 2008, and he has become the 49ers quarterback coach in 2022. And while there were some positive early results with Brock Purdy, I mean, this year, they all seem to have just evaporated. And I understand there's a lot of injuries going on for the 49ers right now, but Brock Purdy, going into the year, fringe MVP candidate, he is nowhere close to being in the top half of quarterbacks in the league this year.
When I looked at his Wikipedia, I could not believe that he last played in the NFL in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Felt like a way long time ago before that, in the early 2000s when he was done in the NFL.
He signed a 5-year contract with the Chicago Bears in 2006.
Was it a 5-year deal?
5-year deal.
I don't remember that. Clint Kubiak. I'm assuming he's not going to have a job. No fault of his own.
I mean,
but Dennis Allen has been fired, and I know it hasn't.
What are you basing this off of?
Well, we don't.
The 2 weeks?
No, it's just an option.
Okay.
Clint Kubiak, they're 2 weeks, but there's been other times where this season where the Saints offense has looked competent and pretty solid with Derek Carr. And obviously when Derek Carr was out and they put Spencer Rattler in, it's not good. I'm not going to hold anyone to that standard of expecting to turn Spencer Rattler into a good quarterback. But he's going to be an option in the offseason. Obviously, there's the Gary connections because of D'Amico when he was a player. But I don't expect Clint Kubiak to be on the Saints staff this offseason, when they hire a new head coach. They could surprise us. Hell, he could be the head coach for all we know. I doubt it. But you never know with the Saints, what they're going to do.
He's 37, and he was the Vikings quarterback coach from 19 to 20, offensive coordinator in 2021 after his dad, Gary, retired from the Vikings staff. And he was the passing game specialist for the 49ers once Bobby Slowick left. So he has Bobby Slowick's old job in San Francisco before he goes and takes over the job in New Orleans.
My next 2 are coaches who I think are going to get fired, but they are good offensive minds. And while D'Amico Ryans may not know who they are, if he wanted to move on from Bobby Slowick, they'd be at the top of my list. Brian Daboll, Zach Taylor. Those would be the 2 guys that I think both of them could get fired. I for sure Brian Daboll's getting fired, I think.
For sure. I mean,
I think so.
The owner said that he's staying.
Yeah, but people are kind of backtracking that now where they're not so sure. And I always feel like when an owner says someone's job is safe, that's actually a sign that it's not safe. Just seems to always kind of go that way. And then Zach Taylor, the way they're going to miss the playoffs this year, it just seems that the Bengals need a organizational restructure a little bit, and that his time might just be done. They're coming up short in all these games. He's second to last in the NFL in terms of win percentage in one-score games as a head coach. Things just have not gone well there. And if Joe Burrow is unhappy and, you need more, Zach Taylor might be the guy that gets the most blame there. So that would be the other one that I think if he gets fired this offseason, he'd be at the top of my list too.
Okay. Interesting.
As I was doing that, I remembered, I can't remember his name, so his first name, so I apologize.
Fella McFellapants.
Phillips.
Fella Phillips.
Wade's son.
Oh.
The offensive coordinator in Minnesota.
Okay. I mean, the Vikings have done pretty good this year with Sam Darnold. I don't know what his ties would be to what the Texans want to do. And I think ultimately that's the big obstacle. And we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Do you need to do something that is similar to what Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay did? Because that's what CJ Stroud has worked with the first 2 years. Or are you going to reinvent your offense entirely?
Is Bobby Slowick the only problem or is it some of the personnel that's on this roster?
It's the personnel more than I think it's Slowick. I know a lot of people are
Yeah.
pointing at Slowick. Easy person to blame. I think their offensive line coach, Chris Strausser, is the worst part about their coaching staff. And I think that moving on from him is a step in the right direction. But you can't really replace him in the middle of the year. It's going to take a lot of manpower to pick up the pieces for either firing Slowick or firing Strausser at this point. And so what we talked about yesterday, they put a lot of money into this offensive line. So these coaches are forced to work with these offensive linemen. And who of these offensive linemen do you feel great about? And that includes Laramie Tunsil, the most penalized player in the NFL. The YouTube / podcast that I was on last night, the Texans 22 podcast, they just released a video today basically showing how bad Titus Howard's been this season. Like, you're not feeling great about Titus Howard. Shaq Mason's struggled. Juice Scruggs has struggled. Jared Patterson's a backup. So, yeah, the personnel that these guys have to work with are not great. And it does make you wonder, like, okay, so now you're bringing in a new coach and they're going to have to adapt the scheme to what's here as opposed to bring in what they want to do and do what they want to do from the get-go.
And Bobby Slowick can do that also. Like, we don't have to fire Bobby Slowick to do that. He should be a smart enough coach to be able to, leave some of the Shanahan stuff behind if he wants to pivot. Like, you don't have to fire him to change your offense. And the other thing too is CJ did a really good job. I never felt like last year CJ Stroud never had control of the offense. I don't feel like he doesn't have control of the offense right now. He's not playing great, but this isn't, Johnny Manziel and Tua and, Caleb Williams to an extent this year, guys who clearly don't know what's happening on any given play and they don't know the offense. So CJ picked up the 49ers offense, the Bobby Slowick offense in one offseason. He's shown no struggles to understand a new offense. And I know it's not ideal to put him in a new system, but, for whatever the S2 test was, it doesn't seem to have translated to learning the playbook. So I don't think that should be a major concern if you were, at least in the decision-making process of D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. Like, I would not factor that into, we can't fire Bobby Slowick because, well, CJ is going to have to learn the new offense. If you really felt that way, then you should not have hired a defensive head coach to begin with, because you really want to lose your offensive coordinator every 2 years. Because if you're doing that, what that means is that CJ Stroud in this Texans offense is getting these guys head coaching jobs all the time.
Well, I don't want to lose anybody. I would like ideally to have the Ben Johnson situation. I get what you're saying, but like the goal shouldn't be to have the guy leave every 2 years. You want to have some sort of continuity and to bring in somebody else and to shake that up. Like, CJ does have to adapt to it. And even if he is as talented as we think he is, that is something really difficult to do. But this is something that theoretically they could do this offseason. Joe's 5 alternative options for offensive coordinator next year. We'll see if they make any moves, but it does seem like they might just stand pat and roll into next year with Bobby Slowick. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It seems like the Texans have a burning bridges problem. We'll discuss that. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Texans fans have been clowning a couple of ex-players on social media for the last couple of weeks. It started with Desmond King, who has had this very strange on-off relationship with the Houston Texans over the last couple of years. He's here. He's gone to another team. He's back here. He's on the practice squad. He's off the practice squad. And he seemed pissed off when he was released from the practice squad over the last couple of weeks. He posted to social media about it. And you've also seen Steven Nelson, who was a corner for the Texans last year and had a pick six in their playoff victory over the Cleveland Browns, doing some of the same things. And it's interesting right now that both of those two are talking about the organization the way that they are. And some are saying it's sour grapes. It's two guys who maybe couldn't fit into the team dynamic. But something to keep in mind with those two, they're not alone. There are other guys who left the Texans this offseason who don't feel like they were treated with the respect that they were due while they were here by Nick Caserio, by D'Amico Ryans. I'm not sure, but Jonathan Grenard, fresh off of his 3-sack performance against the Houston Texans, against the Houston Texans when he was with the Vikings, had said that he did not feel respected after the game. This was a little bit of vengeance for him. And on top of that, like Blake Cashman, I guess, got a low ball offer before he left for the Minnesota Vikings. So there's something going on when it comes to the way that Texans exes feel about D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. And I don't know what it is. I just think it's noteworthy. And sure, easy to laugh at Steven Nelson, who hasn't found a job in the NFL this year. And sure, easy to laugh at Desmond King as well. But something's up there. I don't know what it is.
Well, and if you want to go back a little bit farther, not too much, but remember Randall Cobb, where he was kind of clowning the Texans after. Now that was a bad time, right? That's a bad time in Texans football when he was traded back to the Green Bay Packers. But
that would be more Caserio related,
and that's what like the gap,
and
right?
the same would be Brandon Cooks as well.
Yeah,
it does feel like there are a lot of jilted ex-Houston Texans, and I wonder who that is on. I know that for the most part, Nick Caserio has a hand in all of these things because he's the one that has to make the tough decisions. But I would imagine that D'Amico Ryans is part of this too, given the way that at least Steven Nelson seems to be taking shots at him. Again, I don't think there's fire here, but there's smoke. There's something to this, and I'm curious about it. It sure could be jilted exes, but lots of people, when they leave here, they either subtly or very loudly, in the case of Steven Nelson, have spoken up about it.
Yeah, I mean, Desmond King, one of his tweets from this weekend, after the crying emoji that he put out there, and people were kind of going at him a little bit, saying sour grapes and everything like that. He tweeted, "I'm paying them no attention. I promise bitterness and jealousy loves company. I'm past whatever it was. I don't care. Not meant for them." And that's where there seems to be this, like, guys just don't fit, and D'Amico wants them gone. Now, to the Texans' benefit here, neither of these guys are in the NFL. Desmond King was waived. He went to the Steelers. They dumped him. The Texans picked him back up, and he was solid for the Texans. And then this year happened. They're not in the NFL, right? Like, it's not like Grenard, who's having a really good season, and Blake Cashman's having a good season in Minnesota. These guys, Steven Nelson, and Desmond King, are just not even in the league anymore. It is strange, and it does matter, because it makes you have to at least a little wonder about what's it like inside that building. If some of them are treated differently than others, it does make you wonder that stuff. And it might be one-offs, and maybe we'll learn more every single year in free agency as guys leave what they say about the Texans. But at least for now, people seem to be not so fond of the swarm way.
Swarm. Yeah, I'm with you there.
I don't know what it would be like. I don't. Maybe these guys. D'Amico definitely feels like a coach who would hold his players to a certain standard at practice. But not everyone practices, and it can always go back to that stuff.
I mean, I still wonder about that, and I know some people think that's disrespectful. I just say that because the same mistakes are happening on a week-to-week basis. I think it's very fair to question what's going on behind the scenes because of that. But it does seem strange that there's this many players that are weighing in on a coach and an organization that, at least here until the last couple of struggling weeks, has been the belle of the ball in the NFL. People are weighing in on the way that they go about doing things. Caserio is the constant that's been here, but it does feel like it is now trickling down to D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, they all kind of get, obviously they all get grouped together, and look, this also, it is a tough business. Like guys get cut, they're unhappy.
Football might be football, but football is hard.
Yeah, football is hard. Football is football. But
it's football.
It's just something I'm now curious about. I'm just curious that if this will continue to happen in the future, if guys will continue to say, because it does matter. Like, people can try to act like, oh, it doesn't matter, they're just sour grapes. No. Like, it does matter, because guys, when they're here, if they're glad to be gone, even if they're not in the NFL, that just doesn't say great things about what's going on inside the building at all times, or the way that at least some of the interpersonal relationships go on in the building. It also doesn't stop you from winning. Like, guys don't have to like Nick Caserio, and they don't have to really like D'Amico Ryans to
No one
win.
has to be liked, right?
Yeah.
I am of the belief that, it might even be better to be feared. There's a book about that with the New England Patriots. It's better to be feared. I think it's like Seth Wickersham and the other guy, Don Von Natta.
Oh, yeah.
They did the joint venture. I have that book. I have yet to open it. But, I mean, yeah, I think for some guys, having that fear but in the back of your mind actually motivates you a little bit more than constantly having your head patted for doing good things. Because I really feel like, in this league, you don't need to be patted on the head for doing good things. I mean, that's the expectation. You're being paid to play football well. You're not being paid to just play football. It's a performance-based industry. Do we need to go over your tape and say, like, damn, look at what you did there. Nice job. Hell yeah.
I think that stops in like freshman year of college, probably.
No,
maybe high school.
It shouldn't happen in high school. Shouldn't happen in high school. In your high school, you need what? You need someone to recognize it. Like, watch the film. You did well in the play, or you didn't.
Yeah. You shouldn't need validation all the
No,
time.
I know growing up when I was playing, I know I wanted it, but like, I mean, what would it do for anyone other than myself? Nothing. It would just make everybody like, oh, look, Paul looks cool. Like, it doesn't help. It's basically like you just want to show off because you got ego, and ultimately, like, this is the ultimate sport where ego should be moved to the side. You should not be talking about all the positives that happen over the course of a game. And I am curious about how much D'Amico talks about that stuff behind closed doors. But, I mean, when they happen, they happen. That's what you're expected to do. I would much rather my coach focus on the times that I F up out there.
Yeah, because it's going to make you a better football player.
Yes, exactly. You learn from your mistakes. You don't learn from your successes.
And that's where you wonder what's happening in these meetings, because they're not learning from any mistakes.
Nope.
Well, and not even just the players, like the coaching staff. Like, is anyone telling Chris Strauser, hey, man, these guys, whatever you're doing, it's not working. You kind of suck at your job right now.
And given the burnt bridges, that there's a part of me that wonders if some of these players who have left are thinking to themselves, wait, while I was here, I kept on getting good feedback. And now all of a sudden I'm gone. Why didn't I get the feedback necessary to help me improve? Do these guys really know what they're doing? I'll give Bill O'Brien credit for this. And you saw it in the Hard Knocks in 2015. He was very blunt and honest when he cut people. I remember they showed him cutting Charles James on film, and he said, look, you're not big enough to play the scheme that we want to play. It was brutal honesty, but it's the kind of honesty that I think a lot of us would like in our line of work. I mean, every single time that I have been let go by a radio company, all 2 times, I was told I was not a fit. And sometimes when I applied for jobs and didn't get hired, I was told I was not a fit. And I wanted brutal honesty. What can I do better? And I don't know if it's some sort of a liability thing or with legal or something like that. I really don't know, but be honest. And then maybe these bridges aren't burnt, but they have somehow burnt bridges with 2 corners. And that's a little concerning given that they have lost several defensive backs in the last couple of weeks. Most importantly, Jalen Petrie, but also we're talking about um, Jeff Okuda. We'll see when he's back. I don't know if we want to see him back. Kadar Holman. Like, there's been a couple of guys injured, and wouldn't it be nice to bring some of these guys back in? And it feels like whatever you've done with them, you've burnt that bridge. And again, I don't know if they make you better, but right now they would not be the worst people to call. And it feels like those bridges have been burned, at least based off of the way that they are talking and acting online.
Yeah, I mean, Desmond King did a good job when they brought him in last year after being released by the Steelers, and he fit into that nickel role very well that Jalen Petrie ended up playing this year. And it seems, based on what, looking at, Twitter, that Jimmy Ward is really moving into that role, into that he's moving down from the safety position, which don't love that because of Eric Murray. He might be worse than Jimmy Ward at safety, but I guess that's how they're going to fill the gap. But yeah, if you burnt these bridges, now money usually fixes bridges also, though.
Oh,
So,
definitely.
If they
for
wanted
sure.
if you wanted him, I mean, think about Steven Nelson. Like, he did the Nick Casario post, the vest post, and then he got a contract. He got more money.
Think about how many times money has fixed burnt bridges, and just think about all the Patriots who left and were mad, and then they came back, and then they did the exact same things they were doing before, and it was like nothing ever happened. There's so many guys that went that route. So yeah, you're right about that. But there's also something else going on. I'm curious as to what it is, because I really don't know. I just know that there's enough players that have spoken up about it, and you can't just dismiss it. Okay, Steven Nelson, Desmond King, they're crazy people. Well, what about Jonathan Grenard? And what about Blake Cashman? So food for thought. He's Joe and Paul, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Up next, we've got the 10-minute drill. It looks like an old familiar We'll be back on the field when the Texans take on the Jaguars in Duval on Sunday. And on top of that, this rumor is so effing juicy involving one of the NFL's Tiffany franchises. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and mybookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975 and you know what's going to happen? Magic. You can have anything that you desire. I'm just kidding. The promo code does not allow you to get anything that you desire. But Thanksgiving week, you're going to stuff your face, stuff your wallet with MyBookie. You can bet on the NFL games Thursday, Friday, Sunday. College football those same days. There's college basketball. There's NBA. And this Thursday boost falls on Thanksgiving Day. MyBookie's boosting the odds on Devon Achane to score the first touchdown in Dolphins-Packers. If he scores first, you cash in big. If he doesn't, MyBookie's going to give you a full refund, a no-lose, risk-free bet. If you're new to MyBookie, they'll double your first deposit, again, with promo code BET975. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with mybookie.ag. Again, promo code BET975. I used to play this old video game called College Football Legends of the Gridiron, and it was like this college football game where you could play with college football teams, but it wasn't with the rosters from college. In fact, it was with the rosters of like these teams' all-time players.
Oh.
It was very fun, and every single snap, there was this sound effect, and it just sounded exactly like that. Like every single play.
I don't think I ever played that one.
Yeah, I don't think many people heard of it. This was during a time where I did not have a video game console. Did not get my first video game console until 5th grade. It was an N64. Right before N64s were about to go bye-bye.
I think N64 was my first system. Maybe, I guess, and then, well.
Must be nice.
What was your first handheld? Do you remember? Did you get?
I got a Game Boy early on. Game
Yeah.
Boy Pocket, yeah.
So my first one was the color. But that's kind of the age.
Racist. Wow. Unbelievable.
I got one. Parents hooked it up.
Must be nice to have a Game Boy Color growing up. I had this Game Boy Pocket. The battery life was terrible. It was the worst thing in the world when you didn't save your game and all of a sudden the thing would just die on you. You needed AAA batteries. It was very portable, though. It's more portable than most cell phones today. Anyway, no one cares about that. Football time. Looks like Trevor Lawrence will be back for the Jacksonville Jaguars Sunday. He got first team work with the Jags at practice yesterday.
Well, I guess he can throw the ball down the field, Brian Thomas Jr., or try to. I know. I mean, Christian Kirk's out for the season, so.
You sound so arrogant looking at these Jaguars when the Texans just lost to the Titans and the Jaguars beat the Texans at NRG Stadium last year before being absolute ass since then. 3 wins since they beat the Houston Texans when Matt Amendola's field goal hit the front crossbar.
I know I shouldn't feel that way, and it's probably stupid of me too.
It is stupid of you, dude.
But
you're a stupid man.
It's the Jags.
That's not that. No, I'm not allowing that.
Oh, I'm allowing that.
Rescinded. That is shunned and rescinded.
Unrescinded.
Stricken from the record.
Unstricken.
Stricken from the record.
I just thought I got Jacksonville. That's I mean,
cool.
I know. Against Jacksonville.
They're the Texans.
I know it is, Paul.
The line for that game has gone down from 5.5 to 5 already.
Might see it move a little bit more. My guess is that they anticipated Trevor Lawrence being back.
I'm saying it now, Jags cover. I have no faith in this team.
Really?
This is an FU Jags cover.
Well,
FU Texans. Stop making me miserable on Sundays. I've spent way too much of my effing life watching this team. Way too much of it. And it actually bothers me when you do poorly. Oh, Paul, you're doing a transplant. No, I've watched them enough where I have Stockholm syndrome, and it pisses me off that they do this so often against ass-bag teams. But they're probably going to do it again on Sunday. They're probably going to do it. Trevor Lawrence is going to look good all of a sudden. He's going to hit those passes that he missed in the first game of the year. By the way, he hits those passes. You effing lose.
And there were a lot last year in the game that they won, that Jacksonville won, where you missed those two.
Yes.
They
no, I mean, that game, they dropped it. They couldn't catch the effing
that's
ball.
Right. Yeah, they couldn't catch it all. Yeah, there's shouldn't have confidence in this team. Gonna give them one last week of confidence. I've decided. One last.
I want the confidence stricken from the record.
One last dash of hope.
I hate that you have hope. I hate it. I'm
gonna stick with it.
We should have no faith in them.
I
no
know,
one should have faith.
But you know who I am. Like, you know who I root for.
Yes, exactly. So you should definitely think that these guys are choking bums.
I know,
because that's what they've been.
But that's what. I ignore the reality my whole life of sports.
You don't with the Bears this year, but you are with this team, which has been more disappointing than the Bears. You knew it's the rookie year, and you didn't like Matt Eberflus going into the year. But this team, all of a sudden, you have faith that they're going to beat the Jaguars. I have no faith in them, and they don't deserve faith in them. They should all be downtrodden and miserable right now.
They should
hating
be
themselves.
That's why they should beat the crap out of them this weekend. They should beat.
They
the
should.
Crap out of
Will they? I don't
Probably
think
not,
so.
but-
That's why I'm literally picking the Jaguars to cover because listen, it's not about who wins and who doesn't win with me. I think predictions are stupid. So what I do when I make predictions, it's always with my heart. Listen to your heart. You will find my sacrifice. It's a Bryan Adams song, and much like that was probably an abortion in your ears, that's what a lot of the Texans' offense has been of late. And that's why I look at this game on Sunday, and I am saying as an FU, one middle finger up, two middle fingers up to the Houston Texans and their disappointing, underachieving ways, the Jaguars cover. Because that's what the Texans let bad teams do.
They do. They are not good against the spread this year. Now I might be with you.
Jags are coming off a bye week, playing for pride, playing for Duval.
Gosh, Doug Peterson's just such a trash coach now, and he's clearly lost that
Super Bowl
locker
winning
room.
coach. What does that make D'Amico Ryans? Interesting.
It was a while ago though. He's been fired about to be twice since then.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't buy in Jacksonville.
Max says the line is 4 now on YouTube at ESPN Houston. I believe it. Honestly, the line's probably at 2 now. It should be. In fact, I just checked it, and this is from Paul Gallant Bets.com. The over-under is now Jaguars by 7. Unbelievable.
Wow. What a swing.
All it took was me talking for a couple of moments, and the line has, it's Jaguars by 14. Who would have thought? That's how I feel right now, okay? Obviously, I'm speaking irrationally, but
I
I'm
understand
pissed
it's how you
off.
feel. It's right. It's 100% right to feel that way.
This has been like,
I'm in the wrong here. I'm acknowledging I'm in the wrong. I should have no hope.
You have hope.
I don't know why. Well, see, now they only have to win by 5 to cover. Seems more reasonable.
They are not covering. This is going to be another crap game, and they're going to go into the bye week, and I'm going to be really thankful that I have a week off.
Yeah, they're going to win by field goal. Paul, but our week off is not next week. Our week off is the week after the bye week.
What do you mean?
Our week off?
Mm-hmm.
It's not till like Christmas.
No, I know. I
okay.
mean week off from talking about this team.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
I want to talk about the Cup of Life, the NBA Cup. Bill Belichick, Aaron Rodgers to New York.
That's so funny.
Pat McAfee had on Aaron Rodgers yesterday, and he was very vague about his future, saying he wants to play next year, and kept saying New York. Part of me knows that Rodgers is a troll and knew exactly what he's doing here because this would create some drama. Mr. Me, Aaron Rodgers, wants people to be talking about him at all times. And he always does it with this casual, I don't really want people to talk about me. I'm just saying what I feel kind of deal. But it seems like there's a possibility now, based off of rumors, that Aaron Rodgers and Bill Belichick, of all people, could reunite with the New York Giants.
Gosh, there's got to be somewhere better. If they were going to do this power move to try to do this, there's got to be somewhere better than the Giants.
Well, I get it.
Because their roster, I mean, they're like neighbors, but the roster is still not good.
It's full circle for Belichick. I totally get Belichick potentially going back there. Say they move on from Brian Daboll. I would not move on from Brian Daboll. I don't think it's his fault, but I am with you, Joe, in that I do think it seems a little bit more likely, even if the owner was saying that, hey, he's staying next year, just given the way things have gone. They are operating like a clown car that's seeking attention right now with putting Tommy DeVito under center instead of Drew Lock. It's a joke franchise move. And what a joke franchise would do is also hire Bill Belichick for the nostalgia and bring Aaron Rodgers over from the part of town football-wise that everyone in town used to laugh at.
See, Aaron, I could
see sloppy seconds.
Aaron, I could see doing it. I'm assuming Bill Belichick's number one goal is to still be the most winning coach in the history of the NFL. If I were Bill Belichick, I would rather do television and TV and wait for the right job, or just never coach again, than continue to see my accolades diminish by going to another terrible organization.
No, he thinks he can still get I think most wins in NFL history.
But like with the Giants, like don't you want to go somewhere else, like the Cowboys, or you'd never be a Chicago Bears head coach. That would never happen.
Yeah, because he can't afford it, and it's in Chirac.
Oh, and they have too much of an ego. They want to be the story. I still, if the Bengals had the money, it's still the perfect job. Bill Belichick, Josh McDaniels reunited, put him with Joe Burrow. Like it's the job.
Yeah, if they spend money, it would make the most sense. I agree with you there.
But I don't see the Bengals doing it.
I don't either. But they got ping pong tables in the Bengals locker room,
and that's what matters most.
Yep, the fun, the joy is back. Daniel Jones is a Viking
for $100,000 the rest of the year if he stays on the practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he can make a little bit more if he gets elevated. They need it a little bit because Sam Darnold it's teetering in terms of the health. Feels like every game there's some kind of cutaway during NFL action where he is very slow to get off the ground. This is a guy with a lengthy injury history. So I think this is a very intelligent move by the Vikings just to give them at least some level of confidence that's not Nick Mullins, who is their current backup.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's a nice backup option to have. To Darnold's credit, like the last couple of games, at least based off of what I'm hearing, like he's actually been better. It seemed like he was slumping.
I was really impressed with him on Sunday.
Yeah, he's been looking pretty good of late. You take a look at like the last two games. The game against the Jaguars was rough, but against the Titans, pretty good defense in Tennessee, and against the Bears, not so much of a good defense. He's looked good the last 2 weeks. So we'll see what happens there. And this is the news, I guess, today. Drew Lock is going to start for the New York Giants.
Yes,
tomorrow.
Tommy DeVito has some kind of gremlins, so he's out.
So he's not being benched as a form of anti-Italian discrimination.
No, just he's hurt. So it's time for Drew Lock. So Drew Lock versus Cooper Rush on Thanksgiving.
It should have been Drew Lock to begin with. The Tommy DeVito story is fun, but the fact that the Giants went back to Tommy DeVito is just so Mickey Mouse. I will give Jets fans this. Jets fans are always frustrated that no one dumps on the New York Giants. And finally, people are coming around to the idea that the Giants have been just as bad as the Jets for a long period of time. They just have the 2 Super Bowl victories that they fell ass backwards into.
Yeah, it just covers up a lot, even though that's a totally different era. Now, I mean, it's so far away from anything like that.
Yes.
But they get a pass.
Yes.
And there's not of all the dumpster fires that can happen in New York, they just seem to be the one that would get the least attention. The Mets would get made fun of more. The Jets get made fun of. And part of it's the Jets just give you so many reasons to make fun of them. I mean, even Aaron Rodgers, like going on McAfee and saying everything that Diana Rossini reported was factually incorrect. But none of us believe him.
Yeah.
None of us believe him that he hasn't told people he wants to retire, potentially.
I agree with that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Houston Rockets have moved on out of the group stage of the NBA Cup, and the Astros did not sign Blake Snell. But there's another story that I want to dive into. This is one of those Reddit stories that I wonder if it's real. We have a question about marriage ethics coming up next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, so good day for the Houston Rockets. They advance out of the group stage of the NBA Cup with a dramatic overtime victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. Great team effort. Alperen Şengün, a triple-double. Amin Thompson stepping up for it. Jalen Green, who stunk in this game, steps in and delivers in crunch time too. So you feel a lot better about that pick that you made last year as well. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can. You also can on the Texans. And the Astros did not sign Blake Snell. The Dodgers did. The Dodgers are spending. I saw this post, Joe, and I feel the need to bring it up. Every now and then on Reddit, you see these stories that get posted, and my God, you wonder if they're real.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read a story that was posted to the marriage subreddit. The title, "My fiance wants a pass before our wedding, which is just a few weeks away. Relationship over? We've been together for 4 years now, and it seemed like everything was great and mutual. Yesterday at dinner, my soon-to-be wife brought up the idea of both of us having a free sleep with whoever passed before the wedding. This stupid idea of hers completely blindsided me. I could tell that she had been thinking about it for some time and just waiting for the perfect moment to bring it up. She said it would be healthy for our relationship and our marriage would get off to a better start because of it. She also claimed it would help get everything out of our systems. In the 4 years we've been together," says this Redditor, "I've never thought about being with someone else, but it just sucks to know she doesn't feel the same way. Once she realized I wasn't as excited about her idea as she was, she began to retract her statements. I really didn't talk to her after that and just went to bed. Since this morning, she's been apologizing over texts. I'm not sure what to feel about this whole mess." Joe, you are the married man here.
Oh, man. Buddy, run. It's the only advice I got for you. Because here's the problem with this story. This is not a go to Vegas and try to get lucky and have a free pass night story. She's got a target in mind.
100%.
And that's the problem.
She has an option.
She has someone that has maybe even pitched this idea to her of, hey,
that's a bold move. I don't know if that guy.
let me get it one more time before you get married for old time's sakes.
Ooh.
Like, that's what it sounds like to me.
So you think this might be not just anyone?
Yes.
This might be an X item.
That's what I hear. I hear someone like she's got someone in mind, either ex, coworker who's made the moves over the last 4 years they're dating,
or she's doing something with somebody right now. And
I don't
wants to
think
feel
you
less guilty about it.
I don't think you ask if you're gonna drop the trump card of all right, well, cool, I've already done it, because she said one time.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think this is like a sign that she's been cheating. But yikes.
Here's the bad advice from me as somebody who is not married. Look at yourself in the mirror. Then look at her in the mirror, or just look at her. Who's the hot one? Who is the hot one? And I know that sounds kind of messed up. Paul, it's not about looks. Well, she is presenting this to you as something that you can do as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you got game? Does she seem to have game? I think if the answer to that question is no for both of you, I mean, you can let this happen, but at the same time, it's always going to be in the back of your mind. You could theoretically even take her up on it. I mean, if you've already got the wedding all planned out and all these things, again, this is going to be a big issue for a while. But this is the devil. I'm being the devil. Joe's being the angel. The devil is, do you think you can pull this off? Does she think she can pull this off unrealistically?
So that's why I think she has a plan. And
I would agree with that. I generally think that people, they, in breakups, or in ends of situationships, it's usually somebody else meets somebody else, and there's been no commitment, and then it just ends. So they have an option. Like and that's my experience generally with the opposite sex is like I can usually tell when I'm not showing enough interest and they have found interest in somebody else.
Yeah.
Or vice versa,
I honestly like if I were him, you have two ways to play this.
Mm-hmm.
Three ways to play this.
Mm-hmm.
You either say no, and I mean the whole marriage is pretty much ruined at this point. Like there's really no walking back from this because she clearly thought he was comfortable enough in their relationship to where he was going to be on board with this. That's a huge red flag to like your person you're supposed to be marrying thinking that you would go along with this and then you being like having no interest. So it doesn't know her that well, doesn't know her future husband that well. So that's option one is just try to suffer through these things.
That's the Catholic way, even though you're not even married.
Get a prenup. Good call from the Twitch. I think that's a good call in the situation. Say yes, but prenup necessary. Two, let her do it and stick to your standards and don't do it. Or three, pay for the most expensive, beautiful woman on the planet.
Whoa.
And send her a video of it and just see what happens.
Whoa.
Go full like monster with it.
Wait.
Yes. Yes. Like you asked for it. This is what happened. And this is what she looked like.
I mean, that's illegal, right?
No.
Well, you're saying pay for the most.
Not if you go to Vegas.
All right. I don't know how those things work. Interesting. Okay. If you really want to be devious, you could do that.
Yeah. You either have to just go along with it or you have to be super devious about it.
From the 979, there's an X. She has to see the coworker again. From the 281, run. This will only sow doubt and mistrust in your relationship. Speaking from experience. Damn, bro. Sorry about that. That sucks.
It's tough. We're sorry for you.
Koogley suggests maybe she was testing him. This is one of those, like, what would it be like if we both had a hall pass? What would you think? What would you think if we did that? And then when you say, oh, that's interesting, she's like, you want a hall pass with me, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's going to flip on her where he's so against it.
Oh, it clearly has flipped on her.
Yes, like if it was a hall
by
pass, it blew up in her face. Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough one. I feel for this guy.
I do too.
But also, if you continue to get married to this woman and you post on Reddit in like 2 years that she cheated on you 6 times and you're now getting divorced, that's your fault.
It's kind of weird to. It's a little bit weird to post
on Reddit
about like what's going on in your private life on
Reddit's very
social media.
Strange. Even like all the ones where it's like, am I the A? Where it's like people just tell these terrible situations in their lives about like not going to weddings and not going to funerals and just awkward situations. Never in my life have I felt the need to go to a website anonymously and post about my life. I just see people, especially when they just start ripping you to shreds.
Yeah.
Like I have a hard enough time doing this job with people not liking me. I couldn't imagine posting on Reddit and then having like the world torch me for being a bad person.
But this person's not being a bad person. He's just making an uncomfortable confession to people. And he's trying to get advice. But like, if you're posting this online, what I think is funny is if you feel the need to post this online and ask for advice, ultimately what you need to do, which is to end this.
Yes.
It's hard to do it.
Unless enough people upvote it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Texas and Texas A&M. She'll be coming around the corner when she comes. It's Saturday in College Station. Our coverage of the game is brought to you by Rebecca Creek Distillery. We'll talk about it a little bit next with an old friend. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Third and final hour, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Anthony and for Sean behind the glass. And guess what? The big game is upon us. Well, it's upon us on Saturday, but we're getting closer and closer as the rivalry is renewed. Texas A&M, Texas, Kyle Field, and College Station. We're going to give you extensive coverage of this game thanks to our friends at Rebecca Creek Distillery. And right now, joining us on the HR&P guest line, an old friend, the man, the myth, the legend, Brad Kellner, to give us some thoughts on this game. Bradley, how are you, sir?
Paul, Joe, I'm doing great, boys. Good to hear y'all's voices. How are you?
Doing well. We know now that you have moved off to Austin to cover the Texas Longhorns, who have had a very interesting season to this point. Brad, we have gone in back and forth on this show, Joe and I, about the quarterback situation at Texas. And look, Quinn Ewers is the guy. But is Quinn Ewers playing like the guy that he is capable of? Is he back to looking like the guy that we saw a lot of last year going into this game?
Yeah, Paul has been inconsistent throughout the course of this season, right? I mean, there are a couple of games this year where he's looked like 2023 Quinn Ewers. Hell, he's looked even better than 2023 Quinn Ewers at times this season. You go back to the Week 2 win at Michigan. You go back to the Florida game a couple of weeks ago. There are moments where Quinn Ewers has looked like the Heisman contender and the potential top 10 pick that a lot of folks expected him to be before the start of the season. But there have also been some games where you're left scratching your head and it feels like a guy making some freshman mistakes. So it's been an up and down roller coaster ride for Quinn Ewers. I think when he's on, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. But when he's off, then Texas has the chance to get beat. So obviously his play, and he's a little bit hobbled too. He injured his ankle in the second quarter in the Longhorns win against Kentucky last week. He's been practicing. He's going to play against A&M. But, his play, obviously, against the Aggies this Saturday is going to go a long way in determining who wins this game.
Yeah, what is this game being back, like besides Quinn itself, what do you think is the biggest advantage the Longhorns have over A&M in this game?
Yeah, I mean, the Texas defense has been arguably the best defense in college football, right? And A&M's offense has been very solid this season. I love what Marcel Reed has done, and the fact that he's doing what he's doing in this conference as a true freshman is incredible. But the Aggies' offense since Le'Veon Moss got hurt has not quite been the same, and I think too much has been put on Marcel Reed's plate, and that's why he's 1-2 over his last 3 games. So I think just this Texas defense, with how opportunistic they are, they lead the SEC in interceptions, they lead the SEC in takeaways. I think them going up against a freshman quarterback playing in what is undoubtedly the biggest game of his life is probably the biggest advantage on paper that Texas has going into Saturday.
Joe, Paul, Brad Kellner from Texas Sports, unfiltered with us on the HR&P guest line. So the defense is the strength of this team. And yeah, offensively, it's been up and down. Do you feel confident in this one? Now, I ask that because I've been talking to some of my Texas fan friends and my Texas A&M fan friends. The Aggies feel very confident that having blown a game like they did to Auburn means that perhaps Texas will take them a little bit lightly for this one. What are you getting reads as far as vibes going into this game?
Yeah, look, I think there were some Texas fans who were a little worried about that, but maybe if you were fearful of that happening, the fact that Texas A&M is still playing for a trip to the SEC championship game serves as plenty of motivation. So, look, I'm always going to be confident in Texas going up against Texas A&M. I mean, 76, 37, and 5 is the all-time record for Texas against the Aggies. So, Longhorns could be 0-11 going into this game, and I'd still like their chances going up against A&M. But, look, Texas, I mean, they've got so much to play for, right? Trying to get to the conference championship, trying to secure a spot in the college football playoff, which were obviously 2 of the biggest goals this team had going into this season. So, look, it's going to be a hostile environment. Kyle Field's going to be nuts. It's going to be a sellout crowd. It's the most expensive ticket in college football this season. You guys know all of these things already. But I'm feeling good. I think most Longhorn fans are feeling pretty good about this game.
what does it just mean as a fan and someone that's covering this team to have just this rivalry back now after all these years?
Yeah, Joe, well, it's a Thanksgiving tradition that I've missed for a long time, and I'm kind of bummed out that this game isn't happening tomorrow, right? For years, they played this on Turkey Day, and it was always a classic. You know, I'd watch the Cowboys choke, and then I'd watch the Longhorns win over some turkey with the fam on Thanksgiving. So I miss that we won't get this game tomorrow, but man, it doesn't matter what side of this rivalry you're on. This game means so much to so many people across the great state of Texas, and there are so many divided houses in this state, right? Like families are going to be getting together this weekend. There's going to be Longhorns and Aggies in the same room watching this game at the same time, and it just means a lot. And I think it's cool that the first year this game is back has so much on the line, because everyone in Texas knows how big of a deal the Lone Star Showdown is. But the fact that this is your prime time, Saturday night, ABC game, ranked matchup, SEC title berth on the line, like the rest of the country is going to get a taste of just how big of a deal this is. And I think it's the best game of the upcoming weekend in college football. So definitely means more, not to use the SEC slogan, means more to folks in Texas, but this is a game that obviously has massive implications for college football this year, which makes it even more special.
Brad Kellner of Texas Sports Unfiltered with us on the HRNP guest line. Brad, this is a question that I feel like UT fans never answer honestly. I have a bunch of friends that are Texas fans, and publicly they always act as if Texas A&M doesn't matter to them, that OU is the real arch rival. And obviously, given that the Red River Shootout has been played over this long stretch where Texas and Texas A&M haven't played, I understand that. But I know that deep down inside, even if they wouldn't admit it, that a lot of my Texas grad and Texas fan friends want bad things to happen to the Aggies every single Saturday. I know that feeling is mutual from the Aggies, because every single Saturday they get very excited about when Texas loses. My question is, why don't Texas fans admit this publicly, that they probably hate A&M just as much as they hate OU?
Oh, Joe, do you have to deal with this every day? Paul talking about how many friends that he has. I mean, my goodness, the
some of my best
flexing
friends
of Paul Gallant here. Look, you're talking to the wrong Texas fan, right? Like, you're right. There are way too many Longhorn fans who act like A&M is not a rival and, oh, they don't care. But it's those same people who will tweet every single time A&M loses a game in any sport bashing them. And I always love this whole rent-free, right? Every fan base says the other fan or the other team lives rent-free in their head year-round. And it's like, you're doing the exact same stuff. Just wait till your team loses. So, for me personally, like, I want A&M to lose every game that they play in every sport. I feel the same way about Oklahoma. I feel the same way about, like, all of my favorite teams' biggest rivals. I'm not one of those fans who the Aggies entered this game 11-0, and Texas was the only team to beat them this season. I'm like, no, I want them in at 0-11, and I want to be the nail in the coffin on the winless year. So, for me personally, yeah, what you said, Paul, I think more Texas fans should openly admit their disdain for Texas A&M, and I've got it. So that didn't go away over the last 13 years. It's still been there, and that'll be amped up to a whole nother level, I think, Saturday night.
All right, BK, I got a hypothetical question for you. We know we know here you like those.
Hypothetical Wednesday.
So hypothetical Wednesday here. So the first part of this you're not going to like. Texas A&M defeats Texas this weekend, but then gets stomped by Georgia in the SEC championship game. Does the Longhorns still make the college football playoff in that scenario?
I think Texas is in regardless. If you asked me that question last week, Joe, when Alabama and Ole Miss only had 2 losses, I would have said Texas won't get in, and I would have said Texas doesn't deserve to get in, right? I mean, the Longhorn schedule was not nearly as bad as Joey Galloway and Greg McElroy want to tell you every Tuesday night when these rankings come out. But if your 2 toughest games, Georgia and Texas A&M, are losses, and you're beating a bunch of non-ranked teams, then yeah, it would have been tough for me to advocate for Texas to be in the field of 12. And now you're looking around the country, really you're looking around the conference, and in last night's rankings, there are only 3 SEC teams in the top 12. like Texas can lose and they should still be ranked ahead of the 3 lost teams in this conference. So the Longhorns are in a great spot, right? Regardless of what Twitter people say, regardless of what the analysts out there say, the only opinion that really matters is the committee. And they've thought very highly of Texas for a long time. I mean, Texas is kind of locked into that 3 spot and the number 2 seed in the CFP. I have a hard time believing, unless the Aggies blow out Texas on Saturday, I have a hard time believing that Texas would drop, 10 spots from 3 to 13 out of the college football playoff field altogether. So you don't want to back into the playoff. No Texas fan is like, it's cool. We don't need to worry about this game. Obviously, you want to get to the SEC championship game and win the SEC so you get that first round bye. But I think even if the Aggies do come out on top on Saturday, I think Texas will be in the field of 12, probably seed 10 or 11. They'll have to start on the road in the first round. But once again, I fully expect them to be in because of all of the chaos that's going on around the country.
You can catch Brad's work on YouTube for Texas Sports Unfiltered, also on X and wherever you can find it. He's there. Brad, thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to the game. Hope you have fun watching it, covering it. We'll talk to you soon. You have a great Thanksgiving, man.
Hey, thanks for not forgetting about me, boys. Y'all do the same.
See you, buddy.
He is Brad Kellner, and again, you can catch his work all over those mean internet streets. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and make sure that you're staying tuned to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for extensive coverage of Texas and Texas A&M getting back together. It's presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. Make sure you're enjoying Rebecca Creek whiskey and Janet Rock vodka and Texas Ranger whiskey to celebrate the return of the rivalry. Gig 'em and hook 'em. Up next on Gallant and George, the Pick Six. Check that. We're doing that at 2:30. Check that. My bad. Hey, sometimes you can't read the rundown. What are your expectations for the Houston Texans on Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars? We will discuss. Hopefully, I'll not have another meltdown. It's Gallant and George.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texans and Jaguars play on Sunday. The line keeps shifting. I know that it opened up with the Texans as 5.5-point favorites against the 2-9 Jags coming off of a bye week. This is probably the last time that this radio station will be talking about the game in great detail in this time slot until it actually goes down on Sunday. What are realistic expectations for this one, Joe?
Well, the expectations it starts with you should win the game, like at a bare minimum, right? You're still the much better football team. You have 7 wins. They have 2. They're not good. They are bound to fire their head coach. They maybe reluctantly are putting Trevor Lawrence back out there, who's really regressed another step backwards this year. They're, maybe like a guy I thought was going to be super talented in the NFL has been maybe a bigger disappointment is Travis Etienne. He's done nothing for them. And so, yeah, it starts there. Like they should win this weekend and they should cover the spread, especially as it's moving. I mean, down to 104, to -4. The Texans, if they wouldn't have lost last week, they probably would have been like 6 or 7 point favorites. But people are rightfully down on them right now. But so it starts there. Cover the spread, get the win. Minimum expectations this weekend for me.
Okay. I am not feeling good about it. I feel like every single game this year outside of the Patriots game, they have played down to the competition. They played down to the Titans. They played down to the Bears. They played down to a lot of teams that they're better than. And I feel like we should shame them for that and believe nothing about them. Nothing. CJ Stroud, top quarterback in the game? Nah. DeMeco Ryans, top coach in the game? Nah. The pass rush, which actually is good, one of the best in the game? Nah. Nothing matters. Nothing matters on this team until they can actually prove that they can take care of business against the worst teams and compete against the best teams. They have a month to change our minds. It ain't happening on Sunday. And I just think that this Jaguars team, as bad as it is, with as much quitting potential as it has, I just feel like by default, the Texans will play with their food as this team is coming off of a bye.
Yeah, I mean, like you think back to the Patrick Mahomes quote we got this weekend about the Chiefs and what they're going through this season. He said he wants blowouts. And I think we kind of had a similar conversation about the Texans over the last 2 weeks between the Cowboys game and the Titans game. So they should blow those teams out. And I would have put Jacksonville in the same category. Like I definitely will not ask for that because they don't deserve that. They don't deserve to be having those expectations anymore. But they're still just I can't quit them totally just yet. And that just yet point is
why?
It's because it's Jacksonville. Like this isn't the Chiefs game. This isn't the Ravens game. There's still the talent. Like I still believe in the talent. You're right. CJ Stroud's not a top 5 quarterback. He's probably not a top 10 quarterback right now.
Statistically, he's top 25.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
so that's
it's
nice.
Terrible what he's done this season, but we still have the upside of what happened earlier in the year.
What was the upside of what happened earlier in the year, though? That's what's funny. I mean, they had moments where they were 5-1, and we were saying, "Hey, be happy that they're off to a 5-1 start. It's one of the best in franchise history." But I mean, along the way, it was very difficult to get to those.
Yeah, I think the positives for CJ in those was really just what he was doing with so little around him when they were failing to do anything on first and second down, and he was converting all these 3rd and 8s.
But he had plenty around him. He had first couple of games of the year, he had Nico Collins, he had Stephon Diggs, and he had Tank Dell. And I mean, really, like the first 5 games, 29 points, 19 points, 7 points, 24 points, 23 points.
And that's where the first half struggles, started. Obviously, we just didn't realize they were happening.
Well, yeah,
in the moment.
Those were the first half struggles, and then the second half. I mean, we've been seeing it for weeks now, where they've lost 4 of 6.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's probably not wise expectations for them, but I still look. They're the best team in a crap division. Like this is a game that it's a 4-point spread. It should be. This is not a big number. Like this is not something that you look at and you say, okay, like this is.
I think it's a big number. I think there should be 2. Like,
Really?
Yeah, they stink right now. They stink out loud. Like we're treating them with a 5-point road spread, 5.5-point road spread, even a 4-point road spread. Like they're world beaters right now. They're an also ran team in the middle of the conference based off of their resume. You are what your record says you are. You are what your stats say you are. It's a team that can't protect the quarterback, who seems jittery, who has more mistakes this year than he has in years past. So, I mean, why are we picking a team like them as 4-point favorites on the road against a 2-9 team? Would we do the same with the Chargers? Would we do the same with the Steelers? I don't know. I feel like it's generous. I feel like right now, if it's the NFL, like 3 seems like it would be a more reasonable line for this team given the way that they're playing.
And to your point, that they only won by 4 the last time they played. But it's just Jacksonville. Now it's Mac Jones. It's obviously a little bit different. It's coming off a 52-6 loss. And the quit factor, maybe I'm doing too much assuming that the quit factor is going to actually hit at some point for Jacksonville, because we've been waiting. Like we've been waiting for this team to fully just quit on the season. And to all of our surprises at this point, they just have not bailed on what they're doing. But, we'll see what happens with the injuries. No reason why as of yet, but it appears Will Anderson was not at practice today. So maybe that was hopefully that's just a rest thing, because that obviously makes you feel even worse. Like if you continue to lose guys, it's just not going to get any easier for the Texans right now. And to your point, we shouldn't have any faith that if Trevor Lawrence throws the ball 40 yards down the field that they're going to stop it.
No, I mean, like your best defense is he overshoots it, because Trevor Lawrence overthrows passes a lot. But honestly, now that he's coming back from injury, maybe he has less arm strength, and now he's not going to overshoot it anymore.
What about the rest of the season? What are your expectations for them? Just win the division?
Yeah, I mean that's all you can really say.
Yeah.
And by the way, this division stinks. So
yeah, it's a low bar.
That's neato. And I hate sounding this negative, just given how excited I was to watch this year. But it's just I can't help but think back and say, damn, like you once again kind of hitched your wagon this year from a career perspective to more people being interested in what you have to say, because you're talking about this team and covering this team as hard as you do.
And then let us down.
That's the very me. I love me some me lens to look at this year. And yeah, they should win the AFC South. They've basically got a 3-game lead on the Colts in the division, because they have beaten the Colts twice this year. Indy's 5-7. The Texans are 7-5. But I mean, it's not even a slam dunk, an absolute slam dunk that they win the division. It's a layup that they win the division. I can't say slam dunk.
No, you can't, because I mean, when we asked DJ yesterday, what like how many wins would they win, he went over, which
for your 2.5 line for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I can't do that. I couldn't confidently bet money on that. To say that they're going to win a game between the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens, because part of what I'm sensing with those final 4 games is all these changes they've been talking about. Is there's starting to be this, like the super optimistic people are starting to really focus on the idea of this late bye week is when these things actually get corrected. But I don't get why. Like, first of all,
because you have 2 weeks to fix the problems instead of the 12 weeks you've already had this year.
Yeah, but like when like half the players are in probably Mexico.
You think they go to Mexico?
Some of them do. Not all of them. But not everyone stays during a bye week.
Travel ban. FAA has just declared that no Houston Texans will be allowed to travel on the bye week.
If I was CJ Stroud, I'd be telling my teammates that.
I just wrote Pete Buttigieg an email. Pete Bugatti.
Who's that?
Pete Bugatti. He's the director of transportation in the United States of America.
Oh, okay.
Pete Boogaloo. Electric Boogaloo. I sent him an email just now. Dear Peter, I know that you are probably on a leave of absence for paternity, but I would like you to put a travel ban on these 53 players for the Houston Texans, because I feel like it is in the best interest of the United States of America for them to stay in town and to work on their craft.
I agree.
Thank you, Pete
Bugatti.
Pete Bugatti, yeah.
I don't know if that's actually his name, but
It's not Bugatti. It's something with the B.
With a G in it.
He's Lord Transporter. He's basically Jason Statham from the Transporter movie franchise.
And I think if we do let them, if they do travel, I think we should force them to fly Spirit only.
Ooh, that would keep them from traveling too.
I mean, imagine Laramie Tunsil on a Spirit airplane. He'd have to buy the whole row, and that's nothing against him. That's against Spirit. You flying Spirit tomorrow?
I am flying Spirit back on Saturday, so there's a chance I still miss Texas A&M. My flight arrives at 3:30. I'm assuming it's going to take me about an hour to go get my car. Although I doubt that there's going to be any eco lot spots tomorrow morning when I go to try and fly out.
It gives you 3 hours to land and then get there. Now
to a bar.
Because you want to be around people that.
For sure.
So it's not just about watching the game. You want to be in the environment of it.
Yes.
So say if you land at like 6:15.
No, that won't happen. My flight lands at 3:30.
Yeah.
I should be in the greater Houston area by 5:15.
But like if you got delayed and all of a sudden it's 6:15, you're off the airplane. Is there any consideration to
No, I would
plopping down at the airport?
I would rather die than stay in Terminal A of George Bush Intercontinental Airport. I would rather die. And I know there's an El Tiempo there. I'd still rather die. I hate that terminal with the passion of 1,000 suns because their security people at Terminal A are unnecessarily slow.
I've only flown out of Bush one time.
What?
Yeah.
How many times? So you always fly out of Hobby?
Yeah, because
they fly to Chicago.
Because Southwest flies to Chicago.
Oh, all right, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I guess honestly, I didn't think about that.
Because if I want to take Southwest or anything like out of Bush, sometimes
once, God, I'm so jealous.
I know, but like it's not convenient. It's not near me. Hobby's 25 minutes from my house. It's like it took me an hour to get to Bush. That sounds like a nightmare, especially now with a monster.
Yeah. All right. Up next, our pick six. We picked the 6 best games of basically the next week in football. And then we pick them against the spread. He's Joe. I'm Paul, Anthony, and for Sean behind the glass. Stay put. You know how it do, Yugi. We pick the 6 best games of the football weekend, then we pick them against the spread. Joe, it was not a great week for us last weekend.
No, it was not.
Joe laughed off the air.
Yeah. I was so caught off guard by even having to think about how bad it was. Combined, you and I went 3-9. You went 1-5. I went 2-4.
Oh, you just had to bring up the fact you did better than me.
Mapes went 4-2.
Oh, so he's overtaken us in the standings.
Yeah, Mapes is now 36-36 on the year, even 500. You and I both sit at 33-39.
Ugh.
So we've got 5 weeks to get 6 games above 500.
Okay, well,
let's get to work.
All right. Well, let's start with a Thursday Thanksgiving game. Not a great weekend in the NFL. You've got the Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins #1. Everybody, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins. I'm sorry, that went a little bit too far. That's the fight song for the Miami Dolphins. They are going to be playing the Green Bay Packers. The line for that game, the third game of Thanksgiving night, is Packers by 3. The Dolphins are hot all of a sudden. Texans play them in a couple of weeks. Texans played the Packers already this year, and the Green Bay Packers took them down. They've been kind of late, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But they are 8-3 after a resounding win, 38-10 over the San Francisco 49ers, breaks the string of a lot of close calls. The blocked field goal to beat the Bears, a 30-27 win over the Jaguars, 24-22 over the Texans, plus a loss to the Lions along the way.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be, according to ESPN's website, 28 degrees at kickoff. So it's chilly, but it's not like frozen tundra.
But listen, we're talking about the Miami Dolphins here in their candy-ass uniforms.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen them play in the snow not too long ago, and they actually held their own against the Buffalo Bills. I think that was last year.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, maybe the cold is overstated in this one. Tyreek Hill's close to health. I think the Dolphins are going to keep it going. 3-point dogs. I think that the Dolphins pull it off, and I think that they do it because Jordan Love makes a few too many mistakes. The man, he is a habitual line stepper.
Yeah, I struggle with this. Is a good game, but I'm gonna go Packers -3.
Okay, we disagree. Also, in football, let's move to Saturday. Michigan at Ohio State. This is a big game for Ryan Day, even if it's not really a big game for the college football cognoscenti, the sport as a whole. Because, like, listen, Michigan ain't doing a damn thing this year. But at mybookie.ag, the line for this game, the arch rivals, Michigan and Ohio State. And I'm sorry, I'm filibustering here.
I got it 21.
The website is slowly loading. Ohio State is a 20.5 point favorite at mybookie.ag over the Michigan Wolverines in the big noon kickoff game at 11 a.m. on Fox.
Michigan sucks. They did beat Northwestern last week. Oh, no, that's Ohio. No, yeah, they beat Northwestern last week 50-6. They hung tough with Indiana. Man, I think hate both these schools, but I'm gonna take Ohio State.
I'm taking Ohio State as well. Ohio State is taking things personally right now. Just take a look at the way that they took down Indiana and covered against Indiana. So with that in mind, I think Ohio State does it. I'm an idiot for having picked Indiana to cover against Ohio State last week. That was dumb. I knew it was dumb as soon as Nick Saban laughed at Desmond Howard when he made the pick on College Game Day. I was like, God, Paul, you were thinking a little bit. You were trying a little bit too hard. You got cocky because you had a good week the week before.
That laugh was harsh, man.
Yeah, that laugh, I was like, crap.
Yeah.
What did I do?
Yeah.
Auburn at Alabama. Speaking of Nick Saban, the first time we're going to see this game in quite some time without Nick Saban. Alabama's coming off of a brutal loss. They are 11.5 point favorites against Auburn. Auburn has been very chirpy this week for what it's worth. This one's really tricky to me, Joe.
I'll tell you what. This is not Nick Saban's team. This is a team that's losing these games that they shouldn't. I'm taking Auburn to cover. I'll take Auburn plus 11.5. I think it's really easy to shut down Jalen Milroe. You stop him from running outside. He can't throw. He can't throw the football. I'll take Auburn. I don't want to, but it's the Iron Bowl.
I agree that it seems rather easy to shut down Jalen Milroe, but at the same time, I mean, Marcel Reed did a pretty good job for Texas A&M once they finally got back in the game. I mean, they put up points, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Auburn defense is good. I think Auburn stinks. I'm going to take Alabama to win this game into cover. And I think the bravado that Auburn's had this week in the Iron Bowl matchup, I think it was a big mistake, even though I would definitely agree that they are beatable with no Nick Saban anymore.
Definitely.
Okay, let's shift back to the NFL. This is the best game of the NFL weekend because the Philadelphia Eagles might be the hottest team in the NFC, not named the Detroit Lions. They are on a roll after their win in Sunday Night Football over the Rams, where Saquon Barkley is running for 255 yards. They are now a very quiet 9-2. Nick Sirianni, all those rumors and all those questions about his coaching ability, no longer a question. The Ravens, meanwhile, in Monday Night Football, beat the Chargers in a game where the final score was a lot closer than the actual game was. The Ravens are 3-point favorites for this 325 game on CBS. I don't know, Jim.
This is a great game. Cannot wait for Sunday for this game to get here.
This is the best game of the weekend.
Yeah. It's honestly, as much as like the college football weekend's kind of a bummer, at least we have games like this that make up for it. I'm going to go. This is tough. I'm going to take.
I don't know, Jim. Baltimore. You're going to take Baltimore. Okay.
Baltimore -3.
Baltimore -3. You know what? For the sake of being different,
we are like almost totally different this week.
Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. I'm taking the Eagles. 3-point dogs.
All right.
I believe in the Philadelphia Eagles. I feel like the Ravens defense has some sus elements.
It does.
So there you go. Saturday night, a game which we are covering as hard as we possibly can, thanks to our friends at Rebecca Creek Distillery. Enjoy Rebecca Creek whiskey, Enchanted Rock vodka, and Texas Ranger whiskey to celebrate the return of Texas versus Texas A&M. Gig 'em and hook 'em. This big-time game under the lights. The first matchup that we've seen between these two teams since it was Justin Tucker before he became washed.
That's
kicking
true.
it through the uprights to give Texas the big-time victory. The line for this game, and I know it's taken a little bit of time to get it because of some technical difficulties. The Texas Longhorns are 5-point favorites per mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 at Kyle Field over the Aggies.
Man, I know BK, Brad Kellner, earlier when he was on with us, said that Quinn's been practicing, but they're not explosive right now, and they haven't been most of the season. I know A&M's got a big injury, but it's the best environment I've ever been to in my life.
Oh, you glazer.
I'm taking A&M.
The best environment I've ever been to in my life.
100%. Not even close.
There's
Nothing
an entire
beats it.
world. And College Station, Texas is the best.
The being at that game week 1 was
Okay.
the best thing I've ever experienced in a sports
In a sports house. I was about to say. I was like, this is the best thing I've ever experienced.
No, my
ever.
wedding.
Sex, the wedding, put it to the side.
No.
College
sports.
Station, Texas.
No, the sports.
I love it up there, man. It's great. All right. Well, my friends won't talk to me if I don't pick Texas here, so I have to pick Texas. I'm picking with my heart.
Yeah.
I am debating whether or not I will wear a burnt orange t-shirt.
I cannot wait till to see what Sean picks. I bet you he picks A&M.
No, he won't. He won't hedge.
He's been hedging all season.
Yeah, he won't for this one.
All season he's
I don't
been
think
hedging.
he will. All right, last game. Last and least, because I don't want to watch this at all. You got the Texans and you got the Jacksonville Jaguars. A Sunday football game that can only disappoint the many fine people living in Houston, Texas. I can't believe the line is 4. It was 5.5 like yesterday. Texans by 4 on the road in Duval, noon on CBS, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Joe, you start.
Yeah, I can't literally talk the way I did that entire last segment and then pick against them, so I have to pick the Texans.
Yeah.
I boxed myself into a corner.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Texans -4.
I'm taking the Jags. I'm taking the
You
Jags.
should. I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong necessarily, but with the way things are going, this is my FU to the Houston Texans.
I mean, just for clarification this year, we are going into week 13. I have picked the Texans game spread correctly 3 times.
Damn.
I am 3-12. Nope. 3.
Well, that's not how math works.
3-9.
That's also not how it
3
works.
and 9.
Got it the third time.
3-9.
1 + 1 is
That was
2.
That was embarrassing.
1 + 1 + 1 is
It's the
3.
holiday. It's vacation.
Not yet. We still
I
got
didn't
17
sleep
minutes.
I barely slept last night.
I barely slept last night too, but I was doing some work. What were you doing? Playing Call of Duty?
Working. And dealing with a sick child.
Oh, look at me.
No,
I'm
he's
Joe.
just got the sniffles.
Yeah. Oh,
But-
he's got the sniffles. I'm gonna use that as
If
an
anyone's
excuse.
got dad advice on how to teach a 3-year-old how to blow his nose, hit me up.
Oh man,
I
that's
didn't-
got to be tough.
I didn't realize
My God,
trying
same
to
thing.
show him how to do it, and he's like, "What?" Like it's not that hard of a thing to do, but it's like such a foreign concept. I can't get him to do it.
My godson's in the same phase. He's about as old as your son, and yeah, it's always funny. A little kid, like you put the tissue in front of him, and they're like, "No, I don't want to." And like, meanwhile, they got snot like, just
Yeah.
dribbling like all the way down their face.
Yeah. She just couldn't sleep last night. It was keeping me up.
I hate that. What was he going?
Yeah, just a lot of unnecessary tears. He's being a soft
Oh, he's
boy.
crying about it.
He's being a soft boy.
Oh, well, he's 3. I mean, I get it.
I know.
I get it. I get it. That sucks. Poor Joe Jr. All right, guys. That's the pick 6. We've done it all. We've said it all. Thanks to our friends at Rebecca Creek Whiskey. And make sure if you're up in College Station on Friday, you hang out with Joe. Where are you going to be at?
I will be at the Angry Elephant on Friday. Thanks to our friends at Rebecca Creek Whiskey. Believe the guys from Texags, like David Nuno, will be stopping by.
Nice.
Ruben, one of our finalists from Rock the Mic.
Oh, yeah.
Is going to be my co-host for the 4 hours.
Let's go. Ruben's great.
Yeah, we'll be playing back some of these interviews and things like that from Steve McKinney, Selvin Young, BK will probably play that one. Both play-by-play guys. Andrew Monaco and Craig Way have been on this week. All thanks to Rebecca Whiskey. We'll play all those interviews as well on Friday. And shots on me if you come by.
Shots on you.
For the first 10 people.
Okay.
Just in case there's a lot of people that go.
Okay. Hang on.
I'll buy 10 people shots.
You'll buy 10 people shots.
Yes.
Okay.
If they come say hi.
Okay. Of Rebecca Creek Whiskey? I'll
ask them what they think.
Enchanted Rock Vodka?
I don't know if it's a shot.
Texas Ranger Whiskey?
Yeah. Of course. That's all we're drinking.
Listen.
Friday. I'm drinking the vodka all Friday.
Oh. What are you going to mix it with?
Depends on what kind of mood I'm in.
Okay.
If I'm in a bad mood, straight. Most
you
likely
drink straight vodka?
No, only if I'm in a really bad mood. Most likely club soda.
Wait, hang on. Are you a psycho?
No, I take vodka shots.
Yeah, again, are you a psycho?
I know.
Just a straight vodka. What does that make you manly or something?
No, I just didn't like whiskey.
I'm judging you so hard.
I know
Yeah,
you are. It's
yeah,
okay. It's okay. I didn't like whiskey for a long time. I like it now. So I just would do that. And I didn't really like tequila either.
Why? Oh, okay.
It seemed like the lesser of evils.
Listen, I'm just gonna give you a little advice here.
You can give it
as a drinker, as something some would call an alcoholic. If you're gonna do shots, do something that tastes good.
I don't really think any of them taste good.
Yes, there are different shots that might seem a little girly. Do those.
Those are great.
But why are you just gonna do straight vodka shots?
I have to go out to
Vodka shot? No, Joe. This is a psychotic move.
I know it is. I would
This
go
is
to
like
the bar.
like getting people at the table, like a round of like vodka shots.
would
Even Fireball makes more sense.
It would be like never be my decision. I'd just be like, I'd be at a bar drinking.
Malort is better.
We're buying
this.
shot. That's wrong.
Malort is better than straight vodka shots, dude.
No.
You're not Russian.
They would just be like,
it's not Eastern promises.
They'd be like, we're buying shots. And I was like, I don't want to be the only person asking for the girly shot of
No,
the group.
stop. Who cares? Who
I
cares?
would do it.
Everyone is so soft these days.
Yeah.
I don't want people to think I'm gay because I'm drinking a drink that actually is good.
I don't want to get made fun of.
I think it is psychotic to do
That's
straight
fine.
vodka. I don't think it is. I think that if you're going to do the first 10 people that go to the show.
No, I'll buy whatever shot you want, listener.
Okay. But you're going to do a straight vodka shot.
Yes. Well, I can't do that. I have to drive back. I can't.
Oh, no.
I cannot partake in all of these shots.
All right.
Unless
fine.
everyone arrives at one time.
Fine.
To be a responsible person.
Straight vodka shots is actually for psychos.
Oh.
And by
Psycho Joe.
Joe's
they call me.
Joe's not happy about this judgment. From the 281, by the way, Texans Jaguars on Fox. So there's that. Anyway.
Oh, thanks for the correction.
Is it going to be like the 12th team on Fox? I don't even know who that is.
Yeah,
that'll be a curveball. All right, he's Joe and Paul. We got Anthony. Hey, don't! In for Sean behind the glass. We wrap things up with garbage time next. Stay put. Last chance to dance. Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul.
Garbage time.
Vodka shots.
My takes and drinks, apparently.
Garbage. There's not. There's just plenty of other.
Does it make it better if I get them chilled?
Yeah, God, you would get it not chilled?
No, I'm just saying. At least I do. I get them chilled.
Yeah,
because I've seen people not get them chilled.
Yes, that's the real psycho move.
That's real Russian.
So my group of friends shared a story about when they were up in Dallas. There was this guy who was like on a 5th or 6th date with one of the girls in the group.
Okay.
And this guy was absolutely the worst. And among the many things that he did, which included asking somebody, "Do you ski?" only to be met with a naive answer about, "Yeah, I go skiing all the time." Wasn't talking about that. Comes back from the bathroom all sweaty. This man ordered a round of room temperature vodka shots for everybody.
Oh.
Because he thought that he was not on the hook for the bill at a dinner that they had just eaten at a nice restaurant. This guy proceeds to accidentally tell the girl that he's with, like, "I love you."
Oh, no.
And most hilarious of all, as they leave this restaurant, because they all left because they kind of wanted to ditch him, the Uber's going around. They saw the man getting arrested, and they actually took a picture of him. But this man bought room temperature vodka shots, and it should be a judgment call on everybody. Okay?
Were you a big go out the night before Thanksgiving guy in college and stuff?
Not really. No, I don't really. I mean, I don't really know where to go. Generally, I'm in, somewhere in the suburbs for Thanksgiving these times. So, yeah, tonight I'm going to bed as early as possible because I have an early flight, and I have not done very good with the waking up for early flights recently.
You want to know something really strange about my upbringing?
What's that?
There's this festival every year in the town I grew up in.
Westivus? Festivus?
No. It's called the Turkey Testicle Festival.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding you.
Gonna eat some turkey balls?
I did it when I turned 21.
Damn.
I tried it. It tastes like chicken.
Well,
but it was
yeah,
like this
'cause it's turkey.
Midwest, very Midwest thing that would happen, in which we would party very hard the night before at a local bar. And it was like a big celebration, and it was fun. But yeah, very strange thing I grew up doing, I would say.
Okay. We have some airline updates for those who might be flying for Thanksgiving. First of all, American Airlines announced today, if you skip the boarding line, you will be sent to the back and a loud alarm will be played. And apparently, if that happens to you, if you're someone who cuts your boarding zone, you are considered gate lice. That's the industry term for people who try to cut into boarding groups that aren't theirs. Meanwhile, I've never done that, by the way.
So they just like publicly shame you? There's not like anything.
I guess
like,
so, yeah.
Okay.
But the good news, and I don't know when this is going. Oh, this is going to start actually on Sunday. On Sunday, Delta is going to start collaborating with Shake Shack, so you can get a Shake Shack burger while on Delta Airlines.
Well, congratulations. I will never fly Delta.
Why? That sounds like a great reason to fly Delta.
Yeah. All the air conditioning in the plane.
Yeah.
When the people start ripping them.
Ripping what?
Farts.
Oh, tooting?
Yeah. It's going to be a stinky airplane, Paul. Like,
yeah, but if you're on a plane, you remember when you actually used to get food on a plane? Remember when you actually would be presented with, and they weren't great meals, but I feel like at one point you used to get like decent meals on a plane, and now like you'll be lucky if you get like a tiny little fruit snack.
Yeah, I think the snack options have gotten so much worse.
Oh, they have. I mean, you got to on Southwest, you got to like pay for water now.
Yeah, and they're like stale mustard pretzels.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good. It's not good options. They don't care about us anymore.
Well, of course they don't. They just want our money.
Because we can't have peanuts anymore, so that's not allowed anymore.
And they just want to make those planes smaller and smaller so they can fit more people on them. And those people can rip some toots. And there you go. Gen Z. Here's the thing for the Gen Zers out there. Do you know how many dollars you need to earn if you're successful, according to Gen Z, on an annual basis?
Oh, well, based on what I see on TikTok from women of what their goals are for dating people or dating men, I'm assuming Gen Z is going to say at least $1 million a year.
Well, close. $587,000. If you're making less than that per Gen Z, you're a failure.
Cool.
That you need to be making at least $587,000 a year to be successful per Gen Z. Every other generation was saying like 90,000 to 180,000. Gen Z, 587,000. You psychopaths. Yeah, looking at Anthony, looking at AJ. You guys, $587,000. It ain't happening for any of us. We're all left and we're all gonna die. Anyway, that wraps up today's edition of the Gallant and George radio program. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Big thanks to Anthony filling in for Sean the last couple of days. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving with the knowledge that you'll never earn $587,000 and that Gen Z thinks you're a failure if you never earned that much. I hope you'll have a good Thanksgiving. But I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for Joe. I'm thankful for Anthony. I'm thankful for my eyebrows, my mustache, for not the Houston Texans, but for the Houston Rockets, the Cup Alive NBA Cup Group Champions. We'll be back at it on Monday. Joe's going to be in College Station on Friday. So long, farewell, peace.
Jermaine, you didn't want to do the What Up H-Town, Jermaine? You didn't want to do the What Up H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
What up, H-Town? Hey, how are we doing?
That wasn't bad. I give that a 7-8. I give it a 7-8. How was Jermaine's What Up H-Town? Hey, how we doing? 713-780-3776. AJ, what do you think it was for Jermaine?
I'll give it a 9. It's pretty
Oh,
good.
high marks.
Joe has some
High
competition.
marks.
AJ is my favorite producer.
Jermaine Every filling in for Blankers today. Pre-Thanksgiving edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. This is the first time we've done a show together, Jermaine. I'm excited for this. Always been a fan of your work, so happy that you could hang out with us for a couple of hours, even though I'm far away, even though I'm all the way across the country.
This is I teased Jeremy when we talked about this, and I said this is the second time he's avoided seeing me because he wasn't at the listener party either. So I think it's a thing with us, but we're friends despite him not wanting to be in the same room with me.
Yeah, I'm hiding from you like I hide from the Twitchers. I have to stay away from them because they're psychotic. I don't think you're psychotic, so you have that going for you. But it is a busy show. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies, will be joining us in 15 minutes. But we're fair. We're balanced here with the Killer Bee. So Craig Way will join us at 4:15. We'll talk to the voices of both the Texas Longhorns and the Texas A&M Aggies ahead of the big matchup Saturday as the rivalry is renewed. Lee Sterling will be joining us at 3:45 as well. So busy show. We're all jam-packing it in 2 hours. We got to get out of here for some Aggie basketball coming up later tonight. Aggies are playing Creighton tonight in the Players Era Festival at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, which is where I happen to be. Houston losing to Alabama last night in overtime, 85-80. An eventful evening in basketball in Houston yesterday. You had 2 games going into overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Houston, Alabama played an absolute thriller. Fantastic game. Could have went both ways. I'm really excited about where the Cougars are despite losing that contest. Lots of fouls caught in that game. It was a very tight whistle both ways. Very tight whistle both ways. But Alabama is able to squeak by Houston. Houston had 2 players foul out, 2 players that could not resume after a couple of injuries, minute restrictions, things like that. But Alabama 3-0 against the Houston Cougars in the last 4 years. But a very fun game. I could see that being a Final Four matchup. And then you had the Rockets, Jermaine, playing in Minnesota. And look, I don't know where you stand with the whole NBA in-season tournament, the NBA NIT. I'm a big fan of it because I think it adds some intrigue to November basketball when most people don't really care about the NBA. I think it adds some intrigue there. I like the fact that you get like these games are more intense. Like these games have something riding on them. So you're seeing some intensity that you normally wouldn't see in November regular season basketball.
I really like it because normally people will check out on the NBA and wait until Christmas and thereafter. Some people even wait until after the All-Star break. But this in-season tournament has brought a little bit more aggression and a little bit heightened sense of urgency for winning these early season games. So I think it has heightened up the level of play. And I'm just glad that we have games earlier in the season that actually mean something that guys are actually willing to play for. So we do see a better level of play earlier in the season. It's similar to like college football back when you just had the 2 national champions in the game. You would see early season college football start to morph from scheduling cupcakes to, wait, we got to make sure the BCS computers like us, so let's schedule a tougher opponent earlier in the season.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm seeing with the early season NBA schedule.
Yeah, I like that comparison. I'm a fan of it. Like you're adding intrigue, you're adding stakes to November basketball. You're seeing some intensity, and I was like, I don't really care who wins in the regular season a whole lot. Like, of course, I want the Rockets to make the playoffs and be as good as they can possibly be, but I also understand it's an 82 game season, and it's about building up to trying to play your best basketball towards the end of the year. Like it's actually time where, like yesterday, I watched the game, of course, off DVR, but I was watching that like, okay, like I really hope the Rockets win this game. I wouldn't normally think that in late November. I'd be like, yeah, I want them to play well. I want to see the development of the players. I want to see what the rotations are looking like, things like that. But yesterday was the first time really all year I was like, yes, come on, let's go Rockets, try to win this group and advance to the quarterfinals. So that was cool. I thought a couple of things were interesting there, like Dre saying that the Rockets almost choked that game away yesterday. I don't know if I would call it a choke. Like Minnesota's a good team. Playoff team a year ago. Anthony Edwards is a freak. Like, you're going to have, runs in NBA games where the other team gets back into it. I actually think that the Rockets handled it pretty well. Obviously, you don't want to go like a 16-0 run or whatever it was, but I felt like they handled it well in terms of punching back. Like, after that run happened, 16-0 run, I expected Minnesota to run away with that game. I expected them to end up winning by 10 points. Yet the Rockets were still able to force it to overtime, and then were the better team in overtime. I think there's a lot to be encouraged about how a young team on the road against a playoff team from last year, despite getting punched in the face and Minnesota coming all the way back and you blow the big lead, you were still able to send it to OT and win. I look at that as a positive.
Yeah, because you're going to face that in the playoffs where you're going to have a lead and the other team's going to make the adjustments and come back. So you want to know, can my team, face adversity and overcome it? If you never face any adversity, or you rarely face an adversity and you never overcome it, that's a scary thought going into the playoffs. So looking forward, like you said, you don't really care about the regular season as much anymore, but this is, kind of made you pay more attention to it, close attention to it. But you're also looking for trends that your team is going to have heading into the playoffs. Like, what is this team going to look like when they're down? Can they come back? When they're up and the other team comes back, can they stave off the lead? Or if they do give up the lead, can they come back and win that game? They proved that they can do that last night on the road against a playoff contender.
Like, in the middle of that game, I'm sitting there like, yeah, this is a young team that's not quite ready to win these type of games. And then they won it. It's like, oh, okay. Like, maybe we're seeing the signs of growth with this team. I thought Alpi Shingun's final line was fantastic. 22 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds, triple-double. I thought it was a roller coaster with him yesterday. He was fantastic for 3.5 quarters. I thought he disappeared down the stretch, and then he turned it back on in overtime. So that was interesting. Maybe the most interesting, though, Jermaine, Amin Thompson was playing over Jalen Green in crunch time. Like, Ime tried to go with Jalen Green with about 4.5 minutes left to play in the fourth quarter, and he's like, this isn't going well. Let's go back to Amin Thompson. And then Amin Thompson played the final few minutes of regulation, played all of the overtime period, which Amin Thompson might be the best Houston Rocket. So I thought that was interesting, that Jalen Green in crunch time, in overtime, was sitting on the bench in favor of Amin Thompson.
Jalen Green only played 23 minutes. Amin Thompson played a total of 38 minutes in that game yesterday. And so one is a starter and one comes off the bench, quote unquote. But when you look at their minutes, you would think that Jalen Green was coming off. If you just looked at the box score and it was just listed, without starters and bench being separated, you would think that Jalen Green came off the bench and Amin Thompson started. So being listed as a starter and whatnot, that's great and everything. And you get to open the game or whatever. But the guys that play the most minutes, and especially the guy that play the most minutes in crunch time, are the most important players on your team. So when you're looking at things like that, look at who would you want to trade in one of these trade scenarios where the Rockets say we're trying to attract a bigger player. That is where you're going to look to trade a player. If I can play someone else in crunch time, or I can play someone else the bulk of these minutes instead of you, that person is probably going to be the one on the move.
Yeah, but you can't trade them for a while. So that's the thing.
No. I'm not saying that
right.
Long term, if this does not improve, we can look to see Jalen Green being traded instead of someone else on this team if you're going to attract a bigger name player.
Yeah. Long term view, I hear where you're coming from there, and I tend to agree. Like, I've defended Jalen Green probably more than most. Not to say that I've loved his play. I think he's a highly inefficient scorer. He's not a good shooter. When you're not a good shooter, it's tough to be an efficient scorer. But I've also been patient with his development, knowing he's a very young player. And it's like, well, let's just see. Let's see what he turns into. Because there's a lot of players that are stars in the league now that weren't great in their first 3 or 4 years in the NBA. And Jalen Green, incredibly young when he entered the NBA. So maybe the best way to say it is I've been more patient with Jalen Green than most of the fan base, a majority of the fan base. But whenever you're starting to bench the guy in crunch time in a high stakes game, like this is as high stakes a game as you're going to see in November on the road, playoff team last year, like a big crowd. You're trying to win $500,000 in advance to the quarterfinals by doing it. Jalen Green played 23 minutes, and if you looked only at the box score, like you mentioned, you would think that he was the guy off the bench. And look, not only that, but eliminate the minute aspect of it. Who would you rather be on the floor in crunch time right now? Amin Thompson or Jalen Green? I think 95% of people would tell you Amin Thompson. Amin Thompson to me has that winning gene. He's not a great shooter, although he did hit that big three to tie it. but he just has the winning gene. He makes winning plays. He's able to poke a ball away that leads to a fast break that leads to 2 on the other end. He gets a critical rebound. He gets a critical tip. Like Amin Thompson is a winner. And Jalen Green, while his game is unpolished and maybe it never becomes polished, to me, doesn't have that winning gene. I think that's the difference between the two of them.
I'll never forget years ago when I first started doing more radio and whatnot. Rest in peace, Craig Shelton and I were doing a show on KCOH, and he started saying James Harden doesn't have championship DNA. And a lot of Rockets fans were upset about that. And lo and behold, that became true, because look at James Harden's career, almost 10 years later after we first made those comments, and James Harden has not won a championship. He's not even sniffed one. So Amin Thompson has that championship DNA, it seems, and Jalen Green does not. Some guys just have it and some don't. But another thing that Amin Thompson always does is, like you said, he gets those deflections and makes those plays. Those plays don't show up in the box score. Those are things that you just have to watch and know the game in order to appreciate how good this kid really is, as opposed to the flash and everything, the highlights that Jalen Green will tend to give you.
Yeah, I mean, I love that guy. I love him in Thompson. Like, the dude is a winner. 88, this text rather, 713-780 ESPN HRMP listener line, by the way. This text triggers me here, Jermaine. 8807, Green was questionable to play with an illness. Okay. Did Jalen Green play in that game yesterday?
Yes,
If Jalen Green's good enough to go, then you need to feel like you can count on Jalen Green. Like, this text irritates me. Like the Michael Jordan flu game, which was really a stomach bug. What if he was awful and they lose that game? And like, okay, well, he had an illness. He had a stomach bug. No big deal. Like, to me, that's defeatist mentality. If you're not good enough to play, don't play. And he's had an illness for like a week, by the way. So how long is this illness going on where he's not even missing games, and how sick is Jalen Green? So, like, to me, if you're good to go, you go. I'm not a big believer in the whole, well, he was sick, he wasn't feeling his best. You start to get adrenaline, that stuff goes away. Go make some winning basketball plays like Amin Thompson did. You know who else was questionable with an injury? You know who else was questionable? Dylan Brooks. And Dylan Brooks played 41 minutes and scored 22 points. So the whole questionable with like illness, one guy went out there and busted his tail off defensively, had a huge game on that green court. The other guy was benched in favor of Amin Thompson. So I don't want to hear this illness junk.
To me, it's a cop out. And if you're good enough to strap up your shoes and hit the court, then there should be no excuses paid to that, especially when it comes to like an illness. Now, if you're visibly injured and hobbled and still trying to go out there and your team is allowing that, then that's something between you and your team and your coach and the staff and whatnot. But an illness or whatever, even with an injury, if you're going out there to contribute, you're going out there to contribute. You should be a professional and say, okay, I'm going to go out here and play. Let's not give and take excuses when we want to. And let's not give and take excuses to fit narratives. Let's just call it for what it is. He went out there, he played, he didn't play well. Someone else came and played those crunch time minutes and played better than what he would have. It's not a Jalen Green bashing session. It's just showing Amin Thompson appreciation session, and just calling Jalen Green out for what we see that he is he's still trying to live up to the potential. He has not quite fully gotten there yet.
Yeah, he's a developing player. And it'd be one thing if he had like a sprained ankle and you could see him hobbling. But like the eye test, to me, he passed the eye test. Like, he looked like he was capable of playing. We wouldn't be saying, well, he was questionable with illness if he went out and scored 30 and was huge in crunch time. So I'm not a big fan of the excuse there.
Poking that ball away and getting that breakaway dunk, that does not look like someone that had an illness, because that takes speed, quickness, and quick hands and a ton of hops to do stuff like that. So I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, he passed the eye test, I think so. All right, just getting started on the Killer Bees. We're with you until 5 o'clock. Busy show. Lee Sterling, 345, is going to hand you out some winners. Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, will be joining us. Jermaine's going to tell you why Texans fans are feeling disappointed this season later in the show as well. But when we come back, voice of the Aggies, Andrew Monaco, will join us ahead of the big game Saturday between Texas and Texas A&M, which you can listen to right here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter too, at ESPN 975. Jermaine's at _Jermaine on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by Andrew Monaco, voice of the Texas A&M Aggies, all part of our coverage of the Texas A&M game coming up on Saturday. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 97.5, presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. Andrew, thanks for taking a couple of minutes before the basketball game to hang out with us this afternoon. I was going to invite you up to the room, but I felt like that'd be kind of weird.
So two guys from Texas, right, in Vegas, talking about a game that's going to be played in Texas that Vegas is going to also be very involved in, is it not?
Yeah. Yeah. The irony is there for sure, Andrew. The irony is not lost on me. What does this rivalry mean now that it's back, now that we're getting it? Huge stakes, too, so it adds to the intensity of the rivalry. What's the feeling like right now in College Station?
Yeah, I think once you said with the stakes that are involved, I think that changes everything for this. So the 13-year absence when the Aggies went to the SEC after the really the attempt to go to the Pac-12 to make it the Pac-16, that fell through. The Longhorn Network came on and the Aggies said that's enough. We're looking east. We're not looking west. And then, there's a lot of grief that A&M took for that from Texas. And DeLoss Dodd said, look, we're not playing them again in football. I'll decide when we do it. And he was wrong. The SEC decided. Greg Sankey decided when we were going to play again. So Texas and Oklahoma said they were going to come into the SEC, and in this new era of college football, you need brands. You have to be a brand to be part of in this breakaway that's going to happen in a couple of years, the Super Division I. So the SEC went out and got two more very strong brands. So it brings the rivalry back. 119th time. What it means is interesting in that there's a lot of guys who are going to play in this game on Saturday who don't know about it. They didn't grow up with this rivalry. But who's going to be in the stands and who's going to be watching? Those are the people I think you rekindle all the memories where heroes are made, sometimes unsung heroes. You don't know until a game like this. And I think with the stakes like this makes it a little bit different from games in the past. Sometimes it's been, Texas needs the win and to go on to a national championship. I know the win in 63 was big for Darrell K. Royal. That started that little run of championships. And if you remember at that time, Texas didn't have one, and Texas A&M did. Or there's times that each school has kind of ruined a great season for the other. Now this is an SEC championship semifinal, if you will. The winner gets Georgia. So it's not only the most anticipated because it's been gone for 13 years. With the stakes being this high, I think it just adds to what will be probably a pretty dramatic Saturday.
Andrew Jermaine Every here. I just wanted to know, also what will add to that dramatic Saturday. Do you think that the lack of hype and or buildup for this game, do you think that will have any impact on once the guys actually hit the field, the whistle is blown, and the ball is there? Do you think that intensity will pick right back up?
Well, I think it will. I really do. I think there's two things when you get in a game like this. Emotion only gets so far, then that burns out. So then what's left? What's left is your training, right? What's left is is it going to be the Aggies or the Longhorns play to their identity? And I always say this about teams as well. Can you hide your flaws sometimes during a game as well? Will there be intensity? The reason why I say yes to that is a lot of these guys have played against one another in high school. Some have been teammates, and now they're at opposite schools. They know one another, and they have played throughout high school and trying to get to Cowboy Stadium, right? To play in that state championship. So you have that, I think, is rekindled. And I would be stunned if any of interesting, right? Two head coaches who really don't know or have coached in this, but I think both of them understand what this rivalry is. They're going to be reminded all the time from family, Aggies around campus, who they run into, Longhorns on that campus, and again with a postseason being there. Like Texas, A&M's loss to Auburn took any opportunity unless they win out of getting into the 12-team playoffs. They can't win this week and lose to Georgia and expect that would be 4 losses. You can't expect it. Texas has a little bit of a safety net, but I don't think that takes away at all of the intensity. I think there's, if there's bragging rights for Texas for having won the last matchup in 2011, I think you're going to have the same thing in 2024. You want to have that bragging rights going forward of when it was resumed that your school came out on top.
Andrew Monaco joining us on the HR&P guest line. Our good friend Chris Fisher from P. Connecting us. Andrew, the voice of the Aggies. Marcel Reed's had a run of play now for Texas A&M. What has he added to this offense for the Aggies?
You know what? There's that dual threat dimension for a young kid who Jimbo Fisher took from Ole Miss. He was highly recruited. And last year, he was number 4 last year, if you think about it. And he really learned under Jimbo and Bobby Petrino, and then he's really connected with Colin Klein. Always being ready. Like, I think he surprised people. When Connor Wigman was injured, I think everybody expected Jalen Henderson, who was the number 3 last year. But Marcel Reed beat him out. And he's been the most consistent, dual threat. He can throw the ball, still has to work on accuracy. But I think over the course of this year, you've seen his decision-making get better. Mike Elko was joking with me. He said in the old days, dual threat meant you couldn't throw, that you were just a runner. And I think those days are over now. And I thought even in the Auburn loss, I thought you could see him grow up an awful lot. He didn't panic. He ran more than he did the week before against New Mexico State, which you would expect. But I think you're just seeing a quarterback grow up before your eyes, the confidence that he's playing and the trust that he has with his teammates as well. That is big. Now, what has helped Marcel Reed throughout this season? The running game. I think Le'Veon Moss took a lot of pressure off that, and that's where Amari Daniels has to come through for Texas A&M. They've got to be able to run the ball. I think Texas would like to try to make A&M one-dimensional and have to throw it. With the turnovers that they create, they would love to have the ball in the air more than A&M would like. But Marcel's also a terrific runner. But what he used to do, I think, was run when he didn't see that first option open. Now he's progressing. Now there are designed runs as well for him, and he's a really good runner. But now I think he's looking, if he doesn't find his receiver, that's when he takes off. I really think the decision-making of Marcel Reed and his confidence have made him a better quarterback now in week number 12.
Yeah, I love the way that he's just come in and automatically turned that offense around. It's been amazing to watch. If you take away his sack yards lost and you add that back into his rushing yards, he's actually averaging over 5 yards a carry, which is pretty respectable for any type of runner, especially 5.5 yards a carry at college football. Not that bad. Not in the shake a stick at. On the other side of the ball, where do you see a defensive player making a huge impact against this Texas offense?
Well, it's got to be on that. It's got to be on that defensive line. That's the strength of this line. It's Nick Scorton there on the edge, and it's so interesting in the SEC seeing all the impact edge players. Every team has not one; they've got 2 on each side. So it's Nick Scorton and Shamar Stewart, or for the Aggies, in fairness, with that jack position that's now in college football, it's Cassius Howe. And I think they have to get pressure on Quinn Ewers. As I say that, I'm really impressed with what they've done in the interior. I think defensive tackles Albert Regis and Shamar Turner have been instrumental in this defense being so good. Now, that also falls back to what it's been at Texas A&M, right? Nnamdi Madubuike, who's now with the Ravens, Bobby Brown, who's now with the Rams, Myles Garrett, Von Miller. You've got to have those types of players. I think that defensive line has to, if you can sack Quinn Ewers, great. But you have to, at the very least, pressure him and get him off time. He reminds me more of Garrett Nussmeier of LSU than Lamar Sellers or Taylor Green at Arkansas. He's a little more of a pocket presence. He will move and give himself room. He'll run when he has to. I think he's more Connor Wigman, if you want to use an A&M quarterback, than he is a Marcel Reed. But that defensive line has got to win that line of scrimmage. Can't allow Texas to run, and you've got to get pressure on Quinn Ewers.
Andrew, thanks for taking a few minutes and joining us this afternoon. We appreciate the time. Have a great call Saturday. Have a great call here this afternoon.
Happy Thanksgiving to both of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies. He'll be on the call, Texas A&M Saturday. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 97.5. He'll be on the call this evening whenever the Texas A&M basketball team takes on Creighton in the Players Era Festival. We'll talk to Craig Way later on in the program, too. Lee Sterling coming up 3:45. But when we return, Jermaine Every filling in for Blankers. He's going to tell you why Texans fans are feeling disappointed this season. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, that's not my sponsor.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Jermaine Every filling in for Blankers today at _Jermaine. Jermaine, you got some high marks, by the way, on your What Up H-Town, Hey, How We Doing? The Twitchers said that it was better than Blankers, although the Twitchers usually are pretty anti-blank, so I don't know if that's the comment.
I heard about the Twitch versus Joel beef.
Yeah, there's beef there. Which, I mean, I have beef with the Twitchers too, but for some reason they put up with me. 5-0, I put up with them, quite frankly. 5044, not a bad H-Town at all. A solid 8. So AJ gave you a 9, Age gave you a 9, Texter giving you an 8, Twitcher saying it's better than Blankers. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the Jermaine's point in a moment. Ocho, though, asking you a question, Jermaine. Jermaine, while you do that, I'm going to explain why the Texans will finish 8-9, but still win the AFC South. Ocho's pretty anti-Texans this year. I think it started in the draft when they didn't draft Brian Thomas. He wanted Brian Thomas badly and never make that trade. Yeah, which Brian Thomas is pretty dang good. Maybe not in a great situation to really elevate his game, but yeah, he's a pretty good receiver. All right, so why are Texans fans feeling disappointed this season, Jermaine?
I think there's an expectation thing there. Coming off of the previous season, and then you had the draft and whatnot, and people were upset that they quote unquote lost out on Bryce Young. I think that it was set up to where, okay, we're going to suck again this year, and then we'll probably have to wait until the following year to start competing. When they immediately were competing last year, ended up winning the division, going to the playoffs, winning a playoff game, it kind of skewed the table for expectations with this team going into this year. Instead of people wanting to compete this coming season, the season that we're in right now, they thought that they were ready to actually contend. And the reason why I'm specifically using those two different words is because competing and contending are two different things. They're two different words, but they have two different meanings in my book. Competing means you're fighting for a playoff spot. You're fighting to jockey for a position in the playoffs. Once you get there, whatever happens, but you're trying to make that next step as an up-and-coming team. Contending means you're looking at the conference title game and or Super Bowl, or hoisting the Super Bowl trophy. You're looking for bigger and better goals. You're guaranteed almost to make the playoffs. So missing the playoffs would be a huge letdown and a disappointment. You're now at the point where you're ready to turn that corner and start looking at, okay, we're one of the 2 or 3 best teams, maybe 4 best teams in football. That's contending to me. I think that people went into this season coming off of last season, thought they were ready to contend, and totally took their eyes off the ball of all the holes that needed to be filled in order for this team to be ready to contend. They weren't ready to compete this year. The fans were ready to contend, and because they're just competing for a playoff spot, even though this division is terrible, they're just not feeling that this team is 7-5. They're not willing to accept that. At this point in time, they feel like this team should be 12-0 or 10-2 or something. And I just think that the expectations have been skewed.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just don't know what's wrong with expectation. Like, to me, that's part of fandom, is having these high expectations, hoping they hit. And it's also part of the emotion of fandom, right? Like, we have these expectations, and then whenever they do hit, it's like, wow, here is, this euphoric moment, much like the Rockets winning in the mid-90s back-to-back, much like the Astros winning, really the first one in 17. Because the first one in 17, this organization had never won a World Series. The one in 22, it's like, okay, well, we've established ourselves as a dynasty. We feel like this is something we deserve. So I don't really have the issue with the expectation, especially a city that craves it so much when it comes to the Houston Texans. I'm not saying that the expectation was skewed or was wrong. I just don't know why we run away from expectation.
I don't want them to run away from the expectations. I guess my thing is that fans, like you said, they want to set the expectations higher. They want their team to grow and achieve. And it's like, okay, we made the playoffs last year. We won the division. Now it's time to let's start contending for a Super Bowl title and going to the AFC Championship game. However, just the reason why I say rein it back and pull it back a little bit, because there's still so many holes that this team needs to fill. that are kind of obvious. And you also want to make sure, don't get it twisted. CJ Stroud is a franchise quarterback. He is the guy here. But you also have to give him room to grow. Just because he came in and set the league on fire last year and broke all kind of rookie records and looked great and fantastic, and he's one of the top 5-10 quarterbacks in the league right now, arguably, you have to understand he still is going to have room to grow. People are going to get film on him. They're going to know what to do. Plus, you look at this offensive line and the holes that they have there, even though they spent draft picks and money on this offensive line, there's still a lot of work to be done there. They obviously need another corner. They need better play at safety. There's a lot of different things that this team still needs to fill in and fill out. While they've made a lot of headway and they have guys who can make plays and whatnot on both sides of the ball, there's still a lot to be filled in there in order for them to truly compete at the higher levels of this league consistently. And that's the thing that I'm just trying to delineate and separate is like, yes, this team is good. Yes, this team is ready. But in order for them to take that next step and be mentioned in the same sentences as the Kansas City Chiefs or the Lions or the Ravens, like teams that are, destined for the Super Bowl this season that people are talking about, they still need to go a little bit further.
The pushback that I would have, though, is that every team in the NFL is flawed, right? Like, maybe not Detroit, although they did lose Hutchinson. But, you watch the Chiefs, and it's like, okay, that's a flawed team. Now, do they have the championship pedigree where it's very difficult to bet against them to win the AFC? Of course. But that's not a perfect team. The Ravens have proven all year that they're not a perfect team, but they belong in that upper echelon. You beat the Bills. You should have beaten the Lions. So, those things that you have along the way, I think, is what adds to the hope. And maybe that's what the Texans fans should have, is more the hope rather the expectation of competing for a Super Bowl. Now, the frustrating part to me is I feel like Nick Caserio and the Texans felt like they did enough in the offseason to put themselves in a spot where they had a puncher's chance to make a deep run. And I think the Texans have a puncher's chance to beat anybody in the NFL. I just don't think the Houston Texans can win 3 consecutive games against the upper echelon of the NFL. That's why I don't see them making this miraculous Super Bowl run. I think that they could beat Kansas City in one game. I think they could beat Baltimore in one game. I think they've proven they can beat Buffalo in one game. They can beat Detroit in one game, even though they blew a lead there. But they're so inconsistent, undisciplined, maybe poorly coached, that I don't think they can beat those teams consecutively over a 3 or 4 week stretch. And I think that might be the difference between competing and contending as well, where they are capable of beating an upper echelon team, but can they do it 4 straight weeks to reach this pinnacle of the NFL? That's where I have my doubts, because they've been inconsistent and they have trouble putting together week after week after week. You lose to the Titans at home, shows your inconsistency. You're down 2 possessions by Jacksonville at home, it shows your inconsistency. You blow a 16-point lead against Detroit, it shows your inconsistency. You lose at the Jets, who are a debacle, you show your inconsistency. Now, the frustrating part that I have when it comes from a roster building perspective is I feel like Caserio gave this team a shot, because the holes that you mentioned, and I'm assuming that you mean nickel corner, because Lassiter's been good as a rookie. Jalen Petre's been good in that nickel corner spot, but he has a lot of trouble covering. It's kind of weird because everybody's talking about this great year that Petre's had, and I would agree if you eliminated his coverage. Eric Murray's I think a pretty big hole. But you look at what he did in the offseason, it's like, okay, you add Mixon, you add Diggs, you add these skill guys, and the people are pushing back on me right now. Well, you didn't need skill guys, you needed an offensive line. But if you're a general manager and you look at this offensive line, you're paying Tunsil top 5 money. You're paying Titus Howard top 5 money when you signed him as a right tackle. Now, not a great contract, but you paid him top 5 money. You traded for Shaq Mason, you extended him. You have Juice Scruggs, who you traded up for in the second round, and you have Kenyon Green, who you drafted in the first round. So I don't know how, from a roster building point of view, from a general manager point of view, you look at this team in the offseason and you're like, okay, we need to bring in an offensive lineman. Now, that was wrong, but I totally understand the mindset and the logic that Nick Caserio had in the offseason when he was trying to elevate this offense. It's like, okay, what do we need to do to elevate this offense? Our offensive line last year was pretty good. Nick Caserio would probably tell you that. With a patchwork offensive line, we're getting healthier. We're adding more talent to this offensive line. Let's bring in skill to see if that elevates the offense. And to me, he just kind of was wrong on that assessment.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that this offseason, I'm have a feeling, and I know for sure that they'll probably address that. But one of the reasons why people say, just to go back a little bit, why Jalen Petrie is having such a great season is a really cool stat that I saw, and I've been watching it. Uh, Havoc wreaking plays, the most destructive players on defense. This is put out by the 33rd team. They counted all the havoc wreaking plays, and what they mean by havoc wreaking plays is like sacks, interceptions, turnovers, things that pretty much totally disrupt an offense if you're a defensive player. Jalen Petrie is number 9 in the league in having wreaking plays as of November
Yeah.
19th with 16. There are two more Texans players that are in the top 20 on this list. That's Derek Stingley Jr. and Will Anderson. They both have 15 each. So when you look at this list of all these havoc wreaking plays that these players are making, you have 3 of your Houston Texans on that defense in the top 20 in the league. So that's why you can look at that and say, like, all of these guys were drafted by this regime and were brought in by this regime in order to play certain plays, or play as certain uh, just players that they wanted to bring in that fit their mold, their profile, or whatever. But the reason why we're looking at these havoc wreaking plays that uh Jalen Petrie is making, and we're still having an issue with him, is because of all the coverage things that he gives up. So yes, the sacks, the forced fumbles, the interceptions, and the tackles for losses, and the first down saving tackles and whatnot. All of that kind of stuff is great, but when you're giving up, easy completions and you can't stick with the guy in coverage, I don't necessarily put that on Jalen Petrie himself, because that's not who he is as a player. I put that on the
Yeah.
defense and D'Amico Ryans for putting him in position to get taken advantage of like that.
Yeah, I just don't know how you hide him though. Like if you're a nickel corner, how are you going to hide that guy in coverage?
Basically, he shouldn't. To me, if you're going to put him on the field, you need to make sure that he's going to be able to take advantage of his ability. He can't cover slot receivers. Most of them he can't cover. Sometimes he'll do a good job, sometimes he can't. Now, if he's sticking with a tight end or somebody like that, he can be physical. He may get outsized and outmuscled, but he will not be out physical. Sometimes he has trouble covering certain running backs out of the backfield. Those are the type of players that he needs to cover. But as a nickel corner, you need to be able to stick with those quicker, short area guys that can work in a lot of space, because typically slot corners have a lot of space, or slot receivers have a lot of space to work with. You got to find a way to stick with those guys. Depending on how they want to keep calling this defense, I don't know, but I do not like the fact that he's a nickel corner. And then you also end up getting your other safeties that are on the field matched up against other outside receivers or slot receivers. And then you have this total mismatch everywhere on your defense. It's just not working. That shows the need for another corner on this team.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Jermaine filling in for Blankers. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. All he does is win. He's going to hand out some winners when we come back. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No blankers today. Jermaine Every filling in for blankers. But we still have Lee Sterling on. Lee Sterling moving it up a day for us because, well, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and we're all going to stuff our faces. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Lee, all right. Give me some good news here. We like to start with these Cougar games. Houston going on the road to Provo. BYU's a 12-point favorite. What do we have here, Lee? Give me some good news.
All right, so BYU needs to win, get into the conference championship game, but the under 10-1 in Houston games this year. So I think we're going to see a low-scoring game, and I think people have figured out this BYU offense. They just don't have many guys that can break a tackle, go 70, 80 yards here. They've seen the playbook. Defensive coordinators are scheming up and being able to slow down this offense here. I have BYU winning the game 27-23, but Houston covers.
Okay.
Iowa State and Kansas State. I'm kind of interested in that game because to me it's two teams that are fairly close, and so is this line. How do you see that one playing out with Iowa State being favored -3?
So Kansas State, first time this year, whole year they're an underdog. If you go back to Bill Snyder, these last two coaches, this is where they do their best work. So Cyclones think that they've got some problems in the trenches here. I think Kansas State's actually better there. Only position I think where Iowa State has any type of real edge is going to be at the wide receiver position. So if they limit the big plays, look out. Wrong team favored. Kansas State outright here, 31-24.
It's always better when you do it, Lee. I tried to do it after we had you on last week, and I failed. It was not good.
We'll
I
work on
can't
it
do it.
for
We
you.
gotta leave it up to the OG, I think. I don't think I can do it again. It was such a failure. All right, the big one this weekend in the Lone Star State. We've had continuing coverage of this matchup, Texas A&M, all part of the extensive look brought to us by Rebecca Creek Whiskey. We'll have it right here on our airwaves, ESPN 97.5 on Saturday. Texas is going into College Station. A&M now in a must-win situation. Longhorns are favored by 6. What are we going to see with this rivalry renewed?
So big games comes down to defense, my opinion. Texas, number 2 in the land in total defense, allowing just 246 yards per game. Texas A&M, usually when you have two teams squaring off here with a chance to get to the SEC championship game, they are in the top 20, top 30 in defense. Not the case with Texas A&M. They're ranked 56th here, allowing 355 yards per game. So I think the edge is there with Texas. I just don't think they played up to their capabilities this year. I think when we see the draft comes around this and next year, we're going to say, wow, they've had so many first, second, and third rounders. Should have been much, much better. Should have won at least 1 or 2 national titles over the last couple of years. But A&M still a year or 2 away. I know it's at night. I know it's a College Station. But Texas prevails 27-20.
Creeping on over to the NFL, Lee. This is the game that one of the games that I know one of my friends, he's going to be all over it because I have friends on both sides of this game. But Eagles at Ravens. How do you see that one playing out? I believe Baltimore is the favorite here at 2.5, and they're at home. So if this was on a neutral site, would Philly be the proverbial half-a-point favorite because it would be a neutral site game?
They would. Since coming out of the bye, Eagles 7-0. Twice the Eagles were underdogs this year. Both times Philadelphia won straight up against the Saints and the Bengals. Ravens certainly are better than those two teams. Baltimore, though, on short week. And the Ravens are one of 6 teams that have not had their bye yet. Doesn't come until next week. Philadelphia's defense giving up the fewest yards per game, holding opponents to 18 points a game. The Ravens rank number 2 in run defense, but 31st in pass defense. They're going to be tested here if Devonta Smith returns for the Eagles, and I think he will. Another wrong team favored, Philadelphia 24-23 straight up.
Saquon Barkley had more yards than the Texans did last week. He's been a beast a beast in Philadelphia. Speaking of the Texans, coming off that embarrassing loss to the Tennessee Titans, embarrassing to the former Houston Oiler franchise. They're on the road in Jacksonville. Final game before a late Week 14 bye. Last time these two teams played, it was competitive. Jacksonville had a two-possession lead pretty late in that game. Texans 5-point favorite on the road. What do you think, Lee?
Yep, home dog off of a bye with revenge for that 24-20 loss. Week 4. Who loves the Jags? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Nope. He was Trevor Lawrence, one of many reasons why the Jaguars were 2-12 the last 14 starts, dating back to about this time a year ago. And whether he plays or Mac Jones, who's maybe the worst backup in the NFL right now, they're in trouble. So Houston's ownership of the Jags, last 11 years, 17-4 straight up. The right team is favored. Houston, big here, 34-13.
A right team favored, Lee.
All right, Lee, what is your game of the week this week?
Game of the week this week is going to be Green Bay and Miami on Thursday night, Thanksgiving night. So first, how about this? First 5 callers that call 800-400-9741. Again, the number 800-400-9741. Get the game for free. And how about this? Turkey Shootout starts tomorrow. 15 games from tomorrow all the way through Monday night. Just $97. We've had numerous 13-2, 12-3, 11-4 records over the last 6 years. So you want to hop on board. Turkey Shootout, 15 games, just $97, one place, ParamountSports.com.
You got to take advantage of that. Lee, have a great Thanksgiving, my man.
You too, guys. Take care. Be safe.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com. Take advantage of those deals. Love me some Lee. Ocho just texted. Ocho loves himself some college basketball. He just let us know that West Virginia beat Gonzaga. I was watching that one, actually. Yeah, look at the last 2 days in the Big 12. West Virginia, predicted to finish towards the bottom of the Big 12, just beat number 3 Gonzaga.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado yesterday predicted to finish towards the bottom of the Big 12, beat up on UConn. UConn losing back-to-back games, but Big 12 is tough, man. It is tough.
You know, the Big 12, the way it's presently constructed, I was not a fan of the way the football conference is playing out, but I could not wait for Big 12 basketball. Could not wait, because there's so many teams in the Big 12 now that they've restructured everything that traditionally have really good basketball programs, and now they're all in one conference. And while football thought that they were going to basically, quote unquote, kill off the Big 12 almost by Texas and Oklahoma leaving, they just strengthened them in basketball pretty much. So I'm loving what the Big 12 is doing so far in basketball. But there have been a lot of upsets early on in this season in college basketball. If you just look at the teams that are beating the other, like the teams that are ranked that are losing, there's been some pretty good upsets.
Yeah, it's been a fun start to the year. Got a giveaway for all of you. Star Wars Skeleton Crew follows the journey of 4 kids who make a mysterious discovery on their seemingly safe home planet, then get lost in a strange and dangerous galaxy. Caller number 5 right now to 713-780-3776 wins a family 4-pack to the advanced screening on December 2nd at Cinemark NASA, plus a $100 Visa gift card courtesy of the series. Stream Star Wars Skeleton Crew on Disney Plus starting December 3rd. When we come back, what are your Thanksgiving must? What do you have to have? And then what makes the cut on Thanksgiving? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Blanker's out today. Jermaine Every filling in for Blankers. We'll be here for another hour. We have to leave early. Texas A&M basketball coming on, taking on Creighton in the Players Era Festival, which is an awesome tournament at the MGM Grand. Craig Way will be joining us in 15 minutes. Give the Texas perspective of the big game coming up on Saturday, and then also C.J. Stroud. How can the Texans help C.J. Stroud? We'll get to that. A little bit later as well. But Jermaine, I know that you do some cooking. I've seen some things that you post, and
A little bit.
jealous. I really enjoy those things. It makes me want to eat all the things that you're posting. So, how do you do Thanksgiving? What is on your table?
Okay, so this year, mom and sister decided to come in town. They conspired with my daughter behind my back to have Thanksgiving at my house.
Oh, that's an ask. That's a chore.
Yeah, like we just had my daughter's graduation party in May, and that like took all of my social battery for having people at my house out. Like it's gone. Like I'm done. And then they popped in. I was like, wait, who's all coming, and how long y'all staying? Because I only got so much capacity, but she bought a lot of the sides and whatnot. I still got to do the turkey, of course, because there's never like if we get together on Thanksgiving and my mom and them are involved, 9 times out of 10, I'm doing the turkey. So, and I'm gonna have to do the ham because they brought a ham because they don't even cook ham anymore. Like my uncle, before God rest his soul, before he passed away, he would even be like, why don't y'all have Jermaine do it? He does better than me. Like. I'm like, are you telling me I'm a better cook than you, or you just don't feel like doing it? So I got to cook the main stuff, but she cooked all the sides, so it's all good.
Okay. How do you do your turkey?
I was gonna fry it, but I haven't fried one in a while, and I haven't had it to defrost it, brine it, and all of that to smoke it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the oven roasting.
Okay.
But the last time I did an oven roasted turkey with the family, it was still juicy. The little bit of leftovers that we did have, it was still juicy the next day when they warmed it up. So you just gotta.
We usually do whenever we get together. We usually do an oven roast one, and then we'll usually do a fried one too. Which of course I won't be home for Thanksgiving this year, so we're going to do a smaller one Sunday evening. But what are your Thanksgiving hot takes? What are things that maybe don't belong on the Thanksgiving table? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are things that do not belong on the Thanksgiving table that we traditionally see?
I'm going to put it to you like this. And I don't mean to shut this conversation or argument down with one take, but don't experiment. Don't think outside the box. Don't bring that new dish. Don't try nothing. Don't just because you saw it on Pinterest or TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat, whatever the hell. Like, no, don't do that. Stick with what you know. Also, the varsity team should play. The freshman and the JV team need to sit on the bench. The freshman and JV team is in charge of utensils, drinks, toiletries, like things like that. Bring the games for the kids and stuff. Bring that. Let the varsity team play. Freshman and JV, y'all ride the pine.
That's a great take. I agree with you. Like we don't have time for the mediocre food. It's Thanksgiving. Like this is the main event. This would be like Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fighting on this big pay-per-view, you know? Like we don't need that. It's Thanksgiving. Like this is the marquee. This is the day of the year.
Right.
This is the Super Bowl of feast. We're not asking the Houston Texans to participate. Like we're looking for the very best of the best. And I agree with you with the traditional stuff too. It is not a time to experiment. Go experiment in October. Experiment in early December. Experiment in March or April. You can't experiment on the day of days whenever you're talking about eating as much as you possibly can. Those are great takes. B. Hannon says pumpkin lasagna. I don't know if he's being serious or not, or if he's trolling. I've never heard of pumpkin lasagna. Have you heard of pumpkin lasagna?
Hell no. I can't stand pumpkin.
I've never heard of it. You know, like, so you won't do a pumpkin pie at all?
Pumpkin is like great value sweet potato. It's terrible. I hate it.
See, I don't mind. I used to love pumpkin pie as a kid. Loved it. It was probably like one of my top 3 favorite things. Now I could take or leave it. I might have one slice of pumpkin pie a year, and it would be either on Thanksgiving or Christmas. I could take or leave it now. So you don't like what was the other thing you said you didn't like? Sweet potato?
No, sweet potato is the goat of pies.
Okay, like sweet potato casserole is fantastic.
Oh, now see that, yeah, definitely. I was actually thinking about like doing it again, but it used to be when I would, because I've been cooking since I was a little kid, but at one point when I was in high school, I had my grandmother, she had a heart attack and a stroke, so I had to start making diabetic stuff. I don't like the way it tastes, but I do how to cook it. But she loved it because she would have to be my taste tester while I'm cooking all this diabetic stuff. So part of that, I would have to cook pumpkin pie and regular and I never liked it, so I never tasted it. So she loved it because she got to taste both pies. So it's one of those things. Like, unfortunately, I had to do it because my grandmother said, "Hey, this is what you're doing," so I had to learn how to do it. But I never cooked it. And for whatever reason, my sweet potato pie recipe supposed to turn out one pie, but I always end up with two. I don't know how.
Okay, yeah, you don't know how. B. Hannon says I'm out on cranberry sauce. See, I love cranberry sauce. I think that cranberry sauce belongs on every Thanksgiving plate. I only eat cranberry sauce on Thanksgiving. I don't have it any other time of the year, but it absolutely belongs on Thanksgiving for me.
Not a fan.
Really?
Not a fan. No.
It's the sweet to go with the heavy carb foods. It's great for the palate.
Look, give me my dressing, turkey, mac and cheese, what stuffed bell peppers.
Okay, y'all do
Some of the
stuffed bell
other.
peppers on Thanksgiving? We've never done that. That sounds delicious.
Mom says she got the stuffed bell peppers and the crawfish pies. So I'm like, cool. I don't have to cook a lot of the other little stuff. I just got to do a turkey and a ham. That's it. All right, bet.
That's easy. Crawfish pie? I've never had that on Thanksgiving either.
Well, we make that like just whenever, but she had a request from somebody to my other little sister asked for crawfish pies because the last time I cooked them, the last two times I cooked it, she was like, "Hey, you have some pies left?" I was like, "Bro, no, I told you that like 4 days ago. They do not last around here. They disappear. Like you the recipe makes 2 dozen. That 2 dozen of those little individual crawfish pies may last 3 days, if that."
Wow. I'm not anti-turkey. I'm not anti-ham. I do like both of them, but I like the sides more than I like the actual main course on Thanksgiving. Like the mashed potatoes, the green bean casserole, the macaroni and cheese. We do a little broccoli and cheese casserole. The sides to me are better than the actual main dish.
Sometimes I've been known to have 2 separate plates.
Oh.
And one plate will be like meat, turkey, ham, what have you. The other plate will be more for the sides. And so, like, I'm typically like a 2-plate guy on Thanksgiving, but I've gotten to the point in my advanced age that I can only eat so much food at one sitting. So I just get a little bit of everything.
Soft, Jermaine.
Look, hey,
soft.
Look,
at least 5 plates for me.
Look, I have to portion it out, because I don't want the reflux to flare up in between plates. So I gotta pace myself now. I can't go hard like I used to. This is why I stopped playing ball and stuff. It's like if I can't perform the way I used to perform, I just won't play no more. So with food, you gotta eat. I can't just, but I don't eat the way I used to eat anymore, I'll say.
Yeah, I disagree with you, man. Like you got to eat until you feel miserable. It's Thanksgiving. You have to eat until the point of misery. Dre says no stuffing. Where are you at on stuffing? You like the stuffing?
I like stuffing and dressing. I like both.
What's the difference?
Okay, here's the thing. Dressing is separate because you make like cornbread or whatever dressing, right? Stuffing is meant to be stuffed inside of something. Also, stuffing has a connotation of being made out of the box, whereas dressing is homemade. So there's a little bit of a difference in between the two. One will have more of a like dressing. It just depending on how you make it. A dressing will have a different kind of consistency than stuffing will have. One will be more consistent, and one will be a little bit not as consistent. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, the quick Google search says that stuffing is cooked in the cavity of the turkey,
Yes.
while the dressing's cooked separately. So, I mean, all that stuff kind of adds up to what you're saying. A few people on the text line on this, 713-780-ESPN, 6856, no coleslaw, no cranberries, and no green bean casserole. We already addressed cranberries. I don't really view coleslaw as a Thanksgiving food. I like coleslaw. I've never had it on Thanksgiving, so I would agree, no coleslaw. Green bean casserole, though, I love green bean casserole. I don't even like onions, and I love green bean casserole.
Green bean casserole, I wasn't really a huge fan of it until my little sister made it, I think, like last year or a couple years ago. And I was like, all right, that one I'll eat. That one it looks and it tastes appealing. I will eat that. And I wasn't a fan of like crunchy, quote unquote, green beans that aren't like cooked soft until my other little sister made some the other day, and I was like, okay, now those I will eat those. So my little sisters know how to get me to eat stuff that I don't normally eat.
That's funny. Another one from the Hive is this the only time of the year that you eat turkey?
No. Actually last year, we smoked a turkey in between Christmas and Thanksgiving just to experiment with some stuff.
Oh, really?
And I end up using the rest of that turkey to make some red beans for some family members who don't eat pork. Yeah,
Ooh,
so
that
no,
sounds great.
I will cook turkey and still use it, eat it, or whatever. Matter of fact, I have a split turkey breast in the freezer that I bought as a backup just in case my mom couldn't make it. So
Huh.
I'm definitely gonna be doing something with that.
Yeah, I eat turkey other times, but not like Thanksgiving turkeys, not like whole turkeys. Like I'll do like the cold cut turkeys, the turkey, sandwich meat, stuff like that. Put it in salads or eat it by itself. Like I'll do the cold cuts, but I don't do the whole turkey. And other than Thanksgiving.
I got a recipe. It's really easy, really simple, kind of healthy. I'm gonna text it to you, and it's gonna change your way you think about turkey.
Jermaine, it's cute that you think that I cook. Yeah, it's
This is for you to
no,
pass
I'll
along
cook
to
every
the
now and then.
wife.
Not very often. Though.
Yeah,
You
but
might as well text
honestly,
to her.
this one you can't mess this one up. I promise you, you can't mess this one up.
Okay. I'll try it out. Yeah, I'll try it out. I like to cook every now and then. It's just difficult at times with the schedule. But yeah, I'll try it out. Spicy Girl Restaurant, garlic green beans is an alternate if you can't cook. Straight fire. That sounds great. I've never heard of Spicy Girl Restaurant. Have you heard of Spicy Girl Restaurant?
No,
I've
I
never heard
do
of
a
it either.
lot
I'll
of
have to
my
look into
own
this.
cooking. Like I don't really want to like brag or nothing, but like a lot of the times I'll see something, read something, or look at a recipe for something and then mimic it or cook it myself.
Yeah, I need to be better about that. Yeah, and you do cook a bunch of stuff. I've never tasted your food, but all the stuff that you cook looks fantastic. All right, 713-780-ESPN. When we return, Craig Way, voice of the Texas Longhorns. He joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRNP guest line, being joined by the voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way, part of our coverage of Texas A&M, all courtesy of Rebecca Creek Whiskey. Craig, thanks for taking a few minutes coming on with the Killer Bees. I know it's a busy day for you. You got the Coach Sark show coming up a little bit later tonight. What is the feeling in Austin now that Texas and Texas A&M is finally back?
Hey, great to be on with you guys. You know, there's a lot of excitement clearly about the rivalry returning, and of course that's largely fan based, and you know, the alumni for both schools are really worked up about it and everything. From the football perspective, from listening to Sark talk about it and a lot of the players talk about it, it's kind of a means to an end, meaning win this game. And then Texas will be in Atlanta for the SEC championship game next week, and probably will lock up a spot in the college football playoff no matter what happens in Atlanta next week. But if they win Saturday night College Station, it gives them the chance to win the SEC title, which has been a stated goal. And then they would get a bye in the first round. But first things first, they know they're going to have to deal with A&M and all that entails, not only the football team, which is a good team, but dealing with that environment in College Station, which is certainly quite unique.
Craig, Jermaine Every here. Do you see this Texas team with everything that they have in front of them being a potential SEC title and also a potential or looming college football playoff appearance? Do you see them as maybe kind of overlooking the Aggies this coming Saturday?
No chance of that. Zero chance of that, because if they lose to A&M, all of their destiny goes out of their own hands. They may still wind up in the playoff, depending on what else. But if you have a weekend of chaos like what happened last week, you're really, asking for others to help you out. And I don't think there's any chance of, that question was asked last week going into the Kentucky game about, hey, you're coming off one rivalry game, Arkansas, and going into another one the following week, A&M, any chance that this could be a trap game or something like that? And Sark was pretty adamant about saying, no, our guys are zeroed in on the task at hand, and they were, and went out and won the game by 17 points. I definitely think there's not going to be a chance of that, given that it's the first time they will have played in 13 years and the restoration of this rivalry, and what's at stake, a chance to go to the SEC championship and probably then really get a stranglehold on a spot in the college football playoff if they win Saturday night.
Craig Way joining us on the HRNP guest line. Yeah, I was wondering that too, looking at the college football playoff rankings, and then you're talking about winning this, lock yourself up in the SEC championship game, which at that point you've done enough. And then, of course, you have the high stakes of playing for a bye, which means you only need 3 wins to win the national championship versus 4. I wonder if they've done enough. I think that they have already done enough to make the college football playoff, but it goes to what you said. There's no way that any coach in America is going to allow his team to, hey, guys, if we lose this game, don't worry about it. We're still going to be in. That's just not the mentality you can have as a program.
Yeah, here's what I think, Jeremy. I think they've done enough to be in, but a loss sets them back a little, and then you're just hoping that others don't pass you after you've had the loss. That was your last impression that you're leaving with the committee was a defeat. And even though they're number 3 in the rankings, and if it all ended today, the regular season, they'd go into the 2 slot because only one Big Ten team can go. Either Ohio State or Oregon can get that bye. The other would go into probably the 5 hole. So you're right. I think they look at it like they got to keep their foot on the gas and handle this deal because then not only do they win and get to the SEC championship game and a chance to play for the conference title and get a bye and all that, it also keeps them very high up in the rankings. So that even if they do lose to Georgia in Atlanta, which would be difficult having already lost to them at home this year in Austin, but if they get the win this week, then I think folks will look at it and say, well, they're definitely in, and they're probably still in good shape, even if they were to lose the SEC title game, to host a playoff game, to be in that 5, 6, 7, 8 slot, which guarantees you a game at home in the first round. They'd love to get the bye, and I know that Lane Kiffin said all this stuff about coaches not wanting to play that game and not wanting to be. Of course, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore since they got knocked out last week by Florida. But Sark has said from day one, and his players have said from day one, the goal is to win the SEC title. They're not worried about, hey, get in the conference championship game and maybe you lose and they get knocked out. Well, Ole Miss had 2 losses at the time. That's why I said that. Here's Texas with 1 loss. It's to Georgia, who's already in the conference championship game. If they handle their business and are able to beat A&M Saturday night, even a second loss to Georgia, I don't think it's going to knock them out of the playoff. And I think a win Saturday night would, at the very least, guarantee them a home first-round playoff game going into Atlanta with a chance to win the title and get that bye in the first round. Then you get 3 weeks to get your guys rested and ready to go, starting in the bowl season in the quarterfinals, which for Texas would almost certainly be in the Sugar Bowl.
Given that this rivalry is resuming after a 13-year hiatus, most of these guys probably don't even know or could remember, the height of this rivalry or would like how heavy this weighs on the people in the state. Do you think that there's like a lack of sense of urgency or like there's levity lost in this rivalry for the guys that are going to be playing on Saturday?
No, but see, here's the difference. What they're looking at it as the next opponent. It's really kind of an interesting perspective on it, because when we were talking to the guys this week, as you pointed out, none of them played in this game. I mean, the last time was 13 years ago. Now, I kidded. Rashade Barron is a Thorpe Award finalist, and he's a 6-year senior. And I said, hey, you just barely missed it. We joked about it, but he, those guys have all said things like, yeah, I remember watching it when they were like 8, 7, 9. They were like in elementary school, and so it holds a different meaning. But I will also tell you this: most of the guys, at least on the Texas side, know players, and in many cases are friends with players who are on the other side, who play for Texas A&M. So they know each other well. It's just a different look at it. It's not that deep-seated hatred thing. It doesn't mean they're looking at it with a relaxed attitude. I think they're just looking at it differently. And most importantly, they're looking at it from the perspective of, this is the team that's in our way. We got to get past them to have a shot to be in the playoff. I think that is the overriding feeling that's going on with this football team.
Craig, how's the ankle for yours? I've read he's practicing, so it must be okay.
Yeah, it's a little sore, but he was able to finish the game the other day, and then he's had treatment throughout the course of the week. But he is able to practice. He has worked on it. He'll be ready to go. I don't think there's any question about that. He'll have his opportunity to go out there, and he really wants to play in this football game. A lot of these players, even though they've never played in this game, are very, very excited about having the chance to play in this game. And he is one of them. So I think you'll definitely see him in uniform ready to go Saturday night.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait for this rivalry to get resumed myself, because I've, as a person of my age and growing up watching this rivalry and knowing what it meant to see all of these guys on the field and playing and whatnot, knowing that they've all played together is pretty exciting. But one thing that I'm really looking forward to is just to see what this Texas offense looks like against this A&M defense in College Station at night with everything that they have on the line. Do you think that there's going to be any butterflies in the stomach or any trepidation, or do you think that environment will rattle this offense any, and that they'll be able to get back on track and maintain on track like they were doing earlier in the season when they were producing more points and more yards?
Well, there'll definitely be butterflies. If there aren't, they're not human. That should definitely be the case. And I think there would definitely be butterflies. Now, having said that, I think they understand what's at hand here and what the preparation has been like all the way through. So I don't think it's a situation where it's going to hamper them. What they have to maintain and what they have to stay away from is something that has popped up recently, that fumbling issue that they had, which normally has not been the case this year, but it did pop up last week. And Sark said, I need to go back and take a look at this and see if we're doing something wrong in terms of coaching, because they had 3 fumbles last week from guys who don't normally fumble the football. Now, they only lost one of those, but it was important to make sure that they get everything buttoned up and all of the other important offensive elements. I think that's the important thing to keep in mind here.
Craig, thanks for taking a few minutes answering our Texas questions ahead of the big game on Saturday. Have a great call. I know that you will. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, Jeremy. Looking forward to it. Good to go on with you guys. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Appreciate it. You too. It's Craig Way, voice of the Texas Longhorns, joining us on the HR&P guest line ahead of Texas and Texas A&M coming up on Saturday. The rivalry renewed as Texas A&M faces off against the University of Texas at Kyle Field. Stay tuned to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for extensive coverage of this historic game presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You'll hear interviews with guests from both sides. We've had them all throughout the station this week. Spirited conversation from all of us. Great to have Andrew Monaco, Craig Way with us today. Also connect to our coverage on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel and social media, and enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Giggle and hook 'em. All right, 713-780-ESPN. CJ Stroud, it's an interesting dynamic. Quarterback position's always one that you're talking about. Texans have, been in the headlines, 7-5, not living up to expectations. CJ Stroud, sophomore slump, has regressed. I have a reason why we have seen the regression and how the Texans can help that anti-regression going forward. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's very clear to me, Jermaine Every filling in for Blankers. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. It's very clear to me that C.J. Stroud has he's not having the year he had last year. He's still not been bad. Like people are acting like C.J. Stroud's been a bottom 10 quarterback in the NFL. He hasn't been that. He's in the top 5 in passing yards. Okay, I don't want to trigger Paul, but and I understand the passing yards aren't necessarily like this winning stat, but it's not like all has been bad for C.J. Stroud. But why haven't we seen that progression, that development? Why haven't we seen C.J. Stroud become a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? And I think most of it's, quite frankly, out of his control. I think that the offensive line has made him hesitant. I think he's playing with trepidation. I think that's what's leading to a little bit of inaccuracy. I think it's what's leading to a few more of the turnovers. The offense just hasn't been clicking on all cylinders. The rhythm hasn't been there. And there's a variety of different reasons. Maybe it is Stroud not playing fantastic. Bobby Slowick is a name that always gets brought up as to why the Texans haven't been clicking and playing with rhythm offensively. I think the offensive line is the biggest issue in a variety of different variables that leads into the reason why the offense is struggling. But I thought this was an interesting take. Derek Klassen of The Athletic had a theory on why C.J. Stroud is struggling. Here's what he had to say.
Where are you at on C.J. Stroud right now? I'm still not really worried about C.J. Stroud. I do think there is an element to it where I think last year got away with a lot because things were just working really well. Offense, the skill players for the most part were a little bit healthier. And I think the run game was helping a little bit more where it didn't feel quite as disjointed. And I think he was just like, oh, I can just do whatever I want. And I can make all these throws. I think right now you can feel he is like taking on a little bit the pressure of the offense where it's like, oh, all these things are going wrong. I feel a burden to make a play. This is actually something I wanted to talk about with some other quarterbacks and some other offensive environments. An offensive environment is good when the quarterback isn't worried that a bad play is going to happen. He's just like, you know what? It's fine. We'll get to the next one. And that doesn't even mean the offense is good, right? Like, look at Drake May in New England. That's not a good offense.
All right, it's enough from Derek Klassen. So
CJ
basically, he feels like he has to put on the cape and play hero because there's been a lot of struggles on this offense. And I would say it's mostly on the offensive line. You could throw the Slowick name into the conversation. His approval rating in Houston's less than 10%. I think it's mostly the offensive line. But do you think that's a fair take from Derek Klassen of The Athletic that, Stroud trying to put on the cape and it's leading to some of the lack of progression that we expected to see from Stroud?
No, not at all.
Really?
I think a lot of that has to do with the inconsistency of his weapons that they amassed to have him there, that he didn't have all of them consistently. Not only that, but the offensive line play has been spotty at best this year. So when you put together a spotty offensive line play combined with not having all of your weapons at your disposal at various points of the season, it kind of puts a damper on what you're expecting from him. And it's just like I was alluding to earlier, the expectations were heightened after last season and then doing what they did in the offseason. However, the glaring holes that you still have, namely the offensive line issues, prevent him from playing the way he wants to play. It's a little bit of shell shock that CJ is experiencing because I see plays where he doesn't plant his feet or he throws off his back foot or he throws off balance and things like that. And he's just not connecting and clicking like he was last year. Now, people will look back at last year and say, well, they had to have backups and they had, got injuries along the offensive front last year. Perhaps one of their best games last year, my favorite game from that offensive line was the Pittsburgh game where they had 5 backups starting. And you were going against TJ Watt in that defense, and they won that game 30-6, and Stroud kept his jersey clean.
Yeah.
You need more games like that as opposed to what they've been getting from this offensive line this year.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that that's the biggest reason. I think a lot of times we look at, well, why are these things struggling? Why is this struggling? And we try to pinpoint it to one very specific thing when it's probably more about 10 different things that aren't going well. And if you have 10 different things that aren't going well, you put that all together, you start adding it up, and it's going to be very, very bad. It's going to be a bad product. And of those 10 things that are going wrong, one is way more important than, say, the 10th most important. So I agree with you that the offensive line is the biggest reason why. I would even say, Slowick maybe not coaching up to what the weaknesses are of this team. Andrew Monaco was on with us at the 15 and said, look, a lot of times it's hiding weaknesses, right? We were talking about Jalen Petrie earlier. How can you hide him in coverage? Like, that's part of sport, is trying to eliminate the things that you're bad at and not exposing the things that you are bad at. It's very difficult to get away from exposing a bad offensive line and pass protection. That is difficult to do. But really good play callers can scheme things up whenever you have a bad offensive line that makes the offensive line look better. I'm a big believer in that you should really, for every quarterback, you should make their life as easy as possible. I believe it's especially true for young quarterbacks. You should be making their life as easy as possible. And what's the best way to make their life as easy as possible? It's what you're talking about. It's an offensive line. It's keeping his jersey clean against the Pittsburgh Steelers last year, who have a dynamic pass rush. So the Texans have struggled in that area. And to me, this is more of a Slowick, Chris Strauser thing than it is a Nick Caserio thing. Because, look, this offensive line has had tons of resources spent into it. Tons of money have been spent on this offensive line. High draft picks have been spent on this offensive line. So if you get, and look, some of it could be player evaluation and maybe missing on player evaluation, but if you're spending tons of resources, either financially or draft capital, into a certain position group, you would expect that position group to be coached up. And your offensive line coach is really the first person I'm looking at there. And then Bobby Slowick, who oversees the entire offensive operation, would be the next person I'm looking to there. And then, of course, you go into the schematics. So it's difficult to me because I feel the Texans tried to make C.J. Stroud's life easy as a young quarterback in the NFL this year. It just hasn't become accomplished. It just you haven't been able to reap the fruit of that because they've struggled so bad in pass protection. It's to the point now where I think that they need a complete overhaul on the offensive side when it comes to the offensive line. Maybe not Slowick specifically, but I think that you need to bring in an offensive line coach that fits this scheme to perfection, that can coach up this offensive line. And I also think that you're probably going to need to see some big moves in terms of names that are not going to be here next year. Like Tunsil to me is kind of locked into the contract. You're not getting out of that. But is Juice Scruggs a starter on this team next year? Is Jared Patterson a starter on this team next year? Is Shaq Mason, an aging veteran, a starter on this team next year? Titus Howard has a big contract, but if you designated a June 1st cut, you can save a lot of money. You drafted Blake Fisher in the second round out of Notre Dame this past offseason. Like, I think you might see 3 new starters on the offensive line next year. I might even go as far to say give me 4.
I wouldn't be surprised. I also wouldn't be surprised if they brought a lot of these guys back just to run it back one more time to see what a new offensive line coach will be able to provide. However, the only way I would be okay with them bringing back like a Titus Howard and a Shaq Mason is if you change the offensive line coach and you see what a new offensive line coach can get out of these guys because you paid them so much money. When LZ was talking about how the offensive line couldn't pick up on the stunts in order to know how to pass them off to one another, that's coaching and technique. That's not on these guys' individual efforts. That falls on the position coach. So stuff like that, Bobby Slowick could call the greatest play in the history of the Houston Texans franchise. If that offensive line does not pick up on those stunts and they do not know how to pass that off, it won't work. So it doesn't even matter what Slowick calls if you don't block the play right. So saying that you need to get rid of the offensive coordinator when the offensive line coach could clearly be the issue here, as well as a lack of talent, is not something that I'm in favor of. It's just not. I mean, we saw what he did last year. Why would it be any different this year? What changed? Well, the one thing that did change was the play of the offensive line. Let's look at the root of the issue and not look at the bigger picture and say, hey, we need to blow all of this up.
Yeah, I'm torn on the Slowick thing in the offseason. Like if you had, to me, I look at coaches, especially like OCs, DCs, position coaches, the same way that I look at players. Like if you feel like you can upgrade at left guard in the offseason, don't you upgrade at left guard? Like, that's what teams do. Like, every team in every sport. We feel like we have an upgrade at this position. Let's go with this guy who we feel like is an upgrade at this position. I feel like you should do the same thing for coordinators. If you feel like there's an upgrade out on the open market, I feel like you should make that move. So if there's an offensive coordinator out there that is greater than Slowick, I'm totally okay with moving on from Slowick and bringing in the offensive coordinator that you feel is greater. I'm not as big on the fire Slowick, banging on that drum as much as most people are. Like, I'd be okay if he was still the OC next year. I'd probably lean moving on, but if he were to be brought back, okay. But I need to see some changes with his staff, specifically offensive line. I can't remember where I read this, but then looking it up, it's very interesting to me that the Texans have an offensive line coach who never coached in the scheme that Slowick is running. That to me seems counterproductive. That to me seems round peg, square hole. Like, to me, that should be in unison. If you're going to have this, Bobby Slowick's running this Shanahan scheme, you would really think that you would have brought in an offensive line coach who is also very knowledgeable about that scheme. So the fact that you don't have an offensive line coach that has coached in the scheme before, that to me is weird.
Yeah, that did not match up, and also the fact that he did not have very much success on his previous stop with the Colts, that factors into it for me as well. And I just would have brought someone in from San Francisco maybe, or maybe the Jets or somebody like that, like just a team that had a offensive coach that came from this tree that has similar principles and styles and systems in place. That's the type of coach that I would have wanted to bring in for my offensive line coach, especially someone who's had some sort of modicum of success in his previous stop. That's definitely what I would want to look for. To bring in a guy who has the double whammy of not having success in his previous stop and not coaching in his offense before, it was very mind blowing. That's another reason why I think keep Slowick. Not only just that, but Slowick had success with CJ. CJ's only been in the league 2 years. If we get rid of Slowick by however you want to go, and you bring in someone totally different outside of this system, is he learning a new system, or is it the same system, just a different play caller? Because if that's the case, we can just look right here on the staff and look at Gerard Johnson and say, hey, you know what? Let's change the way we structure this. Give Gerard Johnson, co-offensive coordinator play calling duties, and you guys work together and figure it the hell out. I would rather see something like that than to say, okay, let's get rid of Slowick and bring someone else in. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of changing the scheme too for young quarterbacks as well. Like, I don't want a young quarterback having to learn a completely different offense. So I think that is a really good point. A few people on the in the text line from the Hive, I think defenses have more game film and throwing different schemes at him now. See, I don't think they're seeing like tons of different things. I think they're just having they're having a lot of trouble with things that give them trouble. Like, I don't think teams are reinventing the wheel against the Texans. Another texter, so is it the fault of every coach that all of our offensive linemen had in their past? Did they not learn this stuff earlier? I mean, the offensive line was better last year with lesser players, so that's kind of odd too. I would say that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of changing too many things with a young player, a young quarterback, when he's had some success. There's going to be some minor tweaks and changes to the roster and to the coaching staff. I'm almost certain of it in this offseason. I just want to see which tweaks and changes that they're going to make with the personnel and the coaching staff in order to say, okay, this is where we were, this is where we ended up, this is where we are now, and this is where we want to go from here. And how do we get there by making said changes?
Yeah, I mean, even the best teams make the changes. All right,
Definitely.
713-780 ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN HRP. Listener line 713-780-3776. Jermaine, what do you have? Car wreck of the day.
Actually, my car wreck of the day is very much so centered around your night. I think the Cougs playing at 11:30 is my car wreck of the day because I hate it. Even though I have to be up tonight because my daughter is she's going in and getting off really late. So I'm gonna be up watching the game.
Good.
But
I
still,
would encourage you listen to the game, Jermaine.
you know what? You're right. I probably should. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have it on. I'm gonna listen to you, but have the TV on mute.
There you go. Sync my game. There you go.
I really might end up like I normally do. I'll probably just listen to the game to listen to your call, and then I'll be watching probably pro wrestling. To be honest with you, catching up on some stuff, just to be straight up real with you, because I know I have another article that I got to write for my friend's website and their podcast, so I got a lot of catching up to do.
Fair enough. And then you got to cook all day tomorrow, so
yeah,
you got some things to do.
Got a few things to do.
You got a few things to do. Yeah, it is a late start. 11:30 back home. Kind of crazy. Probably even start later because there's a game before.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it might. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it's midnight by the time that game gets started. Hopefully not. Knock on wood. Should have said that. Yeah. It's a late game. I want to nominate. The media got testy today. Media got testy at the D'Amico Ryans press conference. People are so mad at the Texans these days that media is starting to turn on media. Take a listen. I hope you can hear it. All right, so look, there's a lot of times when people are firing off questions at people. I don't know how well that came off on radio because I mean you're picking this little testiness between media members was picked up on D'Amico Ryan's mic. But media members will ask coaches questions, and a lot of times you start to talk over each other, not necessarily to be rude. They're just firing off questions at the same exact time, and it sounded to me like that was Landry Locker and Kim Davis asking a question at the same time, and then Kim Davis, you've had a few. It's my turn to Landry Locker. That was fun.
I love Kim. Kim is like I call her my media aunt because she would always make sure like I was safe and did a bunch of did everything right and was responsible, respectful, and whatnot. She showed me the ropes, so I love Kim. Love Kim.
Oh yeah, she's a pro's pro, but she
Definitely.
got after Landry today. Asking questions at the same time. You've already had a few, Landry. It's my turn. I like to hear that. 713-780-ESPN. I have one more car wreck of the day too. NBA NIT haters. NBA in-season tournament. For all of you haters that hate the NIT, why do you hate it so much? Would you rather have regular November basketball, or would you rather have November basketball with some actual stakes, with something on the line? Would you rather your team win the NBA in-season tournament, NIT, or would you rather them lose the NBA in-season tournament? All the haters of the NBA NIT are just being haters. What does it do to you? What are you losing here? You're not losing out on games. You're not losing anything. You just want to hate to hate.
I actually like it because it's like I said earlier, it's starting to make early season NBA basketball a lot more interesting. So I actually like it. Why people are so dead set against it, people like you calling it the NBA NIT.
It is.
I mean, come on, man. It's fun. It adds something to the game. It makes pre-Christmas NBA more watchable.
Yeah. The stakes are higher. There's actual competitiveness. There's actual effort. And what are you losing out on? Like, it's not like they're replacing the NBA Finals with this thing. They're replacing November NBA games with this thing. And they're still regular season games. So they all they did was, lipstick on a pig a little bit. But a lipstick on a pig's better than just a pig. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't understand the hate.
I'm not going to try to convince you to like it. I just know I like it.
I love it.
You call it the NBA NIT. Come on, man.
Well, they did that themselves. Remember the shirts last year where the top row it said NBA, the middle row said in season, and the bottom row said tournament. So if you went down the shirt, it said NIT. That was on them. That was on them. No, I do. I like it. I make fun of it. I mock it. Of course I do. I mock everybody. No one's off limits. I'll get everybody. Everybody can get it. But I'm being sincere whenever I like it. Give me NIT basketball in the NBA over mediocre regular season games. Texture in the Hive says NIT's helping the Rockets, maturity and growth by giving them something to play for and learn. I completely agree with that because yesterday was a high-stakes game. Like, that had some pressure to it. They blew a big lead, and yet they were able to sustain that, weather that, and then win. I thought that was great. Another texter in the Hive. He wants to nominate Rudy Gobert for letting a 6'10 center drop a triple-double and only scoring 5 points. Yeah, Şengün kind of got him. he got Gobert a little bit yesterday.
Bro, there was a game, and I should nominate this person for car wreck of the week because they tried to tell me that I didn't know what I was talking about, that when Anthony Edwards got upset with Rudy Gobert for getting a 3-second call, he screwed up. That was his fault because they don't trust Rudy Gobert to be under the basket. So he should have moved his ass out the way. But anyway, I've had a great time today doing a show with Jeremy. I will say that it was very easy and simple to do a show with Jeremy.
I'm a great point guard. That's why, Jermaine. Blankers would never say that, but it's true. I'm a great point guard. I'm like John Stockton.
You play the 2-man pick and roll game pretty damn well, if I must say so myself. But
I'm alone. Blankers is my Karolinko.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all can follow me
it
on
was
Twitter
good,
@_Jermaine. You can check me out. Matter of fact, tonight at Susio Sports, at Sports with a Z, on our live podcast tonight, and check out the rest of the CDB Multimedia family.
Yeah, do all of that. We're going to do this again, too. Jermaine's going to be back on with us. I had fun as well. Really enjoyed it. Thanks to AJ behind the glass. He's Jermaine Avery. I'm Jeremy Branham. We'll talk to you next week. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Talk to you then. All right, AJ. Good work. Talk to you later. Goodbye.